The Wheel of Earth. Part 1. She lay beneath the alder tree, her breast. She leaned upon my hand, the alder leaf moved over me. The sun moved over on the land, her mouth. She pressed upon my mouth. I felt the leaf beat in her breast. I felt the sun move in her hair. But nearer than the leaf, the sun, I felt the love go deep in me, that has no season in the earth, that has no time of spring or birth, that cannot flower like a tree or like one die, but only be. Ellen Gaddy was gathering tart, stunted June apples into a peck basket. Drifts of cloud were passive in the blue dome above, where hawks were wheeling. The late afternoon sun was warm on her tanned neck. The dog came up barking, stood close to her, tongue slavering, eager. She patted him, and he went to curl under a tree. There, Jack! He was half shepherd, sensible in the ways of the farm. Ellen was his choice among the humans, so he was restless apart. His limpid eyes were fixed on her, as she hunted in the tall grass. Her hands were small and coarse, and in wiping sweat from her face she had left careless, dark streaks. She was 16, the cups of her breasts hung firm, her belly was small. She wore her yellow hair in braids. Her mouth was facile, somewhat obstinate, and her forehead was high, its creamy texture darkened by the season's sun. A tiger swallowtail like a falling yellow leaf was drifting by. She sighed to it, "Bear me good news." The old brook that fed the farm's pond was near the orchard. Pebbles lying in the uneasy clear water were glossed. Tangled twigs and leaves were forced downstream in complaining whirlpools. Marsh grasses along the bank strove for footing in the cruel plashing current. Ellen was shaking tree branches, the fruit rattling about her. Today Penny was due to drop her kid. She had looked it up in the almanac. Gestation table, she-goat, 151 days. The kid will follow me, making small noises, wanting to play. A question of smoke was rising from the yellow farmhouse over the hill, set among black gums, hackberries, and locusts. The red barn and outlying sheds held the crest of the rise, settling more firmly with each passing year. Occasionally Anton Gaddy, Ellen's father, must shore up a door frame or strengthen a sagging rafter, but the buildings would stand long after the people. The barn had been hammered together with hand-cut nails and wood pegs by Ellen's grandfather in 1870. Some of the outbuildings had been raised in 1846 by his father, a Frenchman who had homesteaded this tract in the year of the Irish potato famine. Back of the yellow house, crowded about by dayflower weeds, were 2 beehives that would mount tall in summer as the hive supers, one at a time, were stacked upon those laden with combs of honey. There too lay rows of vegetables that Ellen and her younger sister, Frankie, kept clean. Maria Gaddy, their mother, never undertook outdoor chores unless the day were pale or clouded, for she had been sunstruck 10 years ago in 1915. "I dasn't go out but for Sunday Mass," Maria would claim. "It makes me queer to feel the sun." In the valley below the hill was the orchard where Ellen was gleaning apples. Back of it stretched the small woods, where gray squirrels were hunting wild berries and mushroomis. They did this daily in the span of hours from sunrise until mid-morning, and from mid-afternoon until sunset. And overhead red-shouldered hawks would circle, sharp eyes searching branches and boles. A large male squirrel was aware now of a vixen fox crouched in hunger below his tree limb. His black eyes glittered, and he lifted his paws, prating at her. He forgot his foes in the sky for a moment. The long wings of a wheeling hawk folded, like a stone it dropped. Ellen raised her gray eyes, watching it rise from the woods, prey dangled in its talons. The other hawks were screaming, "Ki-you! Ki-you!" Ellen's mind was on her young goat. She had warned her, "Now don't walk under the horses' heads or for a fact you'll go 11 months. Sam Offut had told her that. So they warn a ooman with child hero bouts, Ellie. See, it takes a mare that long to have a foal, and she's got a power in her when she's carrying. Ellen didn't believe him. Sam told many tales. Penny's time was up, and she was seeking a place to drop it. This morning Ellen had seen that her tail was sunken, so there were sockets on either side, and the young sagged low. There. Maybe she's freshening now. Ellen snatched the 2 baskets of June apples, running in her long skirt through high grass into a new-turned field, up the hill toward the barn. Her bare feet sank into the red soil, leaving huge tracks. The dog was yapping, caught in the game. In a corner of the woodshed she had made a stall, nailing bars and hanging a gate with a latch that the goat could not open. It blatted as she set down her baskets and opened the gate. She knelt beside it in the wheat straw to feed it an apple. Her father's hired girl, Penny Doherty, had given her the brown animal, then but a yearling, before going away last summer. Ellen had named it after the girl. It slobbered, chewing on the crisp, fragrant fruit. Then it snuffed her forehead and ear, began to lick her face, making soft, stuttering sounds. Ellen ran her hand along the curves of the slender horns. It shook its fine-boned head. She stroked the beard. "Say, I'd love a little dough, Penny." Ever since Penny Doherty went away, Ellen would sit talking to the namesake goat. Her father had hired Penny last summer to help his wife during a sick spell. Then Penny had left them, married Luke Doherty, gone to the town of Weems Crossroads way off in Illinois. Because she sang so much, Anton Gaddy had dubbed Penny that roaring ooman. But Ellen had grieved over the end to the short friendship. She would sing the songs she had picked up from Penny, gay tunes, meaningless, and lengthy ballads that told of sudden death and unfulfilled love. I dreamed of my true love last night all in my arms. I had her yellow hair like strands of gold, came rolling down my pillow. Ellen was lonely. Her mother gave her small heed. Her father as well. He had turned from her at birth, waiting for a son. Then, when Ellen's sister had been born and Anton learned from his wife that she would be barren thereafter, he named the baby Frankie and fastened himself upon it forthwith. His voice was heard now, overriding the gentle tune. "Girl, where you at? You got the apples. It's time to feed." "Coming, Pa." At the corn crib she took an armful of ears and, shelling them, fed a flock of ducks and geese, the first of her chores each late afternoon. They were free to roam the barnyard, making nests and raising young at will. One wing was clipped every so often to keep them in the safety of the yard. Heads bobbing, the fowl were shoveling the grain with flat bills. The white ducks made a nasal chatter. A gray gander lowered its head and wove its long neck like a snake, hissed and raised its wings at Ellen. "Don't you squall at me." She kept back one ear of corn, went to the plowed field she had raced through earlier. There she gave a call, and from the pond came an answering beat of wings. A Muscovy duck was flying up the hill. It circled Ellen, flapping to a halt at her feet, gathering its wings. Its red-wattled head was cocked to one side. She scattered the corn. "Why don't you come to the barnyard and be tamed, you wild one?" It was watching her with a wary eye, eating the yellow grain greedily. She looked off at the Kentucky farmland stretched before her. Orange clouds were assembling behind the brush line of tiny trees. The square fields were hemstitched with stone walls and rail fences. Near the barnyard a black gum was rearing gaunt limbs. When a crested redbird's dark silhouette dipped through the fragrant orange air into its ragged branches, she was shaken by the sudden beauty. She turned quickly, saying to the feeding duck, "I don't know, seems I hate every enduring thing." She fed chickens that congregated in the stony yard. She filled their water bucket from the pump, watched the speckled hens dip their beaks and up their heads to let the water run down. She collected brown eggs in a fold of her dress from boxes nailed along the cobwebbed wall. A hen pecked her wrist as she reached under it for heated eggs. The bird's breast was hot, bare where it had plucked feathers to line its nest. "You're broody. Sam'll put you under the pump to break you up." She went up the stairs to the farm kitchen and counted the eggs into a basket. "The hens are laying good, Ma. I'm just 1 short of 4 dozen. I'll trade them tomorrow at Love's store." Maria Gaddy was turning from the stove. "I allow you can get me a length of lace too, Ellie. I need a new collar for Mass. My old one's sleazy." Ellen's mother wore her gray-streaked hair in a tight knot. Her body was warped and thin and stiff. It had turned from what it might have been. Her breasts were flattened, and she had swathed herself in a long-sleeved, high-necked print dress that came to her ankles. Her stockings were wrinkled above run-down button shoes. Maria lived in continual retreat. She had been given to her husband with the awesome dowry of $1,500. With it, Anton had bought his rights to this farm from his only living brother, Garland. Maria spoke now. "Go get some new water, girl." Ellen emptied the blue-enameled pail into the sink. The kitchen was roomy. There was a kerosene stove for summer use and a huge range for winter heat and cooking. A black-painted iron sink stood at the side away from the windows. There was no running water, but a drain pipe took away the waste. Fresh water was supplied by a well 100 feet from the house, to which Ellen went. She drank from the dipper before returning. The family was proud that the water from this well was always sweet and cold. At the windowed end of the kitchen was a long table of red oak that had been dressed with axe and adze long ago by Anton's father, Jules. The surface was whitened from lice scrubbing, uneven from the year's wear. On it was a blue dish of poplar honey, a bowl of salt, a milk-glass jar of knives, forks and spoons stacked handles down. A pantry was adjacent to the kitchen, where staples were kept. Sacks of flour and meal, curd cheeses that hung in cloths from the rafters, milk that stood in pans and jars to be skimmed, and cream that ripened in a churn. More supplies were stored in the cellar. Their dusty shelves were holding jars of jelly, jam, ketchup, honey, red and yellow tomatoes, chard and collard greens, peaches, fried chicken and beef. On the lower shelves were tins of lard. From the ceiling dangled strings of dried apples and quinces. On the dirt floor of a bin, potatoes left from fall softened and rotted in the musty darkness. Root crops of salsify and parsnips lay neglected. From the parlor came the familiar sound of Frankie practicing the piano, scales and exercises rippling. Ellen carried a can of kerosene from the porch where Sam had placed it to the parlor to replenish the lamps. Over the fireplace, a velvet cloth was framed. On it depicted the Golgotha crucifixion in brilliant primary colors. An overstuffed sofa, Maria's knitting basket at the end, was along one wall. The chairs included a doweled, high-backed rocker. A round table bore on its lace-covered surface statuettes of the Virgin Mary and Joseph, a worn Bible, a lamp with painted forget-me-nots trimming the bowl, besides dog-eared farm journals, the 1925 Farmer's Comprehensive Almanac, and a silver-banded reading glass. Braided rugs were scattered over the oak floor, once smoothed with broadax. On a wall was a tinted daguerreotype of a stunted, wiry man with heavy chin and thick lips, Jules Gaddy. Beside him posed his red-haired wife, Nell, whose long face, high forehead, and determined mouth resembled her granddaughter Ellen's. While Jules had been rearing this house, the couple had lived in an outbuilding that now served for a pig stall. Back of the piano hung a representation of the bleeding Sacred Heart. Nell Gaddy had placed it in that spot long years ago, saying to Jules, "Now there, little-faced, it'll stay." Frankie was lifting her hands from the keys, watching Ellen pour the coal oil. She swung her pointed boots as she sat at the bench, pursing her lips. "I'm making believe folks are swooning, Ellie, because that piece I played was so good." Frankie was 15. Her red hair fell silken on her shoulders, her blue eyes were mild. "I declare, Frankie, you're biggity. Go get washed. Pa'll be in." The family were sitting to supper then, making the sign of the cross. Anton pronounced grace. When his daughters had been little, Anton had instructed them on the mealtime prayer. Once he said to Frankie, "Tonight you make the grace, pop it." But Frankie had lisped a rhyme she picked up in the parochial school. "Beans, beans. The musical fruit, the more you eat, the more you toot." Anton roared, and the family had to get to their knees on the kitchen floor to ask the Lord God's pardon for the blasphemy. Frankie had thrown up her supper later while Anton was talking to her. "You be a sinner, child, and the evil way and the froward mouth do I hate, so it's said in the Bible." "Oh yes, Pa." She had mewed like a kitten. On their plates now they were piling garden greens cooked with fatback and then mixed with scrambled eggs, and chunks of beef from a platter, and green onions and radishes. They spread pot cheese on beaten biscuits, drank buttermilk kept cold in the old dry well beside the porch, and pulled up at the last minute to set on the table. All the milk from their herd of cows went to the dairy for a monthly check, except a 3-gallon can put aside daily for Maria's needs. She set it out in pans for cream, and made cheeses from the skimmed milk. The hogs got the whey mixed with scraps and middlings and dishwater. Anton would hold his fork in his left hand, pushing the food with a knife. But the two sisters copied their mother, forks held in the right. So Maria's ma'am had told her the woman should eat. "You make the butter up tonight, Ellie," Maria was saying, "and take it along with the eggs tomorrow. I'll give you some cheeses to trade, too. My last batch turned out proud." "I will, Ma." After supper, Ellen carried the churn of soured cream onto the steps. She turned the crank until butter came together in a lump. She poured the buttermilk into a stone jar and walked out to the well, the churn on one arm, the wood bowl and paddle on the other. The sun was beginning to set in a wash of red sky. She paused while it slipped distorted behind the trees. The sky was fading. A subdued light prevailed of twilight. Ellen sighed, torn by a vague melancholy. She was saying to the dog, "Seems I ne'er been so contented. And did you see that sign in the west? Good crop weather." She pumped water into the churn, turned the dasher until the water that drained off appeared fresh drawn. Then she worked the butter with the paddle, folding and pressing. She spoke as if disputing with someone, "I love butter that's made up proper." One at a time bats that were peering restless from the loft of the barn across the way launched out and downward after night insects, then swerved into the treetops. Soon the air was busy with their bodies darting and zigzagging, and their squeaking high-pitched like mice. A cow lowed in the barnyard as it was kneeling. The alarm cry of a cock sounded as it was crowded off its roost. A gander hissed at a female barn rat that slunk along the wall. Ellen returned to the kitchen to press chunks of butter into a daisy mold and wrap the half-pound forms in sheets of brown paper. She carried them to the dry well and pulling up the bucket, packed them in and lowered it down to the cold region. Whenever she came out of doors, Jack would rise and follow her. When she returned to the house, he curled in the cool under the bushes. She went into the parlor. A lamp was lit. The family sat in their accustomed places. Maria was knitting rapidly. The wood needles made dull clicks. She moved her lips occasionally, her eyes glancing sidewise. Anton's squat figure dominated the room. He was smoking his nightly pipe, a farm journal unopened on his lap. Frankie brought him a terrarium she had made. In a glass bowl, a collection of bits of mosses and stones and a broken piece of mirror formed a minute scene. Mandy York made one for her pa, Frankie was telling him. I noticed how it was done. The man's heart beat strongly. I'll think a heap of it, Poppet. I'll set it in the window of the bedroom where it's shady. Ellen was leafing through the Bible. Proverbs says here there are 3 things stately in their march, the lion and the greyhound and the he-goat. Hear that, Pa? It says the he-goat also. No one looked her way. There were only the whispers of Anton drawing his pipe and Frankie polishing the glass bowl and Maria's busy needles. Ellen dropped the book on the table abruptly. Reckon I'll go take a bath. In the half-dark kitchen, she filled a kettle. She lit the kerosene burner and went to stand on the porch while it was heating. The meadows were flecked with fireflies, and along the stone foundations of the old house soft shadows sulked. Ellen was leaning against the porch rail. The summer dusk seeped through her nostrils, warming her blood unreasonably, almost to sadness. She took the tin wood-bottomed tub from its nail, went to the pump for more water. She threw her clothes aside, washed quickly, using the gelid homemade lye soap from the crock. She dried with a white towel from the porch clothesline. Dumping the water into the bushes and returning the tub to its hook, she ran naked up the dark stairs. She shared the room at the head with her sister. The beds would stand in the center of the floor in winter, away from drafty corners. In summer they were moved to opposite ends, each under a small gable window. A trunk held school books, Catholic missals, rosaries, and childhood miscellany. They folded their clothes into a low chest and hung their dresses from a pole under the slanted ceiling. She closed the door swiftly, breathing as though pursued. She knelt on the bed, arms on the open windowsill. The moon was emerging as though pushed from the womb of a laboring earth. When Ellen put a hand up, she felt tears on her cheeks, wondered at them. Reckon I can't bear for there to be such a fine sight. She was turning and groping in the chest for a nightgown. Seems Pa always favors Frankie or me, some way. Soon she was sleeping. The moon without became canescent and utterly fair. Its colorless light coming through the window made sharp corners soft. It was like a pale rug on the girl. She awoke from a dreamless sleep. I nearly slept through. She was putting on a dress in haste. Jack, snuffling and leaping, met her at the door. She lit a lantern that hung from a bent nail and ran barefoot toward the barnyard. A blank disk of moon was squatting above twisted trees. She stumbled over dry roots in the path and the lantern handle clanged, the sound harping on the night. In the woodshed she held the light high. The goat was in the corner by the wall, down in travail. She bleated to Ellen, who hooked the lantern on a rafter peg and opened the gate. The animal was straining again. The dog whined. Ellen turned on him. Be still and lie down, Jack. The water bag appeared and burst. The doe staggered to her feet, trembling, head down, beard drooping. Uttering quick noises, she was licking Ellen's hand. Then she pawed the ground, urgent, folded her forelegs and went down again as the contractions came on. The nose of the kid appeared, a row of lower teeth visible through a filmy sack. It retreated, then appeared again. A foot came in sight beside the head. The doe bawled. Holy Virgin, Ellen was whispering, help my dear. Penny arched her back, threw herself on her side with a guttural sound. Ellen grasped the forefoot, pulling until the leg and bulge of head emerged. Then of a sudden the kid was slipping out in a pool, mouth gasping. With straw, Ellen wiped the clinging mucus from its nostrils, gathered up the struggling limp body and placed it by Penny's head. The dam began to clean it. Ellen looked under a caul-wet leg. There! It's what I wanted, a doe. A thin wail stabbed the air as the kid protested Penny's thorough cleansing. I'll run get your mash now. Ellen took the lantern and sped down the pathway, spraying the darkness with yellow light. The dog ran after her. "Now I have 3 of my own, counting you, Jack." She mixed wheat bran with hot water and molasses. When she returned with it, she was brought to a halt at the pen door. Another kid had been born, a white buckling. The brown firstborn doe was already staggering on its legs. Tiny cries were crisscrossing and cutting the night. Penny was standing over the kids, chewing on a mass of discarded placenta, her pattern fulfilled for the moment. When the pan of mash was held out, she scooped it with her jaws, burying her nose in the sweetened food. And Ellen, rubbing the newborn twins with dry straw, was eased in a measure of her longings. Mist was steaming up from the land before the hot ball of sun would drag through. Ellen was carrying the fluffy brown kid to the kitchen to show the family. "This is the least one. Penny doesn't know I robbed her of it. She's busy eating." Ellen stood the kid on the floor. It looked about, gave a sidewise spring into the air, cocking its head, waggish. It leaped again, pattering on stiff hoofs to Maria, who pulled at her apron and drew back with a low noise. "Oh, look, Ma. She's so pretty. If I hadn't been there last night, she might have died." "Pa, that's what you claim," Anton said. "They get born all the same." Frankie had relaxed, seeing her father was in favorable mood. She let the yeanling suck on her finger, stooping over it. "Say, don't you want to hold her, Ma?" Ellen insisted. She knew it worried Maria if an animal was in the house. On cold nights, she would slip downstairs to take Jack up to bed, creeping down again to let him out early. But this wasn't the same as a dog, for its breath was gently perfumed, and it cried like a bird. "Come on, Ma. Fetch the little thing away, Ellie. I don't want Hit to touch me. I can't abide the fur against me." Anton supported her. "Your Ma's right. Hit belongs at the barn with the nanny. Your chores redded up, girl. I did them real early." Ellen was cradling the kid in her arms. She carried it to its dam at the woodshed. As she was going back to the house, she saw her father ahead on the path, striding from the barn. He shouted over his shoulder to Sam and continued his way to where Frankie was waiting on the steps. He was cutting the end from a twist of dark red tobacco leaves with his knife. He was clad in everyday garb, faded blue overalls and black sateen shirt. Anton Gaddy was still winter fat. By fall he would be lean. He was a short, thick-set man. His flued lips hung loose, his chin was long and heavy-jawed. When young his head had been heavily red-thatched, now at 48 was balding. His face was freckled and the sun already had burned his skin, despite the protection of a straw hat, toward the high bronze he would wear all summer. He was one of 3 brothers born and raised on this farm. He possessed it fiercely, as he did all he made his own. In a similar fashion, his mother had once ruled, driving her husband and denying her 2 youngest sons that the eldest might prosper. She had sent this favorite, Mark, to college to fulfill her plans for him. But he had run away, disappeared. Then she was notified he had died, and she had brought back the body. This son's failure had broken Nell Gaddy. When Anton would think about his mother, he sometimes confused her with the Virgin Mary. After her lingering death, his passivity had evolved into violence, his brooding silence into action. He had taken over the farm and bought out his living brother's share. His father, stringy, worn from a life of toil, had dropped dead behind the team one fall, his passing scarce noted. "Want to ride the mare out to the rye field, Frankie?" Anton was folding his knife. "You can let the foal run alongside. You can play with it in the daisies and feverfews while I'm mowing." Sam was bringing up the horses, the bay mare Moll and Blueberry, the buckskin gelding. A 6-week colt trotted alongside, shy at the noise of harness on its dam. "All right, Pa." Frankie nodded and went toward the team. Her slight form in the shapeless green dress was moving listless. Pa, Ellen said, I'm going to Love's now. I'd be glad to get you somewhat. You can pick up 2-3 plugs for me. Get brown mule. I will, Pa. At the well she rinsed her face and hands in the rushing stream, ran dripping to the house. She dried with the porch towel and sped upstairs to change her dress. The crow is black. My love, you know it will surely turn to white if ere I do forsake you bright day will turn to night. She was taking from its hanger a dress patterned with huge white dots. It was a sad day for us gaddies when Peddler came to the door with this polka dot goods that took Ma's eye, and it purely wears like iron. She pulled on stockings, laced her shoes, slipped into the long-waisted dress. She unbraided her hair and combed it. She tied it with a string, careless, as she was stepping down to the kitchen. Maria had packed butter and cheese with the eggs in a big basket. She was calling in her reedy voice from the cellar. There's a list on top of the eggs, girl. Trade careful, mind. Watch Grady doesn't cheat me, for he'll try. Ellen put the list in her pocket. Thread, white and black, elastic, small sack salt and coffee. If enough money, sack sugar small, also tatted lace for Sunday collar. Cinnamon and clove sticks, pepper and spice for pickles. Save back for Mr. Gaddy wants apple backy. Don't you forget. And ask Stacy Love if she has some east. Mine is worn out. She petted Jack, told him to stay. He sat back on his haunches to watch her swing down the dusty road. Grady Love's store, on the outskirts of Millville, was 2 miles away. Have you seen the green grass trampled underfoot arise, and grow again? Oh, love, it is a killing thing. Did you e'er feel the pain? The sky was blue banners and white. Young breezes were sowing in the trees' leaves. Her trading basket was light. A mockingbird was quavering in a cottonwood, and ahead a baby rabbit was loping down the side of the clay road. A buggy passed, whirling red dust into eddies. She crossed the plank bridge that spanned the Sweeting Creek. Some of the heavy boards were loose and shifted as she walked across, her footsteps hollow. She inspected a group of lanky red flowers on the bank across the ditch. I don't even know your name. You got one, you know. As she started on her way again, she half paused, as though she were losing something precious, quitting a thing but partly experienced. She wandered along, her face dreamy, the basket swinging idle, as if she were seeking something. Everything, be it bird or flower or star, has a name of its own, no matter how small it be. She was nearing a faded frame store, set before a stubbled field of goldenrod and chicory. Out in front were benches where customers whiled away time or waited to hitch a ride on the milk truck going to New Hope or Bethel or away down to 7 Mile Run. Ellen pulled open the screen door and squinted at the dim interior. She entered and rested her basket on the counter. A few flies were snoring lazily in the air. There were open barrels and grimy shelves, and meal, rice, bran, seed, had sifted into the knotholes and poorly joined planks of the puncheon floor. Grady Love, spare-framed, jay-voiced, bartered with her. How's this lace for your ma, Ellen? 7.5 cents. Grady had known Ellen all her life. He pitied the poor gaddy brat and would favor the trade on her side. It's kind of ratty, Mr. Love. Haven't you got a stouter grade? She was stowing the spices, lace, tobacco, and kitchen goods in her basket. She consulted her list. Does your wife have some starter yeast to spare? Ma's bread isn't rising so good. When Grady returned from his quarters in the rear with a cloth-wrapped jar, Ellen was gazing at dusty bolts of yard goods stacked on a shelf. He offered to lift some down. Her wistful fingers lingered over a filmy white cotton with tiny woven points of blue. I'd love a length of this. What do you name it? That's dotted Swiss, Ellen. If Paul let me trade some strawberries, would you hold a piece back for me? We'll be picking soon. Sure, Ellen, you just send word. Bye now, Mr. Love. She took her basket from the counter and pushed open the door. A fluff of cotton was pinned to the wire mesh to keep off flies, but they swarmed in the blaze of sunlight as she went out. Half blinded, she bumped into the hurrying figure of a young man. She was thrown back with such force that she dropped her basket, the contents spilling. I'm sorry. Are you hurt, ma'am? He was grasping her bare armis. Ellen pushed him from her, confused. You plaguing bastard. She was kneeling, but he was swifter, retrieving the thread spools before her hands could reach them, setting straight the sack of coffee beans, the yeast jar, laughing. I never saw you, ma'am, in the sunlight. He was fair-complected with ash-blonde hair. His eyes were the color of the miniature blue flowers the country folk call innocence. You're foreign, she stammered. I don't know your face. I'm the new hand at Brinker's farm on Sweeting Creek Road. I'm Christian I. You know of Carl Brinker. Dutchman Brinker was a Lutheran and a heathen. When Frankie was in the first grade of the public school, Pa had got in a brush with Brinker over the prayer the Yunjins recited before class. Pa withdrew Frankie and put her in a parochial school, though it meant the family had to scrimp more. Ellen was brushing dust from her dress. Pleased to meet your acquaintance, Mester. Reckon I'll get on my way. Her shoes were gritty with dirt. She was pushing the unkempt hair from her hot cheeks. Wait a second. Where do you live? I'm going back down the road. He was persuasive. Be glad to give you a lift in the pickup, ma'am. Well, she accepted and stepped lightly into the high seat of the battered truck. Leaning against the sun-hot leather, she waited while he did his errands. Idly she noted manure clods on the floor and baby shoes dangling by a pair of soiled laces from the dashboard. Musty farm smells permeated the cab. Then he was back, sliding into the seat and pressing the starter. The motor refused to turn over. Be just a minute. She likes to be coaxed. He took a crank from under his feet and jumped down. Now, Pa sure would have raised sand. She whispered to herself. The motor had caught. He was climbing back while the engine puttered and gasped and the cab shook. He spit on his hand where a fresh cut bled. Every time that crank slips, I slice myself. Can't get the hang of it somehow. My old man never had a car. His cheekbones were broad and high, his mouth wide. His laughter was showing even white teeth. These with his tow hair made his face appear darker by contrast than it was. His legs were rather shorter than average, his torso powerful. Daddy owns a store in Louisville. It's like Love's Place, only lots bigger. He made a grimace. And it's in the stinking city. I ne'er been to a city yet. Well, they stink. I hate the store. My sister does too. So, that Rose. She's wild to leave, only Daddy won't let her. They need me too, but I send money every week so they can pay a boy. What a jip. The truck was rattling over the bridge. Christian blew his horn at a hound trotting in the center of the road, ooga. It slunk into the weeds of the ditch, nose low. Once the revenuers came in our place looking for Jake. If you drink too much, it'll kill you. We never sold hooch like some did in back. Pa says Mester Bilberry hired 2 men who drained the rotted ferment from the bottom of his silo, till he found out, to get drunk of a Saturday night. Her voice trailed away. Well, me, I always wanted to work on a farm. It's the life. Yes, I'm strong as a bull. Just by luck I got this job. Mr. Brinker's last man quit and he happened to come by our store. So I wrote him, not thinking I'd get hired. Oh, Ellen was awkward in her loss of words. My sister carried on when I went. She thought she'd get to leave home first. My old man told her he'd tie her up before he'd turn her loose in that sin-ridden city. That's the way he talks. So I've been with Mr. Brinker a month now. Someday I'll have a farm like his of my own. A bump in the road made her clutch the basket on her lap. The little shoes bounced. Aren't they silly? Brinker's crazy for his kids. Always got the littlest one riding on his shoulders. I've got a goat, Ellen was blurting, named Penny. She dropped me a pair of kids last night. A nanny? Gosh, Brinkers don't have a goat. Maybe he'd buy one of yours. His boys could drive it to a wagon. Want me to ask? No, I'd ne'er sell one. See, they're mine. She wondered whether this stranger could understand the value in which she held the slow-eyed beasts. At the yellow farmhouse, Christian halted the truck. Dust was floating disturbed in the air above the beaten roadway. The pattern of the midday sun was weaving and shimmering in the shade of the cottonwoods. See you, ma'am. He laughed like he couldn't help it, like a great joke had come to his mind. Ellie, that is. She made no reply, watched the truck grow small, rumbling toward Brinker's farm 3 miles down the road. She moved to the house. Jack was thrusting his head into her fingers and she stroked it. She smiled as though she understood. See you, Mester. She took the cuts of tobacco from among the goods in the basket, slipping them into the pocket of her dress. Maria stood vigilant just within the doorway. Here's your basket, Ma. Your dish be setting in the pantry, girl. Soon as you eat, there's ironing. Hit's dampened down in yonder basket. The woman had hung the wash at dawn dusk, gathered it quickly at mid-morning, wearing an outsized sunbonnet. This trading sure looks poor, Ellie. Hit pleasure's Grady to short me, knowing I can't go trade myself. Ellen went upstairs, came down barefoot. She took her plate from the pantry, ate the fried piece of duck, the boiled potato, curd, cheese, biscuits, and honey. She was dipping from the blue pail. I declare this water's sweet, Ma. Maria was sorting the contents of the basket in the pantry. You ne'er got the pickling spices. There wasn't enough to trade. Well, I want to stir up a cake this evening, Ma. Can I have white sugar for it? When their taste for sweets became strong, Ellen and Frankie would ask for store-bought sugar to cook with, although they could get along with sorghum or honey. Flour and meal ground from the farm grain was ready for their use, plentiful as a rule, and drippings and lard, eggs and milk. I'll bake that white cake Pa likes. Say, Maria was frowning. You remember Mester Gaddy's tobacco? Yes, I'll run down to look at my new goats. If Pa's in the barnyard, I'll give it to him. There's ironing, girl, warned Maria. She was holding the new lace in her thin hands. I'll hurry. Ellen brought an armful of last year's brown hay and an ear of corn to her goat. This is all he'll let me have, Penny. But I'll gather purple vetch this evening, and before long your yeanlings will be grown enough so you all can run with the cows. The doe dug into the corn, using her lower row of teeth against the pad of upper jaw to tear the kernels loose. Her amber pupils stared distant. She seemed oblivious to her young, repeatedly, barring the new-swelled udder, and sucking the moist teats. His name's Christian I. Reckon he calls some girl his May. Reckon a man'll e'er be partial to me, Penny. She dropped the cob and went to the barnyard. I don't see Pa, Jack, and I've got to iron. In the kitchen, she was placing the sad irons on the stove to heat. She brought out the ironing board, patched with bleached feed sacking, and laid it crosswise on the end of the table. She spit on the irons to test them, went about her work with familiar hands. The floor was cool to her dusty feet. Her mind roved to one of the songs she had learned from Penny Doherty. All on one summer evening, when the fevers were dawning, I heard a fair maid make a mourn she was weeping for her father and grieving for her mother, and thinking all on her true love John. Without the square-paned windows, the musky earth lay under the hand of summer's sun. Garden rows were in view, rabbits and woodchucks fenced out by a wall of stones that mounted each year as more returned from the ground. Blooming flowers were crowding outside the barrier, begonias, love lies bleeding, marigolds and sunflowers, cranespills and honesty. Later sweet peas and corn poppies would flower, and nasturtiums and euthandole age. Beyond were nestled the beehives, pale apple blossom, and maple honey, already stored in the bottom super. In fall the hives would tower high, and the men would rob them, carrying a pan of smoke. The topmost honey would be red-black, taken by the bees from buckwheat Bloomis Anton would relish the high flavor, but Ellen would find it turning her stomach, like milk, when the cows had eaten wild garlic. Maria entered the kitchen, set about mixing bread, kneading and thumping the mass of dough on the long table, flour drifting to the floor. "That was good yeast Stacy gave me. It's raring." Grady said it was new. Ellen carried starched dresses and folded clothes up to the attic room. She put them away, then combed her hair in front of the oblong mirror that hung on the door. She made her mouth soft. "Pleased to meet your acquaintance." She looked down. Her feet were bare, her brown ankles grimy, the dress with the big polka dots was crumpled and her hands were rough. "There, you are an ugly brat." She flung the door ajar to hide the glass, braided her hair swiftly, binding the ends. Slowly she went down the stairs. "Come here, girl. Slop those sows, the two that's due to Pharaoh." Mester Gaddy said to feed them up. Ellen took the pail, crossing the lane to the hog lot. "Suowie," she shouted. "Pig, pig, pig, pig." Grunting and sniffing, the two laden red beasts approached, eyeing her under horny lids. Shoulders pushing, they vied for the way, potato peelings, crumbs of dough and flour. Ellen watched them root around for scraps and, still squealing and shoving, move off. She rinsed the bucket, filling it afresh to carry with her. The drowsy odor of green grape blossoms drifted languid from the vines. In the garden she stooped and moved, her toes grasping the earth, her nimble fingers pulling among sprouts, making small piles of weedlings. She transplanted sorrel and mustard, poured water on them, made beds of onion sets, black radishes, corn and squash to stagger the summer yield for the table. Later on in the afternoon Frankie came to the stone wall. "Pa thinks I'm practicing, I vow it's hot." Her sunbonnet was shading her face, her forehead was moist. "Sam's at the barn drenching Macy with coal oil. She took sick. Sam says it's the clover, hit's too rich for the cows." Ellen stretched her arms and left her work. She washed at the pump, splashing her feet, face and arms, wetting her dress. "Hurry," Frankie urged. "You'll ne'er get a cake baked before evening chores, Ellie. If you'll keep your eye on the stove, we'll make hit. How's Pa?" "He's plagued about Macy getting the bloat, but the rye's cut and drying good." She was plaintive. "Wish Pa'd let me go with you sometime to trade at Love's. Why won't he, Ellie?" Ellen was touching the packets of tobacco in her pocket. She would use them to bribe an approving glance from her father. "Hit's his way." She sensed the familiar stab of rejection. They stood idle a moment before Frankie started. "Ellie, we'll ne'er make it." They sped to the house light-footed in the dust and heat. "Oh, yes, we will. I'll use Tinny Bilberry's rule for a white one. You beg Ma for more sugar to frost it." They laughed breathless. The younger girl swung her sunbonnet in her hand. "Show me how that one's stirred up, Ellie." The kitchen was cool, the shades half drawn. Ellen lit the burners under the oven. Frankie went to wheedle sugar from Maria, who was in the bedroom making a new shirt for her husband from a bolt of stiff black sateen. The woman was hunched over, concentrating on perfect stitches in the light from the small windows. In this room, 2 babies had been born and 1 miscarried. Over the gray-painted iron bedstead hung a heavy crucifix. At the farther wall loomed a commodious wardrobe closet, smelling of camphor and holding Maria's Sunday dresses and Anton's black suit. "I'll spare a teacup, Frankie. I'd rather you'd use sorghum. You girls are wasteful." Frankie measured the sugar and was sweeping the kitchen. Ellen was leaning back in her father's chair, the long apron draped over her stretched-out legs as she turned the batter. "Did you heed what went in, Frankie?" The enthusiasm of her young years lifted her so the breath nearly knotted in her throat. "My true love is a blue-eyed daisy. She won't work, and I'm too lazy." The batter had been poured into the pans, and they were set in the hot oven when into the kitchen their father's voice rapped. "Feeding time. Where's that girl? Keep your eye on the oven, Frankie. Don't forget." Ellen was running out the door and down the steps after Anton, who strode toward the barn. "Here's your tobacco, Pa." He stopped to take it from her. "Now can't you get to your chores, girl, without me hunting you out?" Inside the house, Frankie was turning quietly to the parlor. Soon scale notes rang precise against the ancient paper-covered walls. Maria put her sewing aside, went to the kitchen, pinning a sack apron about her. She kneaded down the bowl of warm, raised dough, forming loaves and biscuits, greasing them with soft butter. She put them near the heat of the oven to rise. In the hills about the farmland, the sun-drenched late afternoon air filled with Sam Offutt's voice pleading full and deep, "Suo cow. Suuk, suuk, suo cow." Winding up the lane came the line of milkers, chewing cuds, dispassionate, hip bones swaying, udders distended. Jack tailed them head down. When one halted to crop a clump of grass, his sharp bark sang and he nipped the bony fetlocks. The old duck flapped its wings, splashed the pond water so crawfish and turtles dove to the mudded bottom. It was lifting its heavy body from the pond, and then circling Ellen on the hillside. A few days passed. Lily Garrett, who lived on the other side of Millville, stopped by to make lavender sticks with Ellen and Frankie. Lily brought a pale, fresh honeycomb, for the Garrett family robbed their hives all summer long, not waiting for a fall harvest like the Gaddys. "Mama says she'll send a plate of basswood honey in July, Mrs. Gaddy, when the bee trees are busy." Lily was fat and soft as custard. She would rearrange her blonde curls constantly, her thick white arms uplifted. She was nimble-minded, giggling often, her chins trembling under her small red mouth. She was as abandoned as a puppy untied from a cord, and it may have been because of this that Lily's father bade her lie across her bed each Saturday night while with a locust limb he whipped her well, saying, "The one who loves his daughter chastens her." Lily arrived in a clear forenoon before the high heat of the day. The lavender was in full blow as the girls walked beside the bed, plucking them long-stemmed. "Say, Frankie." Lily was stripping the leaves away and drawing the blooms into a tight bunch. "I remember Ellie and me were in the 2nd grade when I first braided lavendery wands with you all. Your papa had just put you to the nuns." "I know." Frankie was tying the flowers into a ball with soft cotton yarn, winding and braiding it among the wilted stemmas. When the flowers were cured, they would fasten on ribbons, keep back a few for scenting their clothes' chests, and trade the rest at Love's store. "What'll become of us all?" Frankie cried, "in the time to come." "You'll be a famous pianist, Frankie," said Lily. "You'll see, and Ellie and me'll visit you up north." "Ellie will marry a rich farmer," Frankie said, "and have a flock of yunjins." Not me, said Ellen. I won't be called Mama, and I'd ne'er do a man's bidding. But she was thinking of Christian, dwelling on him like a lovely secret. Well, Lily giggled, bold. If a man liked me, I'd have him. I wouldn't be biggity. Lily. Say I sent off for a thing, Lily whispered, to catch a man. What? Frankie pressed. A bust developer. That's how the farm journal named it. Why do you want that? You're big, Lily. It said men like you that way. I'm going to try it. Your pa'll find out. I don't give a care. It comes in a plain brown wrapper, they claim. He might not see. You're brazen, Ellen said. If I do catch a man, I'll ne'er have a log cabin chinked with clay like ours, nor cheesecloth curtains neither, and I'll have no squalling babies to whip. Lily sweated in the sun, raising her pillars of arms to her hair. The shy scent of lavender enveloped the three of them. Reckon we'll e'er disremember making these lavendery wands? Asked Ellen. On Saturday she went to appraise the strawberry bed bordering the fence line of Sweeting Creek Road. Through the mulch of old straw the creeping plants were flourishing. The berries are swelling good. Give them a week, Ellen said to the dog beside her. I'm going to brave Pa to let me trade a basket when they're ripe. Hey, Ellie Gaddy, how's your nanny goat? Christian I, in blue shirt and overalls, was leaning on the other side of the rail fence amid scraggling hollyhocks and high ditch grass and mullein on the road bank. I brought you something. He was leaping the rails, his teeth flashing in his broad tanned face. There was a bundle under his arm. Jack growled, running toward him. He patted the dog and it trotted after. Hey. She waited, the red gathering in her cheeks. Brinker gave me the evening off, so I walked down the road. Is this your dog? Here, it's for you. He was setting the feed sack he carried on the ground and opening it. A rabbit wriggled its nose and slowly blinked dark eyes upward, grain dustings sifted in its blue-gray fur. My, I guessed you'd like it. She took it from the sack, holding it in the crook of her arm. She brushed the dust from it and stroked the wiry ears. It's trembling. It's tame. It's not afraid. Rabbits always do that. She sat in the grass, bearing it carefully. I ne'er had one. Don't pick it up by the tail. Its eyes'll drop out. He grinned, looking down on her and putting his hands in his pockets. You always lived here, Ellie. She nodded, bending over the pet beast, disturbed by the looming stranger, charmed. I figured you weren't tenants. Pa owns this farm outright, she whispered. He kicked at the grass turf, idly flexed his arm muscles, feeling them with his broad hands, one and then the other. You know what Mr. Brinker does, Ellie? He pens his pigs under the horse barn where it's raised off the ground. And he puts chickens in batteries up in the loft by the hay. Beats me. I never saw the like. Christian was plucking a grass stalk to chew. Made his boys a windmill, a little one. Grinds real corn for their banties and rabbits. The young man was excited by the girl. There had been her coarse words thrust at him in spite when he jostled her as they first met. And now her ease, snuggled in the grass by the strawberry bed, her face slightly flushed. It beats me, that way Mr. Brinker does. In the silence that drew down, the hum of bees working the young weed blooms vibrated. The dog scented an animal trace and darted away in pursuit. The careless voice of a male thrush was dropping like liquid pebbles in the sweetened air. Then it ceased. Ellen was holding clover leaves for the rabbit to chew. She was content. I thought you'd like a rabbit, Ellie. It wasn't much bother getting it for you, he bragged. Christian had inquired of Brinkers about her family, heard they were unfriendly, cut themselves off from most of their neighbors. Mr. Gaddy kept a close hand on his 2 daughters. That was what Mr. Brinker had claimed. I'll bet she's never been kissed. Ellen was lifting her eyes, gray, gold-flecked. I'm beholden for it. He spoke as though he had practiced what he said, deliberate. I'm kind of sweet on you, honey. He tossed aside the grass blade quickly, leaning down, his tan face darkened. He was laying a hand on her soft cheek, putting his mouth taut and firm against hers. Surprised, wide of eye, she looked at his closed lids. The strangeness was repellent, but for a moment curiosity snared her. Then she remembered Maria's veiled hints and Anton's heavy predictions. She spilled the rabbit from her and shoved the young man so he stumbled back. Now get away. Come on, Ellie. He was crying. Bet you've never been kissed. Yes, I have, she lied. You got a boyfriend. No, she was getting up. And Rabbit's lost. Jack'll get him. Let him go. I heard your daddy won't let you out. Is that so? I'm going to find Rabbit. She hunted in the brush, coming on the tame creature nibbling Timothy by the grapevine posts. She lifted and caressed it, stony-featured. Goodbye now, he was calling. She breathed, motionless. My pa would so let me out. She turned to see him walking to the fence, watched while he laid his hand on it. She called suddenly. Here he is, I found him. Christian leaped the fence and laughed, shouting, Should I come next Saturday? I don't care. He waved as he was disappearing and she shrugged. Who cares? The week moved forward. She asked Anton, could I trade some of the strawberries to Grady Love for a dress goods piece? I'd like a new one, of dotted Swiss. He frowned. What foolishness, girl. I'd make Frankie one too, with ruffles for mass. Anton was caught and reconsidered. I suppose you could. Crops are doing well without hit don't get dry. When you pick, hold back 5-6 baskets. Next Saturday a thunderstorm held sway. Ellen was pacing restive about the house, at last ran through the storm to curl up drenched by her 3 goats. I don't care if he doesn't come. What's he to me? And we need this gully washer for the fields. Rain thrashed afresh on the woodshed roof. Reckon he might walk down next week, Penny, if he's not forgot by then. The storm cleared in the early evening. As she was hurrying through the delayed feeding, a rainbow emerged, spanning the hills. She stopped in her chores, forgetting all but the opalescent arch in the setting of summer green. There, that's a sight. I set my bow in the cloud for a token between me and the earth. Everlasting, he said. In the moist heat that followed the downpour, the strawberries began to ripen quickly. Ellen bartered with Grady Love and showed Frankie the ribbons the storekeeper had thrown in to match the 2 lengths of cloth. That's $1.40 worth if you had the cash. Ellen cut and stitched. Frankie set up the ironing board to press. That night Anton nodded as the younger girl was standing before him in a yellow dotted dress, a deep ruffle flaring around the boot tops, a yellow ribbon plaited into the round neckline. Anton pulled her to his lap. This red-headed poppet's so fair. Makes me wish I was her beau come courting. And Ellen, holding the image of Christian, felt a lesser pain as she watched them frolic. The next day, though, she was wearing her drab gingham. He won't come. It's been 2 weeks. He'll ne'er think to come. She walked out to the berry patch. I'll just see if they're still plentiful. Christian was astride the rail fence. He waved. Got rained out last week. I came but to look at the berries. She was approaching the fence. He had a red-painted can that held a plant, the heart-shaped leaves mottled white along the veins, the flowers purple. Here, he was offering it. Old Lady Brinker grows them. She called it a primrose. Her kitchen's full of flowers and vines, too many for me. She even had her old man and me to nail up boxes outside the windows and fill them with rotted manure, and us with hay to cut and corn to work. Ellen was undone by the gift. It can live in my loft window. I never saw such folks for decorations. It calls to mind the shooting stars that grow in swamp spots. You know them. The flush lay upon her. He jumped down from the fence, began to tell stories he'd gleaned over the past days. While he was speaking, he looked away and took her hand in his. She kept her hold on the red can. They leaned back against the wood rails. He was telling about the stud horse Brinker had just purchased. It's a red roan Belgian, stands near 18 hands. I never saw a stallion to beat him for class, and light on his feet like a little filly. There, I'd love to see him, Ellen whispered. She let her hand lie soft in his. As if it were a usual thing, he put his arm on her tanned neck, under the yellow hair. She stirred restless, the plant in one arm. Tell me about your folks, Ellie, where they come from. My great-grandseer was from o'er the waters. My Uncle Garland tells how he traveled across the East Kentucky mountains. He killed elk that lived in the forests there in olden days. He saw giant eagles, too, and poison scorpions. What's your old man like? He withdrew his arm, threw himself on the grass, his head against the lowest rail. He was frowning. Oh, I don't know. Say, I near forgot. I made my sister and me each a new dress this past week. She looked down at him. They turned out proud. Why didn't you wear yours? I didn't want to. Pa might see. I'll wear it to Mass, though, tomorrow. What's your old man like, Ellie? Does he still spank you? He slid down in the grass, staring skyward. I'd just like to meet him. Sometimes those crabby old fellows make me sick. She saw his eyes that were gazing at the clouds angrily, his fair hair and new-shaved face. She sighed. I could have killed my father, he was saying, trying to chain me to his store. Before I'd run that place for him, I tell you I'd go to jail. There was his stubborn wide mouth. There's a circus coming to New Hope next week, Ellie. I heard it's got an elephant. Wanna go? Mr. Brinker'll give me the pickup to use. He stood up from the grass. Let's go ask your daddy now. I'm set on going, he warned. We'll ask Ma, she said quickly. Pa'll likely be in the field at this hour. Wait a minute. He was reaching for her hand again. Look, what's the matter with one kiss? Well, you're afraid. It's true. You never have been kissed. Yes, I have too. So she let his rigid, wide lips bear upon hers. His nose was in the way and her arm that hugged the primrose. He pressed against her. She was staring at his eyelids, cold. I don't see as that's such a great thing. To write songs about and to whisper on. Now you like me, Ellie, don't you? He was triumphant. Oh my, yes. But she felt cheated. He thinks it's a great thing. They were crossing the field to the farm lane, walking up to the house. Maria was inside the screen door, peering at them. I thought it was Peddler. He's past due, she muttered and turned to go. Wait, Ma. This is Christian I. He asked me to go along with him and the Brinkers to a circus at New Hope next Saturday. Can I go, Ma? As far as I care you can. Maria was disappearing into the house recesses. Christian looked at Ellen, demanding in a low tone. Why'd you say Brinkers were going, Ellie? I'm taking you. I've got to own I was afraid she'd say no. Her eyes glowed. When Frankie learned Ellen was going on an outing, she waited until they were undressing for bed. She spoke in the fluttering candlelight, her voice a child's. You got a beau. And no. Yes, you have, Ellie. I'm just going along with the Brinkers. Pa ne'er liked Brinker. I know. It was a spear of pain. What's that boy like? What do you mean? What does he do? He talks to me. I hate there being boys and girls and e'er a thing jumbled. Why can't it be smooth and all the same? I don't know, it's the way of it. Like the priest says, God made it so. They sat on their beds rebellious, disturbed. I don't like it either. But Ellen was looking over at the new plant in her window. In her heart, a small edge of terror would reign throughout the week. But Anton paid her no heed. He ignored her proposed trip in his concern with the successful cutting and hauling in of the first hay, with the sows that each farrowed a basket of tiny piglets. When Christian drove the pickup into the yard, her father was at the barn. Ellen sped down the porch steps, Jack barking wildly. Christian wore a red shirt, store-creased, and black pants held up with worn green suspenders. His hair was slicked damp, the strong artificial odor of violet pomade pervading the cab. His face was haughty and alien. He seemed somehow shorter and broader. She sat back with a satisfied sigh, smoothing the fullness of the new blue-speckled dress. Her shoes were buffed and had new laces. She had on her best white stockings. Her hair hung down loose, and in her handkerchief, scented with sweet fern and balsam needles, was a small comb. They spoke little. Christian kept his arm on the window ledge. He said, "That your new dress?" "Yes. You so good there." He wheeled the truck into a great dusty lot. They drove under a pasteboard sign, "Cursus parking here." Christian paid an old man a nickel. They hurried toward the huge, colorful entrance arch. "Let's go, Ellie." He strode to the ticket booth. She followed, and they went in. Through the noisy carnival air, hand in hand, they were wandering. Christian was devouring peanuts, sack after sack. Ellen licked a mound of pink spun sugar in a paper cone. "It's like eating a cloud. It melts to nothing." He was laughing at her, glad he was with Ellen after all. They went to see the tent show, sitting on hard benches in the close-packed crowd, the dust soft under their feet. He held her hand in his lap. In the ring horses thundered by, rifles cracked, the king of the cowboys on a graceful white horse waved his flapping hat. A baby elephant followed by a tall one with a torn ear and an odorous camel ambled around the ring and out again, their progress accompanied by spasmodic hand-clapping. A cage with a sleeping lion was trundled by a pair of brown oxen. The ringmaster bawled through a megaphone. In smoldering heat aerialists soared and swung as band music softened and swayed the crowd's amazement. Ellen leaned forward. They roamed the grounds later, eating grilled hot dogs, drinking mugs of high-foamed root beer drawn from an orange barrel. They stood before the limp-maned lion's cage. "Sure looks mangy, doesn't he, Ellie? He's 20 years if a day." A group of boys came up to throw stones and poke through the metal bars with striped circus canes, after a while meandering noisily away. "Poor soul," said Ellen. "Those youngins shouldn't ill at him that way." "Now there's the midway, Ellie, come on." He was pulling her with him to the wide, grassy passage bordered with peep shows and circus sights. A sinuous middle-aged woman was wriggling on a platform beneath a glaring sign, "Evening in Paris." A barker coaxed, 10 cents. 1 dime, see the girlies, imported from Paris. 10 cents to see them revealed in their natural beauty. Hurry, hurry, 1 dime, they take it off. The Parisian beauties. "Let's see the striptease. I dare you." But Ellen was shaking her head. "Double dare you to see the 2-headed baby instead." "Double dares go first. All right." They viewed an albino raccoon, a 6-legged sheep, the tallest dwarf, a mass of twining poisonous snakes. They stopped before the India rubber man and the fat lady. Oh, Christian, my teacher, Talithy Gentry, was bigger than her. Easy. Christian paid the armless man a penny to write their names on a card in elaborate script, holding the pen in supple toes. Christian was pocketing the card. This'll remind me, Ellie, after you've gone. He hitched his suspenders cockily. Then they were in the high-seated cab of the truck again, the narrow tires jouncing in the hot dust. Christian was whistling above the racket of the motor. He was warbling, partly off pitch. When the moon shines on the CCC cow shed, I'll be waiting for you by the KKK kitchen door. His spirits were high. I've got a cute little husband who's just 23. He's just 3 years older than me. He goes out every night and gets on a tight and leaves the dear baby with me. He was pulling her to his side, driving with his arm about her. He was caressing her hair and moving a hard palm from her throat to her breasts, yielding and white under the stiff cloth. She was leaning into the comfort of his body in the heat as they droned over neglected clay roads. Clumps of black-eyed Susans lined the ditches, and butterfly weeds bearing ragged clusters of orange flowers. No birds sang in the hot afternoon sun. Her thoughts began to drift. Without fear, she considered, Paul beat me. It's a way past time for chores. Is it late, Christian? Penny must be watching for me. Is that your sister? He spoke, absent, his hand pressing upon her breast. Ellen shook her head. It's hot. She drew away from his hold, moving to lean out the window. After a pause, he said, You tired, Ellie? Want me to stop in the shade along the roadside? It came thickly. He reached for her hand, slowing the truck. In back of them a horn sounded, and a red automobile with an open top swerved around them to disappear in swirls of dust. You better take me home. My chores are waiting. Her face was a soft oval. Her hand lay snared in his, feeling the rough calluses. All right then. I only asked on account of Brinker Milk's late, said he wouldn't look for me back till after 6. There was silence. Then he said, Naturally you do what you please. He laughed, dropping her hand. Sure do like Mr. Brinker, not a whit like my daddy. The other day I hollered down from the top of the silo, how much feed do I give them, and he says, fork her down till you get tired twice. He spoke animated, striking the window ledge. Why don't you like your pa? Ellen asked. He's a skinflint. You bet we had a fight when I said I was going to work for Brinker. Had to promise him half my pay. He snorted. Me, a man grown, over 20 and turning a part of my pay to him, that's sonofabbage. He lapsed into thought. Say, I didn't mean to swear before a girl. That's all right. The truck was stopping before the yellow farmhouse. Ellen opened the door. I'm obliged, Christian. I won't forget the strange beasts and the people on the high swings and everything. She sensed the finality of the afternoon. He had her hand all at once. Look, I'll walk down to see you Saturday, Ellie. He was tender again suddenly, as if the magic of the day moving already toward nostalgia smote him. She went to the house, that final gesture lingering. The spotted thrush winged to the grapevines where it hid its nest. Jack came bounding up, tail wagging, neck arched in pride over the wild rabbit in his mouth. I see you caught your supper, she whispered. The town teacher's buggy was in the lane, his mare hitched to the post by the well. Every Saturday he came to give Frankie a piano lesson. Anton had gone to his rooming house 2 years ago, waited in the hall, a round black hat atop his balding head. I be Anton Gaddy, he had mumbled. I've heard there are ladies that make a name for themselves playing before crowds that come to her. I've heard tell those kind are honored and not deemed lightly in the eyes of rich folk. My daughter is to play a piano I bought her in such a wise. Can you give lessons? I got the money. The town teacher had found his task difficult. The girl was contrary in a sly way and had but small talent. She simply obeyed her father's will. Ellen was listening to the piano as she mounted the steps. From the kitchen wafted the acrid odor of pot greens Maria was canning. Ellen stepped within the screen. Anton's figure towered from out of the fawning shadows. "To your room, girl, hum." "Am I late, Pa?" She was ascending the stairs, flagging slow. The man's footsteps coming after were soft as the sweep of an owl's wing, gentle in pursuit. "You're late." She stalled halfway. "Pa," the pain was there, starting in her throat. "Thou shalt beat them with a rod. I've said it. Mind, girl." "You knew I was going." She went up. He was closing the door. He gripped a belt, the wide leather strip dangling by a brass home-fashioned buckle. He would wear this belt on Sundays with his black suit. There! Town teacher met the Brinkers trading in Bethel. She waited then, mute, and the hurt was high in her throat. She had trained herself to silence since she was a small child, pitting herself against his spirit, persuading herself he did it for love. "He wants me to be good." So they weren't at that gauded circus. "It's air so, you be a liar." He was striking her, whispering harsh, gray eyes narrow. "Be you whoring so soon, girl? Here's a generation not washed of their filthiness. I'll set the priest at you. Here." The door shut sharply. He had gone. Ellen was standing anchored as her throat ached. His violence directed against her, aside from the cut of the strap, would make her sicken, and she was ruling it down until she would be at peace with herself. She waited, finally moving to hang her crumpled dress on the ridgepole and put aside her dust-grimed shoes. Her stockings, like white moss, were in a heap on the floor, and she caught sight of the pale pillar of her body moving in the mirror that was fastened to the door. She was hurrying to the barn, then to linger over the pair of suckling kids, and tend the round of her chores. Clouds were lowering in the moist ether that rumbled before an advancing evening storm. She remembered lines from a song Christian I had said people sang in Louisville. "When I go toot-toot-tooting down the street, in my little Ford automobile." All that night rain fell on the receiving earth. The morning was humid and portentous. In the earth's vitals, seeds were bursting in slow presage, and primeval animal movement was rife. Above ground, bees were snoring, working their hordes, minute midges piped thinly, bottle flies glutted at dung heaps, or in company with spotted orange butterflies savored rotten things. In the pond the duck had struck and killed a fragile peeper frog, while from the wood's edge a red dog fox looked on at her, his button eyes bright with greed. In the kitchen while dawn faded, Ellen was slicing bacon with a long knife wedded to a narrow blade. She had brought the molded slab in from the smokehouse. Peeled potatoes were boiling in a pot. A pan of biscuits rose and browned in the oven. She started bacon frying in a spider and measured coffee out of a jar unscrewed from the grinder on the wall. She spooned it into water bubbling in a chipped tall pot. Frankie laid out plates, plum preserves, buttermilk, ketchup, a stone jar of butter. Both girls wore sleeveless petticoats, white stockings, and church shoes. Later they would get into the new dresses. "Ellie, did you notice if that camel swallowed like a horse or chewed a cud?" "There, I forgot to look." Ellen went to the well for water. She met Anton coming from the barn with Maria's pail of milk. She held her hand over the dark welt on her upper arm, though his eyes weren't on her. She followed him to the kitchen, lifting out the bacon, breaking eggs into the iron spider. She crumpled an eggshell in the coffee to settle the grounds and dumped the hot potatoes into a brown bowl. The Gaddies and Sam Offutt grouped themselves at the stout table. They poured ketchup on the potatoes and eggs, drank steaming cups of coffee, ate heavily, for the workdays were arduous. They would arise by candlelight, seldom were done by nightfall with the wheel of chores. Then Sam brought the buckwagon around, Blueberry and Moll hitched to it. "Hurry up, Ooman," Anton was saying to Maria. "We'll be late to Mass." His wife climbed up to the narrow seat edged with an iron rail and sat beside him. The girls were hiking themselves on the end of the wagon bed, sitting on a rug, backs to their parents, feet dangling. As they swung out onto Sweeting Creek Road, Anton spoke over his shoulder. "Your nannies can go to the meadow and graze with the cows, girl. Those yeanlings are old enough now. I'll take them down tomorrow, Pa." Joy surged within her at his words, and the hotness of the season swung in to ripen grain in the favored fields and bring flowers to bud and bloom as the fragrant, undulating grace of the farm lands moved toward harvest. The sun beat down like a scourge. Men moved listlessly, driving themselves and their draft beasts. Fowl with panting beaks crouched in dusty bowls they fashioned in yard corners with their fanning wings. By flickering lantern light before the sun rose, the milking was completed. Ellen and Frankie were called upon to help at stripping the udders of the overabundant animals. The first streams on the pail bottom would whine high, the tone lowering as the pail filled, becoming deep and sonorous until foam ran down the pail's sides. Then it was time to pour the milk through squares of flannel into 10-gallon cans that would be placed in the hewn log water trough to cool, awaiting pickup by the dairy truck. In the half-dark, the cows shuffled to pasture, Jack nipping their heels. Ellen would follow and close the gate. The sides of the bovines were oily, their breath fragrant, eyes moist. By early morning, their stomachs would be distended with lush summer grass. Then throughout the sweltering day, they would lie in the shade of the woods, chewing their cuds. Anton and Sam would down a heavy breakfast, eat plates of eggs, Ellen cracking a dozen in the skillet for them. They reached for more coffee cake and bread and slabs of cold meat. After they ate, they walked stolid to the fields, working corn rows with cultivator and team, mowing and raking and hauling in towering wagon loads of timothy and soybean and clover hay. They mended fence lines, repeatedly repaired harness and machine, sharpened saw, adze and axe, scythe, knife, and cutting blades. They would throw from the fields the larger stones that cropped up under the bite of the share. Some fields had a rock outgrowth too large to be removed, and it must stand bared and alone, machines and men circling it. At mid-morning and afternoon, Frankie would search until she found the men in a field. She brought them a stone pitcher of water spiced with vinegar or a ginger stick. They mopped their rough, bristled faces with red kerchiefs and drank. Sam was shirtless, his overall straps cutting his scrawny, sunburned shoulders. Anton, powerful upper body covered to protect his freckled skin, had soaked his black sateen shirt with perspiration. His large arms shone red and glistening. The odor of sweat and earth rose strong about the men. "Before God, Sam, can't figure how a little fart like you can put in a day's work alongside me. Haw, watch a bantycock, Mester Gaddy. It'll outlast your barred rock rooster any day of the week. Not so much of me to get wore out." The Gaddy women were laboring too, bringing in grapes and berries, beans and tomatoes by the pail and bushel. They canned and dried and sugared down the procession of largesse that moved through the kitchen. There was more milk than the dairy would buy, and Maria would skim the surplus for cream, send Ellen to trade the butter she churned. It was dirt cheap in this season. The remaining thin milk was thrown to squealing young pigs in wood troughs, foul-smelling in the reek of heat. Milk would sour swiftly, spots of yellow-green milkstone forming on the sides of pails. Ellen was directed to scrape it clean with a knife. Cheeses were made, some to cure amber and hard, hanging in the smokehouse, others to be stirred daily in stone crocks until the white curd turned yellow, the strong odor left, and it became bland. There was an abundance of cottage cheese with clabber cream and chopped green onions stirred in, or a seasoning of herbs that grew by the house side. Maria had a lavish hand when it came to seasoning. I reckon I got such a heavy hand because my mam always was put to it to get enough for us to eat. She'd dig chicory roots for coffee and gather wild thyme and herbs. Pap cut lumber to sell to the railroad and worked tobacco. He saved Eyre a penny he was paid and gave her none. Maria sighed. Mam found out I ate stones once. Seemed there was a satisfaction when the food was gone, to a white pebble, smooth like a bit of lard. I just recollect. Christian would come on Saturdays at dusk. Ellen met him covertly at the usual place, and they ate a few lingering strawberries from the burned-out plants, then went to lie in the shade. He was boasting about the gigantic machine that Brinker had rented to harvest his wheat. That combined some invention. Finished the whole field in a day. The bags are stacked in the crib. By heck, Brinker grows good wheat. We counted 20 grains on some ears. That's 40 bushel to the acre. He was browned. His white teeth were flashing and he swaggered. In the afternoon, old lady Brinker drove the pickup out to the field with a freezer can of ice cream and 3 new-made cakes. Tell you, that woman's my ideal of a wife. Spread a white cloth and brought silver and plates and a tin can of lemonade. We sure polished it off. He reflected. In the lemonade, she had a chunk of ice floating. Wish I had a piece of ice big as my head. Purely I do. Ellen looked away, sighing in the stifled air scarce cooled by the setting of the sun. It seems like all that's to be garnered is trying to ruin before we can get hold of it to store it against the winter. Christian would stay with her only a short while because he was roused now, while it was yet dark to begin the long day. Ellen spoke softly with him, but when he laid his hand in the hollow below her throat or upon the dress over her thighs as he had done in the truck, she was afraid and made him laugh with her foolishness and coaxed him from his want. Sam Offutt had failed to appear for milking one morning. Sam lived with his wife a short way down the road in a shack he owned. He would take his first 2 meals with the Gaddies and supper at his own table. Anton was hard put this morning, even with the help of the girls, to finish the chores on time, and sat down late to breakfast. As he was arising, the hired man appeared in the doorway, bleary-eyed, with an air of not having washed or slept. Sam was saying evenly as he took the chair across from Anton, "Ran my old Ooman off last night. Those 2 were laying there still when I came home. On my bed, that whorish Edie. I ne'er saw that particular peddler before. I could have killed them, but I only ran them off." He speared a slice of ham with the sharp knife. "I've doubted many a year now, since my youngins are grown and gone, if I be the daddy to more of the 6 than the firstborn." Anton said shortly, "If you've got a mind after this, Sam, you can take supper here. Come on to the barn when you're done." I'm beholden. Sam was eating like one famished. During that day, Ellen marveled at little Sam Offutt, middle-aged, leathery-skinned, smoldering as he went through the days at his wife Edie, bedding with other men. She wondered at how it took the white heat of August to kindle him into action. When Jack was driving the cows in from the pasture one night, the white kid was missing. Penny and her young would always be in the lead in their anxiety to reach Ellen, who would have an evening tidbit set out for them in the woodshed, apple peels or bread crusts or carrots. Penny and the brown kid were standing in wait at the woodshed door. As pangs smote her, Ellen bolted down the lane to the field. The dog barked, running ahead. She searched the fence lines, from afar spied the bit of white, the buckling strangled in the fence where he had tried to slip through. He had hung himself. Ellen, extricating the stiffened body, met death for the first time intimately. She fought over her loss in the solitary field. "Oh, you were my dear droll poppet that followed me." Ever in coming weeks when she thought of the clownish yeanling, tears came and her throat caught in anguish so complex it was nearly joy. She never forgot the death of the white kid. Its impact made a mark on her like scars she could point to on her body. "Here the sickle cut into my leg when I cleaned the path one day. And here that spotty hound bit my wrist when he had that fight with Jack." In her newfound anxiety for her 2 remaining goats, she kept them from the field, penning them in the barnyard and bringing them kitchen scraps and meadow grass. In their cleverness, though, they slipped through the fence to nibble in the garden and wander at will. Anton discovered them girdling bark from a stripling peach tree with their sharp teeth. He threatened, "To pasture with those tormented creatures where they belong. And if they be the cause of further botherment, girl, I'll knock their heads in gladly and butcher them. Mind now." So Ellen went down the lane, Penny solemn at her heels, the doling trotting last. Laughing at their comical air, the girl began to run. They snorted and sprang after her abandoned, striking their little hoofs sharply on the dry ground, unconscious of dignity or the heat of August. She left them blatting disconsolate at the meadow gate. In days to follow she would go to the barnyard fence, straining her eyes for a glimpse of the 2 small does amid the drove of cows. There came the hour when Christian and Anton met, though Ellen would slip out to see Christian when he walked down the road on his afternoon off. She had not mustered the boldness to bring him to the house. Anton never spoke of the young man, though he knew Ellen met with him. One time he had watched them for a while from behind the oak by the berry patch. He saw his daughter talking while she switched flies with a branch of leaves, and the young man, brooding, leaned upon the fence. Anton could see nothing amiss, and pulling on his pipe, went to listen to his favorite practicing at the piano. Ellen had joined Christian in the orchard near the brook. Her goats finished browsing and lay back to back in the grass, chewing their cuds in their rapid, dainty way. Ellen was sitting on a fallen log. She wore an old dress that fitted her budding form too tightly. She laid in her hair white meadow rue and yellow oxeye daisies. She bowed her head to one side over the field flowers in her hands and knew, dreaming, how fair she was. Christian lay on his stomach in the grass by her, catching her mood, knowing he'd never seen the girl so fetching. The lines of her long face were soft in a frame of flaxen hair. He spoke suddenly. "I got another letter from Mama. Though, she mad again. My sister had a chance to get married and she turned it down. Mama says Rose wants bigger fish. Fish. Mr. Johnson's only got a house and money. That's not enough for my sister. He'd have to be a millionaire. Well, and she says Daddy gets pains nowadays. Has to lie down. He won't see a doctor. He'll be all right, don't you reckon? He hates to pay a doctor bill." He reached over to cover her bare foot with his palm. "You're so sweet, Ellie. Sweet as Miss Sabbatha Withers, boy." Anton was standing before them in the long grass. His overalls were ragged. The sleeves to his black shirt had been cut below the shoulders so his heavy biceps showed. His chin was thrust out, his body pulled erect in the habit of short men. A straw hat was settled upon his sparse hair. He was chewing a quid of tobacco. Christian jumped to his feet. The 2 of them were the same height. "Hello, Mr. Gaddy, how do you do? I'm Christian I." "So hit Seamus," the man spat, looked about as though searching for someone. "You didn't bring your lady friend with you." "What's that?" Anton tilted his head. And how be Dutchman Brinker these days? Ha! He still got the notion to stall his beasts on all the stories of his barns. I heard he penned some shoats to fatten in his loft, and they grew so grand and big they broke clean through the planking. Is that a fact? I never heard of it, sir. Christian was cold. Mr. Brinker's a fine farmer, I can tell you, but you got a nice place here, sir. He was nodding, appeasing, as he flung his hand in a rude movement. This place was here, boy, being worked by my sir, when Dutchman's pa was setting on his ass in the old country. Ellen dropped her head, repeating over and again the Nicene Creed for her lover snared in Anton's rough hand. Like an enchantress, she evoked the only charm she knew. From whence he shall come to judge the living and the dead. Anton squirted the brown juice again and was moving away. Feeding is in an hour, girl. He threw over his shoulder. All right, Pa. She closed her eyes. Holy Virgin, it had worked. Christian eyed her, rebellious, scorn in his young face. What a dirty, crabby guy, even if he is your old man. I'd just like to push that bristly, smart-aleck face of his in. I can't stand a bossy fellow like that. Hush. Ellen got up with sudden despair. Now what's he talking of Sabbatha Withers for? Who's she? A girl I happen to know in Bethel. I'll go see her or anyone I want. He shouted it, striking at her father, and at himself for his intimidation. And any time I want. A quarrel had uncoiled before they were aware. Ellen leaned back on the log, whispering, gray eyes slitted. I don't give a neence. Run to that portrash thing. His short legs spread, his high cheekbones pale, he was storming. And if I never see you or your stupid old man again, it'll be too soon. I'm going to see someone who appreciates me. He threw back his head and stalked away, cutting across to the road. Ellen stayed a while in the tall grass. As she wept, the fury shed itself. Bereft, she went up the hill through the field where the boar was now penned. Her goats and Jack were trailing after. The old red boar regarded her from a little distance, his distrust palpable. There's a mean hog, Jack, she whispered. She neared the barnyard and heard Anton. Hitch Blue and get him out here, Sam. A spotted heifer was stretched neat a group of slender walnuts, bawling intermittently. Anton was bent over her. She had been due to bear her calf any day, was a daughter of his best milker, a pride to him. While Ellen watched, her hand resting on the yard gate, Sam was running from the barn, leading Blueberry. The harness jingled as the buckskin came at a trot. Wah! Sam cried roughly. The two conferred. The horse waited on them, head down, hip shot, a hind leg at rest on the tip of the hoof. They hitched the tugs to a rope looped about the head of the unborn calf just within the dam. Anton drove the horse forward slowly, dragging the cow. Then he halted, took off his straw hat, scratching his head. Hell, it's drying out. I vow, Sam, the first one's always too tight. It's like the wine corks in the kegs. Once get them started and they come out easy. Let's try those trees or there now. Gee up. Again the traces tightened and the tired young cow was hauled through stones and red dust in the broil of heat. They untied the lines, rehitched them through a gap between two walnut trunks. Haw there, ordered Anton, and while the beast bellowed, wedged upon the tree boles, her calf was torn from her womb, limp and wet. Slipping through the gate, Ellen skirted the barnyard and hurried to the house. She changed her dress and spoke quietly to Maria. Spotty had her calf. Pa had to take it from her. It's a pretty one. She returned, saw the heifer was on her feet, placenta hanging. Delicate head down, tossing her well-formed tiny horns, she guarded the calf she licked nervously. That night the heat lifted slightly. Ellen was wakeful within her loft room. She slipped downstairs into the sultry dark. Barefoot, she walked with Jack to the woodshed, freeing Penny and Rhodey. They wandered across the fields, through gates to the orchard. She sat on the log again. In the night sky, the blue whiskers of cloud were backing off, and the moon in absolute radiance was speeding forth. There was not a sound anywhere. As the year moved on, the heat abated and winds started out of nowhere, rushing. Christian stayed away from Ellen over 2 long Saturdays. Then one evening she was standing beyond the low garden wall watching the bees work the hives. He appeared, jaunty in a blue shirt freshly pressed by Brinker's wife, his blonde hair damp, comb-marked. "Hey, Ellie, a penny for your thoughts. Not wasting them on you, I'll say." Her temper shifted in her, and she colored. "I'm thinking Sam will be robbing the poor bees soon. Come on, take a walk with me, Ellie, down to the woods. Say you're blushing." He grinned. "Go to your true love in Bethel." No, his blue eyes were bold. "I broke off with that one." They were starting down the hill when, out of sight of the house, he took her hand. She pulled away, unwilling. "I don't care for you." But in time he won her from her anger, and it was with Ellen as though the quarrel had never been. They were hand in hand in the dry reeds by the pond where the lone duck was paddling in circles. He was vowing strongly, "I've left Sabbatha Withers for good, Ellie." "Well, she's cheap." He laughed angry, for the young fires lay hot in him still. "You never have seen Brinker's place, Ellie." "No, I've heard tell he's got fancy barns." "You'd get a kick out of them. Want to go there next week? I could show you Baker, that Belgian stud. He's a sight. Like I said, he beats anything I ever saw." "I'll come then. Kiss me, Ellie." Listen at that sound, Christian. The faint cry of geese was audible. Quonk, honk, honk, quonk. Far above the earth, the long-necked wild birds were heading for northern nest grounds, their massive bodies 2 wavering lines of dots making the letter V. The call of the leaders sounded shrill, and as they moved overhead, there came the deep responses of the rear guards. It seemed to Ellen that she had no desire for the way of the roused child man beside her. Ahead stretched the long filament of her life. She was pierced by the pain of the earthbound that is made up of longings. She was voiced vicarious from the throats of the wild birds. She turned to Christian, dissatisfied. Their eyes were almost on a level. She was crying, intense. "Don't you wish you were that leader? Say I'd rather be me than some bird." He laughed at her, pressed her hand. "Come, kiss me." In the last week of September, Ellen slipped down Sweeting Creek Road to where Christian had brought the truck around. The Brinker family were in Bethel doing their weekly buying, and Christian acutely felt his proprietorship. He drove up his employer's graveled drive and into the huge garage. He led her to the farm buildings, proud. "Take a look." The great white barn was trimmed in red. A gigantic portrait of a blackened white Holstein bull had been painted across the expanse of one side. There was an iron bull weather vane centered on the roof. It wheeled with the breeze. "I ne'er saw such fur-billowing, Christian." "This isn't the half of it." In the shed just off the chicken house, he was showing her round-bellied puppies. She fondled them, while the gentle bitch watched allure-tide from a straw bed. "Nothing smells as soft as a little whelp, Christian." He was pointing to a miniature windmill, and to bantam chickens and white and gray rabbits in screened hutches. Out in the pasture were shining Belgian mares. Ellen was stroking their sleek faces. Christian caught a cobby black filly by the halter and led her to the girl. "This one's Doll. She's pedigreed. She's to be bred to Baker as soon as she comes in heat. Mr. Brinker's ordered it. We've been watching out for her. Look at those dark eyes, Christian. Here, Doll. Ellen was offering a handful of oats, but the mare threw up her head, nickering toward the farm buildings. There was a responding whinny from the distance. The mare swished her tail, holding it high. Christian's eyes kindled. "You know, Ellie, I think she's in season. Let's try her, see if she'll take him." "You'd best wait for Mr. Brinker." "You're scared." "I'm not. Only I'd wait. If she's a thoroughbred, he'd lay the blame to you should it go amiss." The mare was shaking her head so the halter rings jangled. She cried again, shrilly. Christian was opening the gate. "Come on, Ellie. Look, you want to ride her down the lane? I'll lift you to her back." "You dasn't ride her. Sam told me," she said, dallying, "that a mare in the heat mustn't be ridden till she's been bred." "All right, but come on," he urged. He led the prancing doll through the gate and down the lane toward the stallion's paddock. Ellen was following, reluctant. "You hold her while I lock up Baker," he called. She came to take the mare's headstall from him. Well, at the yard the huge seed horse was observing them, restive, aware of their business. He squealed, striking at the fence bars with his huge hoofs. Christian laughed, catching Ellen's eye. "What you scared of, honey? I can handle him easy." "So what?" she whispered to the mare, who was tossing her mane, jerking. Christian had skillfully snared the halter of the red roan beast and secured him in his stall. "Turn her in the lot now, Ellie," he was shouting. But she tarried and cried, "I'll wait for you in the truck." "Come on, turn her in. It's only Baker." He was flushed and he laughed at her from the half door of the stable. Ellen loosed the black mare in the paddock where she curved her neck and cantered like a gust of wind. The stallion could be heard clamoring angrily, rearing and knocking the walls. Christian turned the handle of the stall door to release him and then vaulted the fence. He came to stand with Ellen. "Why did you want to go to the truck?" The magnificent horse was trotting out, neighing. He minced past the filly who was dwarfed by his size. He lifted his shaggy fetlocks high without effort and his tawny mane streaked. He wheeled, snuffed noisily at her neck, bit it softly and pawed it in a dynamic, graceful gesture. Then he leaped the mare, falling on his side with powerful elegance. He recovered, mounted her again. His beauty was like a thunderous battle. His piercing voice rose and fell on the stilled air, waking the valleys of the farm, rushing through tree boughs. Christian was turning, urgent. "Ellie." "Let's go to the truck, Christian. I'm going to wait there." She turned. He grasped her arm. "Come on, Ellie." "No, Christian." He was shoving her under the lean-to by the stable where summer wheat straw was stacked for the stallion's bedding. He was struggling with his clothing, bruising her. The coolness dwelled in the shadows there. It was quiet and made itself separate from the noise in the dust of the lot outside. His youth was adamant and awkward, his knee entreated silent between her virgin thighs. Surprised, she was fighting. "Liar," she gritted. He held her in the straw. "You've led me on, Ellie. I won't wait." His arms were muscled from a hard summer, his blood thrusting purposed. She had read of Absalom, how none was so much praised as he for his perfection. From the sole of his foot to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him, so the Bible said, and so she had dreamed of Christian moving in a lawful pattern she laid. She was unprepared for the painful shattering of it, betrayed. "No," she was weeping. "Liar." It whistled in the coolness against the pant of him. "I have to, honey. Take it easy. I'll be careful. I can't wait." His voice was blurred and hot, stabbing, overridden by the tramping hoofs and shrill neighs like a storm without. Ellen closed her eyes. They ran tears because of the hurt there was, the receding terror. He spoke softly then, Don't cry. Go away." He stood up and went into the sun. He led Doll back to the pasture, threw a forkful of hay to Baker, who was docile now, obedient. After a while, he came back and looked at Ellen. "Don't be mad." She wouldn't hear him. "Come on, Ellie. We've got to get back." She was rising, brushing back her hair. He leaned toward her tender and pulled a straw caught in the yellow strands. She struck, savage, at his fingers. In the truck seat, she remained unspeaking until he reached for her hand. Then she unleashed at him, injured. "You think I'm that Sabbatha Withers. I ne'er want to see you again." Here. Christian was resting his elbow on the window. He looked down the road. He gunned the truck so dust eddies rose like a whirlwind in the wake. He slammed the brakes on the road just above the Gaddy entrance. "Come on, Ellie. I'm sorry. Don't be mad, please." But she hurled the cab door shut. Her head was high. For her world that had had a sort of ingenuous beauty had disappeared, and it was never the same again. October came to pass in fog and tones of droning rain. Muffled trees stood in wet leaves along farm paths. Ellen, a gray shape in the mist, was moving from clinking house lights to the obscurity of the woodshed and barns. Christian had not come for 3 weeks. At first she had waited in profound anger, eager to renounce him. But in the autumn sun of following days, while the 2 ringing notes of the partridge called back and forth, loneliness tempered her wrath, and she loved him indulgently as the source of her pain and its witness. Today she was going again to the rail fence along the road where Joe Pyeweeds drooped coarse-toothed leaves. She was wearing a red stocking cap. Her long coat had pendulous lapels and a wide belt that fastened on her hips with 2 heavy buttons. As she passed the grapevines where leaves hung chilled, a flock of crows arose, making nasal, resentful barks. She waited an hour. Unending rain was falling and small gusts wove about. Finally, she went to the work Anton had set, sorting and shucking corn. Later, she absently stroked the alert ears and silken hair of the kid Rhodey, nearly as large as its dam now. "Reckon he's with Sabbatha Withers, pleasuring as he did with me." She clothed her wrath, embellished it. "Happen she'll drag him to a priest. All his days he'll dwell on me and what he forfeited." Her mind turned to when she was 9 or 10, and, living in fantasy and wishes, would try new ways to walk through the sun-washed fields where grass stood high. It would seem that crowds of people lined both sides of the way she took. They came to see how grand she held her head, and to talk among themselves of the noble way of Lady Ellen. "I aim to hold me high and wed a rich man." She spoke aloud in the stable, but she didn't believe it, and the anger burned. She went to the house where lamps flickered in the gloom, and Anton stacked a fire in the parlor, filled the wood bin and split lighter wood with a deft hand. 10 days passed. On a splendid windy morning in November, Ellen was clearing garden debris and gathering cabbages and root crops in heaps for winter storage. She faced her dilemma, rebellious. "If it be so, I'll drown myself or it in the pond when it's born. And if he's run off, I'll seek him out. I'll knife him, I will." She piled cabbage heads in a bushel basket and dumped them in the cellar storage bin. Her secret dwelled within her like a hidden wound. "I say, Jack, what will I do?" That afternoon Amanda York came up the porch steps and knocked. "Hickory mast is laying thick in Bailey's woods, Mrs. Gaddy. Can Ellie and Frankie come nutting?" The 3 girls walked a mile down the road to the woods, carrying empty baskets. Amanda had black eyes and black shining hair. She was rosy and lively. "Ask your pa if you can go once to the husking bee. This Saturday." He ne'er would brook it, Mandy. Frankie was shaking her head. "There'll be a sight of folks. From Bethel way and down from 7 Mile Run. Because pa don't favor us socializing," Frankie added. Amanda tossed her braid. And a fiddler and a spread of eats. You know Sabatha Withers. Ellen flushed in the asking. I'll say I do. She's wild. Boys flock after her like dogs on a rabbit. What? Cried Frankie. She sleeps around. Things like that. My. What's she look like? Asked Ellen. Oh, light set. And got yellow hair like yours, Ellie. Why doesn't she have a baby? Frankie asked. If she sleeps around. Don't ask me. It's a mystery, Frankie sighed. Did that Lily Garrett tell you what she did? Amanda asked. You mean sending for that stuff to make her breasts grow? Yes, and what happened? What? Well, she wanted it, Amanda whispered. For she's boy crazy, Lily is. She's terrible. I know, she told us. Frankie giggled. Men like you big, she said. Well, she waited all summer to hear. We couldn't figure why it ne'er came. I studied that her pa had got hold of the package some way. Say, did he? No, last week it came. Just an old envelope. And there was a picture on a card of a man's hand. It said underneath, try this. Lily got scared. She should ne'er have sent off Mandy. Frankie cried. Say, has that Withers girl got a boyfriend? Ellen was asking. She's got plenty, Ellie. There's always one to take her to doings. Now what if Lily's papa'd seen it? Frankie said. That picture and those words. Wish I could go to that husking bee, said Ellen. I've got a deal of a desire to go. I might cross my paw and slip out this once. Oh, Ellie. Frankie's voice was the cheep of a frightened bird. Don't say that. Obey thy father and mother. Amanda spoke cheerfully as they were entering the woods. Now maybe he'll say yes this time, Ellie. They began to gather hickory mast that carpeted the ground. When the baskets were full, they walked to Amanda's home, a saddlebag log house set in an apple orchard. They left 2 baskets in the passageway between the cabins and climbed to an upstairs room. They shucked Amanda's nuts, spreading them with brown-stained hands on a carpet of straw. From the rafters hung strings of small ear corn with white pointed kernels that would pop over a fire. And there was a drop cord overhead with a carbon bulb, for the Yorks had electricity. The sisters took their leave and walked home with the laden baskets. The evening whippoorwills were starting their spasmodic carping. Ellen said, I'll make a way to go to that husking bee. But at the end of the week, Anton brought news, so she forgot all about it. He had hauled grain and surplus root crops, Hubbard squashes and pumpkins to Bethel, returning in late afternoon with ground flour, meal, and kitchen and farm supplies. Saw the new smithy, Troy Hatfield, and got the welding done. That share will hold now. And he gave me outright a great piece of hide for leather stripping, just for that heap of pumpkins Frankie planted. Shaw, the man was growing genial, his journey a success. He pushed back his chair and strode to the door, spit his quid into the bushes. He wiped his face with a powerful arm, came back to sup coffee noisily, and consumed chunks of Ellen's brown dripping cake. He was turning to her. Troy gave me news for your ears, girl. You mind that froward young fellow hired to Dutchman Brinker, the one that sassed me? Well, he took off in a sudden. Dutchman had a time finding a new hand. This one's brought a wife with him, so he'll not be traipsing about with young maids. Did Smithy have an idea where he went, Pa? You pining after that poor trash Brinker hires? I've got a right to ask. You trifling with me? No, Pa. You have to put in your 2 cents. The fellow's pa died. Troy says Dutchman was right plagued at having to pay wages out on a Sabbath. That'll put a good Lutheran in hell, I allow. Haw. He ne'er liked his pa, nor that kind of city work. Ellen was by the door, lingering. You got any more on your mind? Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say. Ellen went to take from its pen the gray rabbit Christian had brought her. She carried it to the edge of the field and put it down. "Go fend for yourself like I've got to. Look out for the hungry foxes and weasels." She watched it hop away, then went to her upstairs room. She hunted in the wood trunk for paper and an envelope. "Dear Christian, Smithy told Pa you left these parts. The sky is heavy and gray. Maybe it will come on a snow. I call to mind the hours we spent by the strawberry bed. Now I think winter is come. I would that you wrote me how you are getting on. Ellen Gaddy." She sealed the envelope, addressing it to Mr. Christian I, Carl Brinker Homestead, Route 4, Bethel, Chi. Send to new address. Down in the woods, the air was still and weighted. Pinched clouds were banking above the swollen land. The red dog fox crept to his post overlooking the shadowed water. His eyes tensed as he spied the old Muscovy duck napping, head under wing, amid brown rush stalks. He struck noiseless. Thrashing wings lashed in a frenzied struggle, but the needle teeth found the jugular, and blood was spattered on the rushes. Later Ellen called again and again, and there was no answering rush of wings. "You'd ne'er come to the safe yard. Reckon some varmint caught you." She tossed the ear of corn to the tame fowl in the chicken yard. Her letter was returned by the mail carrier. She hid it under her apron. On its face was scrawled, "Return to sender, no address known. C. Brinker." She took it up to the attic and laid it unopened in the small trunk. She stood looking out the gable window as drifting snow made the world grow small and old familiar shapes became strange and new. Down Sweeting Creek Road in mid-December, Anton was driving the wagon to Mass in Millville. The lightweight buckboard was unsuited for these winter days, and the women rode in the wagon bed shrouded with rugs. A crowd of frightened birds moved and swooped across the sky like a giant amoeba. The pale sun was melting the snowfall into slush. The horses snorted, exhaling a vapor, tramped in the ruts of the road, hurling red mud in clods from their iron shoes. Anton was complaining. "Wish hit could have waited till Monday to thaw. This is a rough piece of road." He clucked to the team. "Reckon we'll be late again to Mass, Frankie. Here it is Advent time once more. Christmas is but 2 weeks off, Pa." Ellen was praying silently. "Holy Queen, keep him from remembering to send us to confession this week. I'll not tell it to a priest. I'll go to hell and burn first. I'm in a sorry strait now." Anton was fastening the team and preceding his family into the square clapboard building half filled with people and heated by a huge black stove at one side. He took one of the rear pews. The heavy clothing rustled, the plank floor creaked. Anton tugged his bulky fur cap off, thrust it behind him on the seat. The women were kneeling at the low bench in their long coats, their caps and boots. They crossed themselves. The priest was murmuring at the altar, his server on his knees. Intimidated by habit and example, Ellen inclined her head. She heard the sonorous chant, "O thou that leadest Joseph like a sheep, Alleluia! Stir up, O Lord, thy might and come to save us. Who art thou? I am the voice of one crying in the desert." She made the sign with her hand, desolate. The priest began to tell off the canon of the Mass. He washed his fingers, incense drifted, the signal bell tinkled. Folk shifted and whispered. Singly and in groups they left their winter covering on the benches, came with bowed heads to the altar, hands in ancient attitude of prayer, to receive from Peyton and cup the body and blood. Say to the faint-hearted, fear not. It chafed within Ellen, uncomforted. She arose with the rest when it was over. And in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness grasped it not. The holy man was striding away. The people began to depart in a disturbance of noise and bodies. Ellen touched the water in the granite basin as she walked after her mother and sister. Anton dipped his head, curt to those he knew, stopped without the door to speak with N.J. Bilberry. The women waited, Maria whispering to Mrs. Bilberry, fleshy-faced and cheerful. At Anton's nod, they climbed back into the wagon and he took the reins. They jolted down the road. The earth lay dank-sweated, old furrows exposed. Black cottonwood trees were guarding the ditches. N.J.'s wheat froze out, the man commented briefly. Tinny says there's chills and fever going about, Maria told him. And Iowa Ashby has married a man from the south. He's 31 years old. Iowa was but 12 last June. I heard, Frankie cried. He sent off for a poppet doll for her, dressed in a bride veil. Iowa Ashby's not inclined to give up her dolls yet, Maria said. Now dogwood roots are near as good as quinine for chills and fever, Anton was saying. Iowa's ma told Tinny they'd begged at her since summer to let them marry, so she figured they'd just as well. I say, that's a sight young for robbing the cradle. Under cover of the wagon's rumbling, Ellen whispered, reciting, Mother of mercy, our life, our sweetness, and our hope. To thee do we cry, poor banished children of Eve. Frankie pulled the rug about her boots. It's powerful cold. What you doing, Ellie? I'm thinking. Sam says if you have a blade of 5-finger grass to carry about, no one can deny you what you ask. I don't believe him. Wonder if there's some in the fields now. Ellen turned her eyes uncertainly to the future, where somehow she must form a plan. Anton received a letter the next day. It's from your Uncle Garland. Says he's coming in a week's time for Christmas this year. We'll see what he thinks of your piano playing now, Frankie, and how you've grown so fair. Zopa. The man straightened his back, looked out the window. Bear in mind, one more Christmas and you'll be going up to that city with him. That's Anton Gaddy's Yunjin, folks'll say. Chicago sounds so far off, Pa. Will Uncle be glad for me to come? Frankie smoothed the brightened hair that hung about her narrow shoulders. We'll butcher tomorrow, here, Ooman, Anton said to Maria. Yes, she assented, and it's just come on the dark of the moon. It's right to butcher. You know I don't hold by that, but my brother dotes on your blood pudding and peppered head cheese. Sam and I'll fix to prepare right away. He marched out. If you butcher in the light of the moon, Maria told her daughters, it'll all drindle away while it's frying. Just cracklings'll be left. The grease'll go rancid till you've got to make it up in soap. I know, tittered Frankie, and that soap will turn the clothes yellow. That's a fact, said Maria. Don't you laugh. My pap and Ma'am Eyre went by the moon. It's natural. Will Uncle Garland say I'm fair, Ellie? Frankie appealed to her. I reckon. Are you cross, Ellie? No. Well, you sure act sick then, doesn't she, Ma? Ellen, who found tears started easily now, who was wary of her sudden sieges of self-pity, was running from the room. Again she dipped the pen. Mr. Christian there is a need for me to speak with you. I wish you were still hired to Brinker. I fear you have forgot me, and this is but a striving after wind. Could you make a way to write or send word? Ellen Gaddy Millville, KTCKY. This she addressed, Mr. Christian care of I's store, Louisville, KTCKY. She mused, near suffocating in the loneliness. Had she let him on as Christian had declared? Had she sinned? Her brows contracted, and she searched again the halls of memory for meanings. Surely she had known to fear that which befell. Here in the countryside tales were constantly brooded, and old songs sung of fallen virgins and light young men. The Bible related dire warnings and horrid punishments meted out to defiled maids. She had led him to their sin then. But that wasn't so. I didn't knowing lead him on. I wasn't a wanton. There came to her mind the woodchucks Anton trapped. A shotgun often didn't penetrate the small, thick skulls, so steel traps were set in their underground paths. If a creature blundered and felt the sudden grip, it would strive with its greatest strength. And if it could not tear free, it backed into its den, pulling the trap after. There it gnawed its own leg above the metal jaws. It destroyed a part of its flesh, knowing it was a way. When the next morning was just made, 2 scalded hog carcasses were hanging from the sourwood scaffold. The blood had been caught in a bowl and taken to the kitchen for boiling and seasoning. The great white wrinkled heads were on the porch in a red-daubed washtub. If there was a ooman with child about, Sam grunted as they were hoisting the scraped bodies by gambrel sticks thrust through the hamstrings. We'd have to take care to cover this mess. Butchering blood on the earth marks a child. I don't have those worries anymore. Anton tossed the liver and kidneys and sweetbreads in the pan Ellen brought out to them. The fire was dying under the iron cauldron. Soon hams were piled in a heap along with the sagging shoulders and sides on a lye-scrubbed plank. The sausage-making began. Sam was scraping the inverted intestines preliminary to stuffing them. He stopped to hone his knife on a whetstone he carried in his pocket, spat on it for lubrication. My old ooman came back last night. First thing Edie did was boil up hot mustard water and set her feet in it. She chewed up a sourwood twig to make her a snuff brush. "Give me a dipping, Samuel," she says. "I'm tuckered." He sat back thoughtful. For God, my house was a lonely place against that old hen's return. Anton sliced chunks of meat savagely, the razor-sharp knife whipping close to his fingertips. He held his silence, fed the pork into the grinder. In the kitchen, the women were preparing in their fashion for the celebration ahead. Anton had given Ellen coins with which to buy sugar when she did her trading, and for spices and raisins to put in the holiday cakes. In this season, when his brother came for the annual visit, Anton would have no stinting. "Girl," he said to her, "my ma used to make a pale Holotyde cake. There were whites of eggs beat in bowls, and it was thick with nuts and sugared fruits, not black like those strong sorghum ones you all make. Hum." He nodded, complacent. Ellen was assenting, eager. "I'll ask Mrs. Love. Could be she's learned the rule of such a cake, Pa. And when you're trading, go down of an evening when priest is holding hours for confession. Your uncle be due on Saturday, and I'll have you all at the communion rail when he's here, proper pious." Before walking the muddy road to Millville in the cloudy, dark and late afternoon, Ellen went to her room. She was binding her waist tight with a length of cloth. "I can't see nothing yet, but Stacy Love might." In the confessional box, she whispered to the young priest, "Bless me, Father Tompert, I confess to God and you that I've sinned. My last confession was Easter." She despaired. "It's all made up of falseness. I've no right to be here." "Confess your sins since then, child." "I took God's name in vain. One time I did truly hate my pa." "Have you had any impure thoughts, my child?" "And no. If you have any of these kind of thoughts, you must do your best to banish them. Are you truly sorry for your sins?" "I am, Father." She went to kneel in a pew, forbearing to recite the penance prayers the priest had assigned to her. Instead, she asked the Virgin to have pity, to understand why she was mute to Father Tompert for the sake of Anton's pride. She was thus driven, with a measure of courage, to rejecting the rituals bestowed on her, since a cross was hung about her throat as a baby, since she first held the beads and lisped the credo. And praying to Mary, Ellen emerged with her as a personal God. She grasped the blue-gowned symbol in her need as if it were flesh and blood, and could wield an influence on her fate. She denied the immense father figure of God without debating it. In coming days, she would meet the mail carrier in his Model T, take back her second letter, and place it with the other in the trunk. She at last put aside the hope of finding Christian eye. By Friday, cakes and tarts, breads, cheeses, and dried fruit pies were overflowing from the pantry shelves. Hams and side meat were curing in the smokehouse, sausages strung lavish from the shed eaves. There were crocks of fried meat packed in white fat, as well as head cheese, liverwurst, and tins of fresh lard. In the hot kitchen, Maria was baking breads and biscuits in the newly blacked range, vaguely wakened in the prospect of a visitor. She spoke to Ellen. "Get wax candles when you go buy Love's next time, girl. The tallow ones ain't suited for Mester Garland Gaddy." Frankie was at the long table, a basket of butternuts and walnuts on the floor by her. She was cracking them on a sadiron with a blow of an old hammer head. She looked up. "You're right peaked, Ellie. Are you ailing?" "I'll hunt out some of that bloodroot tonic," Maria said. "If you got the complaint, it'll make new blood." "I'd as lief you'd sing again," Frankie was saying. "And you used to cut up so, seems you've given it up." Ellen, startled, burned her hand on the iron pan she was taking from the oven. She shook her wrist to ease the seep of pain. "Go smear yellow soap on it," her mother said. "It'll draw out the heat." Ellen rubbed on the soap, blinking her eyes. She sang to hide the tears and to hold her tongue from blurting her trouble. "If I had known before I courted that love had been so hard to win, I'd have locked my heart with the keys of golden and pinned it down with a silver pin." "That's too lamenting, Ellie. Sing that one Penny used to, about that Minnie." "Hush, little Minnie, and don't say a word. Papa's going to buy me a mocking bird it can whistle, and it can sing, it can do most anything." They were making ready for the guest coming. Calico was hung across one end of the downstairs bedroom to form a separate chamber in which Garland would sleep. A chair was placed by the bed and a stone-topped table. In its base was a chamber pot, and on top a crockery pitcher with pink roses glazed on its surface set in a matching basin. A cake of store soap lay in a dish, a towel folded beside it. They ripped the bed tick open, removed the old stuffing, and filled it with soft wheat straw. The one feather pallet was aired and placed on the mattress, and over all they spread muslin sheets and their best quilts. That night Ellen was in a chair in the warm parlor, her back aching from the long hours, a piece of mending in her hand. Dark had come on, the lamp was throwing feeble, quivering shadows. Anton was holding the Bible and his lips moved. He raised his eyes, studied the image of Joseph alone on the table. He spoke, abrupt. "Where's the Virgin Mary that stood there with Joseph? She be broke, I vow." Ellen looked up in alarm. "I took her to the loft room, Pa. What with Holiday, I thought it would please you if I prayed to her, pious-like. Well, I allow you can keep her for a spell, but she'll not be broke, girl." "No, Pa, I'll take care." She arose. "Reckon I'll go to bed, coming Frankie." He stopped them. "I'll say the prayer to Michael once for this family. Get down, you all." On their knees the women were waiting, their shadows cast like gentle giants on the wall. The man knelt by the lamp and his spectre engulfed theirs. "Holy Michael, the archangel, defend us in battle. Be our safeguard against the snares of the devil. Thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all evil spirits that wander through the world seeking the ruination of souls." The temperature dropped in the night. As they were beginning the morning chores, white frost covered the land. The remote stars were cold and challenging. Ellen shivered, feeling her frailty. "What does it matter? One soul like me. I'm but a grain in a field of wheat. Who's to heed if I be lone or have a sin to burn me? She was closing the woodshed door. Her 2 goats got up in the half-light by the stone wall. Their beards twitched as they chewed in unison. Their hair stood out woolly. Why did I e'er take up with the careless love of Christian eye? She was putting bread crusts and salt and soybeans from her pocket in the wood trough. She laid her hands on the animals' soft necks. Here's some linseed meal for richness. You feel the storm coming. She went to get a bucket of tepid water that had stood by the kitchen range all night, carried it to the barnyard fowl. They were huddling together, feathers ruffled, on the pole roosts. She threw cracked corn on the dirt floor of their shed, and the birds hopped down one by one to eat, singing and crooning over the food. Tonight, I'll mix a sprinkle of red pepper in your wet mash to warm your craws while you sleep. Tending the creatures of the farm, Ellen took comfort, and so forgot herself. Garland Gaddy, in a new green Ford, was returning to the home of his youth. As he drove up the lane, Anton was in the barn on his knees while the old cow Bramble delivered him twin heifers. But Garland's nieces bade him welcome. They showed him the feather bed, and he was well pleased. He took Ellen in his armis. You're a handsome wench, Han. Last Christmas you were a child, and here you're nearly a woman. What does Anton say when the young men come sparking? He pinched her thigh, smiling warm. You're plaguing me, uncle. But he's a sight for sore eyes, isn't he, Frankie? Oh, he is. At night when the festive meal was over they sat in the parlor. The wind growled, and above the alders at the pond the moon bobbed like a ball on a chain while water shadows trembled. Anton kept a fire roaring, carrying armfuls of oak logs from the kitchen and piling them on the hearth. Garland brought out a fifth of contraband whiskey, setting the bottle on the round table. The 2 men tasted from the heavy kitchen glasses. This be good moon, Gar. Well, it beats needle beer. Place I get it has all their hooch analyzed and tested by a registered chemist. Ought to be good. Cost $15 a bottle. Christ, Anton was impressed. Smithy sold me some jackass peach brandy from Virginia, 50 cents a pint jar. Better watch out for that junk. Break you down inside. Internal bleeding. I wouldn't drink a thing made down here in the Bible Belt. Ellen was sent to the cellar for a bottle of pale, sweet wine that Anton made yearly from his Scuppernong grapes, the vine of which had been planted 5 decades ago by Jules Gaddy, the father of the brothers. Ellen had put a scarf at her neck, and it became her. She poured the wine and came behind her uncle in his chair. When she put her head against his while he was talking, her hair fell on his shoulders, and she loved him. Garland Gaddy was the middle one of 3 brothers, a bachelor. He was a head taller than Anton, overweight, not yet fat. His small eyes were light blue, his once blonde hair had turned gray, he trimmed a neat mustache. His jaw was square, his lips full. He wore hand-cut dark suits, vivid ties. As a child he had shared with Anton their mother's neglect, had run away from home at 19 to prowl the states from coast to coast, brawling and scattering his seed. Then, when he was 29, Anton offered him the sum of $1,500 in cash, Maria's dowry, for his half the farm. Garland had accepted, hitchhiking to Chicago with the bills sewn into his belt. He soon was co-owner of a thriving burlesque house. Now, over 20 years later, from his office on State Street, he handled a set of neighborhood theaters where vaudeville and the silver screen vied for public approval. Anton was affected by the abundance of festive food, the polished house, and the women's raiment. Maria, even, had laid aside the sack apron she usually pinned on and was wearing her church-going black dress and an ecru crocheted collar. Anton nearly begrudged the honor they paid Garland, although his pride assured him that the tribute was to himself. Say, Gar, I call to mind when we were youngins, and Ma was honing for that black driving rig. You recollect, our sir had but $2 gold, so he went to Trader Bawcock. Said Bawcock, you can have this gold and all the rocks you can haul out of that rye field if you'll trade that rig to me. She get the buggy, Pa? Asked Frankie. Bet she did, hon, Garland said. What did the trader want of rocks? I don't know, but Bawcock had the field cleaned before spring plowing, said Anton. Ma managed to get what she wanted pretty near every time, Garland said. Anton packed his pipe, pushing with his thick thumb, had her hands full. Say, Frankie, play for us and sing the prayer you learned. Frankie obeyed. Angel of God, my guardian dear, to whom his love commits me here ere this day, be at my side to light and guard, to rule and guide. That's a special prayer, you know, Garland. Priest says it's worth 100 days' indulgence. Sing it once more, Poppet. I better learn that one. Garland kept time with his hand. He got up to stand by the upright piano, tapping his foot. You know the old one, Captain Jinks. I don't think so, Uncle. Goes like this. Garland made several false tries before he sang in off-key. I'm Captain Jinks of the Horse Marines. I feed my horse on corn and beans, and court the ladies in their teens, for that's the style in the army. That's a new one, Uncle, Ellen said. Garland was pulling her hand, drawing her beside him. You sing with me. When they had finished, Ellen offered, Want to hear one of Penny's tales? That roaring ooman, growled Anton. Tell you, Gar, she couldn't cut an onion or hold a scrub brush without she was screeching some foal delay. Let's hear it, Puss. Garland sat back in his chair. Ellen stood behind him to sing while Frankie played. Anton bit his pipe in his yellowed teeth and the smoke wreathed. Maria knitted, her lips moving occasionally with an inner thought. I courted pretty Paul the livelong night, then left her next morn before it was light. The song told of how Paul went riding off with the man, and then they went a bit further, and what did they spy but a new-dug grave and a spade lying by? Willie, oh Willie, I'm afraid of your way, I'm afraid you will lead my poor body astray, pretty Paul. Pretty Paul, you're thinking just right, I dug on your grave the best part of last night. And Willie stabbed the girl and put her in the grave. He threw a bit of dirt o'er her and started for home, leaving no one behind but the wild doves to mourn. Now, if that ain't a dumb fool story, Anton snorted. Ellen looked down at Garland, and he patted her hands, placing them on his shoulders. I liked it. You air here, she asked quickly because of the tears that were trapped by her father's scorn. It will strengthen a man's eyes to have a mustache. Well, he laughed, I'll keep it then. Uncle's so kind. It came on her as he was stroking her wrists. Anton lifted his head. My sir said his grandsire in France owned a sporting hog one time. You mind that story, Gar? He called her slut, Garland said. He was a gamekeeper in one of the king's forests. Bred his own dogs, taught them to stand and back game. They say he was watching the men and saw the pups weren't responding. Little Black Shote went by, not a wild hog. She was the kind that ran loose in the forest those days. Made a wager with the men he could train and break the shote faster than they could the dogs. He penned her, taught her to come to her name. She pointed small game and partridge. After a while she'd retrieve rabbit and pheasant. Careful, too. She didn't harm them, all sorts of game. Did better than his dogs, and backed them when she saw them point. That hog's nose was so true she'd point a bird 50 yards away, in a straight line. That's the story anyway. He win the bet? Frankie asked. Oh, sure, hon. Came when he hollered, said Ellen. Wish I could have seen that. Did she run good or was she too fat? Asked Frankie. She was trim. She'd come at full gallop, excited like the dogs when she saw a gun. Maria said, They must have set store by that beast. You bet, Garland turned to her. And you know, Maria, when Slut was 10 years old, she weighed half a ton and they still hunted with her. Ain't that a tale, Frankie? Anton demanded. Those were the olden days. Then there came the time of Napoleon the Bonnie Party. Pa's grandsire had to soldier under him. He'd watch o'er the old country, and if some land like Germany was trying to conquer a scroungy sort of a country, why Napoleon the Bonnie Party? He'd say no. He'd get in front of his army and go lick Germany or whate'er land it happened to be. He stayed in France between wars and our great-grandsire belonged to his company. Anton shrugged with pride. That fellow wasn't the king, he worked for himself. He made his living that way, watching o'er the old country. Say, my great-great-grandsire, claimed Frankie, knew Napoleon the Bonaparte. Well, Garland was laughing, tomorrow's Christmas Eve. Let's hit the hay. Ellen stayed awake far into the night. The wind was tugging at her window and the lonely dark pressed down. Her lips were dry and her mouth became as cotton. I'll tell Uncle tomorrow for sure. At length she lapsed into a fitful sleep while in the parlor below the fire died to coals and field mice came from the walls to nibble crumbs and nut meats fallen on the rugs. At breakfast, Maria was stirring a pancake batter while the girls fried sausages and potatoes, set out slices of blood pudding, crocks of jam and sorghum. I favor lacing griddle cakes with hot sausage fat, Anton said. Sweetening takes the taste out. Garland, clad in a red shirt, new hunting pants and shining engineer's boots, beamed. Good old country sorghum for me. Well, pusses, what's new? Anyone dream about a pointing pig, or poor Paul, or Napoleon? I ne'er, giggled Frankie, but tell another story. Well, you know that same great-great-grandfather of yours that trained Slut went to Russia with Napoleon's army. There was a bad winter and Napoleon beat it back to France. He let most of the troops die in the snow without food. I don't take much stock in that, said Anton. I doubt Bonaparte did that. Now, Anton, you know Pa used to talk about it. How they conscripted all the men of the village, 23 of them, and only his grandfather came back. He must have been strong. They say he was a good looker, too, said Anton. Finest in the village, a proud one. Doesn't look like you or me inherited much from him, laughed Garland. Reckon Mark took after him, Anton said, for he was the dandy of us 3 boys. Well, Garland asked, what you pusses got to report this morning? One of the barn cats brought in a little mole yesterday, said Frankie. You didn't know I lost my white kid last summer, Uncle, Ellen said. He was but 2 months old. The lines still edged her eyes when she spoke of it. You ne'er got to see him. I was telling about the mole, Ellie. Garland listened to them, then said suddenly, Now, and here's something I've been meaning to bring up. Been thinking a lot about Frankie here, about her coming up to the city next year. You see, I want everything to go right. She needs to make a good impression from the start. Now you folks don't realize it, but you practically talk like first settlers with that old-fashioned country dialect. Think Frankie could take lessons in grammar or speech this coming year to correct some of that. Anton had been spearing sausages and pancakes with a fork. He paused. The blood was leaping to his cheekbones. His freckles stood out in vivid specks. He made a guttural sound and scraped his chair back. He spat the food from his pendulous lips onto the table before him, hurled the sausage and fork to the floor. Hit do be my sir's tongue and my ma's, and before God, hit'll be that girl's. She'll go forth with hit, and no more farting teaching mesters will I suck upon. He flung himself from the house. Ellen began to weep. Maria was taking up a cloth to clean the table and the floor. Frankie looked at her uncle, and her eyes were wary, her voice small. "You're not afraid." Jesus wept. "No, puss. Have another flapjack, and I'll talk to him when he cools off. That squirt always had a hot temper." Ellen snared the largest of the geese by a stout pink leg. She bore it to the stump, placed its head between the spikes, and cleaved the neck just below the jaw. She threw the beheaded bird from her to flail its wings and flop about. She handed the head to Jack, eager and knowing. "I see you licking your chops." She tore the down from the breast, stuffing it into a sack. She brought a pail of boiling water, scalded the carcass, and finished the plucking. She gave the entrails to the chickens to pick, washed the heavy bird under the pump, hung it near the sausages dangling from the eaves in the shed. In the kitchen, Anton was tipping his chair back. He took from his pocket a twist of tobacco leaves and sliced the end with his jackknife. He thrust his short legs in front of him, balancing. "Helga, might be it's as you say, and Frankie's speech is queer to city folk. But what matters her way of speech if she's to make music? If you say so, why I'll get her a grammar mester. But hark at me, Gar," and his eyes were glinting. "Don't ne'er speak again such as you did there before them oomen folk. Like what I say ain't gospel. Chrissake, get off your high horse. They know you're boss." Garland ground his cigarette butt in a plate and laughed. He ran his little finger across his mustache, touching his sensuous lips. "I was always big enough to lick you if it came to that, now wasn't I? You've tried hit. I always give you good advice. Now here's another bone I want to pick, indoor plumbing." He hit his fist on the table. "You think you've progressed because you dug a new privy 10 years ago. Maria and those young girls haul water from the well like pioneers. This is December 1925, the century of progress." Again the fist. "They got a sink and a clear drain that our ma ne'er had," Anton drawled, tobacco juice staining the corners of his mouth. "And she ne'er had a deep hole like our shithouse, but just a board and a shed. Nor that Sweetwater well that which Lufty found. I see you've gone soft in the city." The farmer was pleased, for now the ground was familiar. He backed down only when there was jeopardy to his younger daughter's future. "Yes, guess I was going soft, Anton, when I got you that loan back in the war when times were bad. So you could buy good milkers and get shed of that worthless herd you were supporting. Guess it's soft to buy a good breed of chickens or thoroughbred hogs. Hell, those are beasts where we make our living. It's not the same." Anton stumped to the stove and, lifting the round iron lid with the poker, spat on the coals. They sizzled. "And I paid that loan back, Gar. Hard cash from crops and milk." He replaced the lid with a violent noise. "I give up. Chrissake, you're stubborn." Garland arose. "I suppose you declare you'll never run in a line and wire the farm for electricity. I was born by lamplight, and I'll see that I die by it. Well, I've got 2 or 3 Christmas packages in the Ford." Garland was going to the door. Good a time as any to bring them in. "Frankie," he shouted, "call off that practicing and come with me. Jesus wept, this is a holiday." Anton was sawing his fist in the air, exhorting, "Remove not the ancient landmark which thy fathers have set, says the word. Mind, Gar." That evening, an austere meal of bread and cabbage soup was consumed. By custom, the family semi-fasted before communion. They would wait to eat of the festive food when they returned from midnight mass. After supper, the girls popped corn and cracked nuts to put on the table. Ellen boiled up a pan of taffy at Garland's suggestion. She buttered her hands and pulled it with him until it cooled into long, pale sticks. But all his jokes and laughter did not rouse her from her lassitude. At Mass, she moistened her tongue to swallow the dry communion disc. It seemed to her that now truly the door was closed on her childhood. As she returned to the pew, she grieved, weighing what she had read in her Bible. If thou hast done foolishly in lifting thyself, or if thou hast thought evil, lay thine hand upon thy mouth. For as the churning of milk bringeth forth butter, and the wringing of the nose bringeth forth blood, so the forcing of wrath bringeth forth strife. I'll have to find a way to leave my home, a place to go and drop this wayside colt. Garland drove the green car back down the road to the farm. He was talkative, and his mood had passed to his brother. Tell you, Anton was yawning, I'll ne'er forget that Christmas I passed shivering and repenting while sleeping up against the cows and thinking of you and Mark warm in the quilts. I'd been whipped on my knees for leaving the cow gate open. You remember it? That was one. The car lights beamed down the corduroy road. The night was parted like great doors swinging open on hinges. I haven't told Uncle yet. A light fall of snow was starting and the wind hushed. The store-wrapped gifts that Garland had laid on the table in the parlor were opened Christmas morning. Anton was puffing at a hand-rolled cigar. If you be setting and your hands be idle, it's a good enough pleasure, he said, stinting. I even heard they are rolling cigars now with a machine. Ellen opened her package, took out a hat of crushed blue satin, a silk rose on its soft brim. My, that's fair. Her voice was tremulous because of his care for her. Put it on, hon, he was saying. Ordered it special from the milliner. You know, satin's the thing this year. Say, when she wears that to Mass, Anton, you'll have to keep the bows back with a shotgun. Maria smoothed her fingers over a black crepe de chine dress. Frankie ran to try on one of pink wool, to fling herself upon Garland while her father smoked in his chair, tracing her movements with a jealous eye. "E'er see the glass bowl garden Frankie made me last summer, Gar?" he asked. "Hit's setting in the bedroom window." Ellen was drying the breakfast dishes when Garland came into the room. He had on a bright striped jacket and brown corded jodhpurs. His gray hair was neat, his square jaw shaven. "Don't you ever get tired of all this work, Puss? You never get a change, hidden out on the farm here by yourself. It's my home, Uncle, and I love the earth and its doings. Sometimes in the summer it comes on such an hour like when the Lord God walked in the Garden of Eden. Sometimes a wind passes o'er the earth that's fair, and all its bounty is spread before." The wetness stood in her eyes as she was blurting it. "I know, but you've got your future to think about. You should meet people. Get around. Your father dotes on Frankie too much, never gives a thought to you. It's not right, you know. It's his way. You got a boyfriend." "No." Water filled her eyes again. Garland tapped the table. "It's your father. Keeps you kids cloistered like a pair of nuns." Ellen was stacking the dried silver in the milk glass jar. She turned to him, desperation fringing her tones. "I would as lief go from the farm a while to see the world outside." "Course you would, sweet." He was hearty. "That's only normal. Now what chore comes next?" "Tending my goats." She was taking her coat from its hook. "Wanna come?" With the dog trailing after, they took the path over which Ellen had sped light in the summer past. She fed her does and was standing at the gate while they ate, her eyes absorbed. Garland smoked his cigarette, observing her a while. "How would you like to visit me in Chicago, sweet? Work'll be light here till spring. They can get along without you." She breathed soft. "Pa'd not have it." "He doesn't need you. Got your sister to keep him company. He does so need me. Well then, he can let you have a vacation. He smiled. Does he ever strap you now you're a grown girl? No, but I call to mind when I was a child, and once Ma said I picked at a rhubarb pie from the pantry shelf. I ne'er knew of it being there. Pa cut a hickory length of his arm and beat me, made me kneel, said I lied. I won't squall, and that gets his back up. She rubbed with her finger the area between the black stub horns of Rhodey, veiling her eyes. Reckon I'd love to visit at your house. Well, it's high time. I'll throw a party when you come. I'll talk to Anton this afternoon. Tell him it's only logical for you to be first since you're the oldest. He'll let you, you'll see. He was putting his arm around Ellen. She leaned against him with a sigh. You're a sweet girl, Han. He kissed her, lingering on the young mouth. Ellen decided not to say more to him now. I'll wait till I'm at his house to tell him he must help me. Anton wasn't averse to Ellen's journey. Garland had emphasized how he was making ready for Frankie's arrival the next year, and he spoke of the money he planned to spend on her. Maria said suddenly, Who'll do the trading if Ellie goes off? Enough jarring on this, cried Anton. I'll send Sam Ooman. Ellie'll not be gone 2-3 weeks. Garland laughed. Her turn comes first. You don't mind, do you, Frankie? Oh no, I want her to go. Maybe I could do the trading, Pa, just while Ellie's gone. No, Poppet. Say, is she riding back with you in the auto? Anton inquired. I guess not. No, I'll be going by way of St. Louis. I've got some business to look after. Then I'll drive on up and get the house in order. I've never gotten ready for one of these young ladies before. She's taking a train then. Anton was persistent. This is my treat. I'm giving Ellen the ticket money. It's an extra Christmas present. Well, if you want, Anton said, relieved. Ellen stood by them pale, her eyes fastened to her uncle. He nodded. Come the middle of January, Puss. Leave here on the 15th. I know the train. There's only one out of New Hope that goes to Chicago. Yes, Uncle. It's foolishness. Anton walked out. Before Garland left, he came on Ellen alone, slipping her an envelope of money. No need to mention this to your father. What he doesn't know won't hurt him. Just tell him I gave you enough for your ticket. All right, Uncle. She held the extra money tightly in her apron pocket. On the morning after New Year's Day, Garland was jaunty in his yellow driving cap and raccoon coat. The girls were helping him carry his bags out to the Ford. Then he unfolded the hood, examined the interior. That'll do. He fastened the hood down, removed the figured radiator cap and dipped a finger. Water. Frankie brought a pail from the pump. Can I do it? No, this is fine. He poured until it flowed over, replaced the cap, and opened the car door. Here goes one more year. Wish you'd stay on a while, said Frankie. There, Maria said. I love that dress. I ne'er had a silk one before. That's crepe de chine, Maria, Garland laughed. It's the style. It's not silk, Ooman, Anton said. That stuff's too dear. Yes, is it? Garland said. It's one kind of silk. Well, here I go. His gloved hand was waving from the window. The exhaust rose in a fog, dogging the car in the chill air. The days sped. It was time for Ellen to leave. She had bought a length of dark, heavy cloth with some of the money Garland had given her. She made it into a dress, cutting so it hung in loose folds on her hips. I can feel where it lays hard in me. Soon the cleverest stitching won't hide it. She had given Frankie the primrose bulb from Brinker's kitchen. Hope it fares well. Keep in mind to feed it cold tea. And do tend my goats, Frankie. You're only going for a week or so, Ellie. Uncle said I might stay a little longer. Ellen was bringing salt to her 2 does. They licked her hands, leaning affectionate against her. She knew the places they liked best to be rubbed, along the withers and between the horns, on the silken spots behind their small pricked ears, on their throats below the beards. Frankie's promised to care for you, Maria said. Bye now. When you reckon Mester Gaddy'll be back from taking you to Millville, I'm out of coffee. Frankie was kissing Ellen fondly. It'll be right lonely with you off there. I'll miss your singing, too. Frankie's qualms for her own leave-a-taking a year hence were exposed when she viewed Ellen's breakaway. There, I'm that eager to go to Uncle's myself. But she whispered, plaintive, wish I was little again. What if it's not fun like you think it'll be, Ellie? I ain't afraid. Ellen spoke stoutly as she stepped down to where the team waited. Her tan coat was covering her new dress. She wore the blue satin hat. Jack was flattening his ears and going to sit amid the weeds on the bank to await her return. Anton drove the buck wagon, Ellen on the railed seat beside him. At Love's, she would wait to catch a ride on the milk truck to New Hope. You be a credit to me, girl. I don't favor your idling about in that Zion, and you'll not lust after young men, mind. He was nodding, so I told my brother. He reined in the team outside the store. Ellen went in for Maria's coffee. She handed it up to him. I'll see you in 2 weeks' time. You can write, and I'll make a way to get you home. Yes, Pa. Goodbye. Ellen watched the buckboard until she could barely make out her father's round hat. In Love's store, she was peering through the wide window. Stacy Love rocked, vigorous, by the stove. It's a far piece where you're going. Grady was chopping wood, and the report of his axe was heard. I always thought a heap of Mester Gaddy's brother. She placed a pinch of snuff between her lower lip and teeth. Though I ne'er had no truck with another Yankee. Ellen kept silence, sickened with excitement and fear. You're sure looking seedy, Ellen. I was telling Grady you seemed kind of pinched this winter. Stacy swayed back and forth. There was a noise at the door, and Lily Garrett was pushing in, her curls springing about her soft face. Well, hey you all. Wish I had a rich uncle, Stacy went on quietly. Why, Ellie Gaddy, the fat girl cried. Were you going all smartened up, and you got a new hat? Look at that rose. Ellen kept her back to them. She continued looking up the road, the pulse in her throat throbbing. Ellen's leaving us poor folks, Lily, going to the big city. Oh, Mrs. Love, whispered Ellen. My goodness, cried Lily, you ne'er told me. Wish I could go visiting, Stacy said. Lie around in bed of a morning. You all heard, Lily called to Ellen, Buck Lemon and Sophie Good wedded. Kept it a secret. It was at the husking bee they met up. How come you didn't go to the bee, Ellie? Mandy declared you were going. Ellen looked around. My pa wouldn't suffer neither me or Frankie to go, Lily. That's all. I calculate Buck Lemon seen Sophie a sight before that husking bee. Stacy said flatly. Whatever you mean? Lily was giggling. I ain't saying. Stacy smiled. But you e'er see such a funny-looking girl as Sophie. I marvel at her catching a fine fellow like Buck. I can see she's wearing stays and binding herself so it won't show. Guess she allows she'll fool somebody that way. Buck told me himself she's been to see Doc Trumbo. Lazy old so. There's the milk truck. Ellen turned to flee. Lily was kissing her extravagantly at the door while Stacy waved a hand and renewed her wad of snuff. Ellen hailed the truck. Can I hitch a ride to New Hope, Mr. Durley? Sure thing, Miss Gaddy. Those were his last words until they reached the New Hope station. I'm beholden, Mr. Durley, she said as she was taking her bag. Sure thing. In her valise was the plaster of Paris image of the Virgin Mary, and Ellen was somewhat fortified by its presence. The whistle was shrieking as the train coursed into the suburbs late in the night. The cars slunk past small, sharp-angled houses, massive factories belching fire, streets of lighted stores and cafes, slow-moving people in streetcars, trucks, wagons and horses or mules, buggies, automobiles. The coach cars were strung with yellow window links that curved on the track ahead into a tunnel. Ellen saw muffled groups of people under bright station lamps. Her journey was done. She reached the cold cement of a pillared runway, stood impotent, bewildered, jostled by passengers on their separate ways. She was clutching her bag in one hand, the other in her coat pocket held her handkerchief in which the money was knotted. A familiar voice spoke in her ear. "Well, here's the little country wench." It was Garland, suave in a tight-fitting suit and spotted tie, a derby on his head. He carried a fur coat. His face seemed old and yellowed in the glare of the platform. He kissed her mouth, and she felt the mustache clung to him. "I thought I got lost, Uncle." "Porter, yellow taxicabs were waiting in a line. They got in one and drove a long time." She was asleep, her head limp against the hard leather. Garland was waking her. "This is it, sweet." She stumbled after him up granite stairs. He stooped over to unlock a door, pushed it open, and they went into an unlighted hall where a staircase reared. "How about something to eat? Some hot milk?" He flashed on a light overhead. "I reckon I'd better just sleep, Uncle. I'm beat. Your room's up here." He was climbing ahead on the broad, uncarpeted steps, carrying her valise. A musty odor lingered about them. "My, you've got a big house, Uncle." Her voice was loud in the echoing vestibule. "It's big, all right." He preceded her down the hall and opened a door, stepped in and snapped the button of a wall lamp. An orange bulb glowed faintly. "If you want more light, there's one by the bed." It was a high-ceilinged room with a dark red rug. The wide, ornate bed was covered with a heavy magenta spread, and on the wall was a round mirror in a gold-scrolled frame. Through the mesh curtains hanging in front of the windows, Ellen saw lamps in the street underneath and tree branches twining still and soundless. The doorbell grated below. "Good night, Hon. Sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite." He was gone. Ellen attempted to draw the heavy drapes that hung at the sides of the windows, but discovered they were fastened there. She was fumbling at window shades, drawing them down. She heard voices raised below, stiffened to listen. Through the floorboards came a woman's faint, thin laughter. Then all was still. She pulled the chain of the bulb over the bed. In the sudden whiteness, dust balls in the corners were exposed, and stained paper on the walls. She put the light out. Below all remained quiet. She folded her dress on an armchair. Cautious, she left the room, found the bathroom around an angle in the hallway. When she turned the spigot, water spurted and roared. Shy of disturbing the household, she washed meagerly, then hurried back and turned off the orange wall light. She crept into the cold, foreign sheets, and when she slept it was as if her fears backed off. In dreaming, Christian I was taking her hand in his. In his way he was laughing as if there was an old joke between the two of them. When she came downstairs in the morning, her footsteps resounded in the vestibule, at the end of which was a door. It opened into a large, green-carpeted room. Somber-colored chairs and sofas were flanked by trivial tables bearing bric-a-brac and crystal and cloisonné ashtrays. On a corner table, in a ponderous silver frame, was a daguerreotype of Nell Gaddy, garbed in a ruffled shirtwaist and a wide straw hat tipped with an egret's wing. Beyond, she could see the dining room and her uncle at an oval table, his breakfast and a newspaper spread before him. He waved his hand, called out. He was shaking a little silver bell. She crossed the expanse of the green carpet to sit at the table by him. She sensed the odd odor of his house. It was the strangeness of another lair. Mrs. Quimby. Garland was speaking to an aproned, bulky woman at the swinging door. "This is my niece, Ellen. She'll be visiting here." "Pleased, be sure," said Ellen. The woman turned away, grim, reappeared with a plate of bacon and eggs and a cup. Gray-black hair wisped about her face. A formless dress was belted on her full hips and buttoned down the front under the apron. Her eyes were colorless. She set the food before Ellen and withdrew. "Don't let her ways bother you, Puss. You'll get used to her. She's a gem, been with me years." He was pouring her coffee. While Ellen ate, he spoke rapidly. "Sleep well, you do what pleases you. The house is yours. I'll tell Mrs. Quimby your mistress," like that. He was tapping the chair arm with his finger. "Want to go for a walk? That's Reading Street out front. Pretty district here. Old. Want me to invite some friends for a party." He drank the last of his coffee in haste. It jingled the bell again. The housekeeper instantly opened the door, her mouth a penciled line. "Make my niece at home, Mrs. Quimby. Fix her a good lunch. Don't know what time I'll be back." He hurried to the vestibule, returning in a raccoon coat and black spats. He was holding a cane and a black felt derby together in one hand. He looked down at her. "Not much to say, Puss. You like my house." "I do, Uncle." Ellen couched her words with care. "Be my speech queer like you told Pa my sister's was." "Well, of course you talk the same as her, hon. But I don't want you to change. Frankie'll be living here in Chicago, so that's different, see. I'd fain live in Millville all my days." He kissed her and she smelled the perfumed lotion. He eyed her quizzically. "Such a little innocent. Don't ever change, sweet." The outer door was slamming after him. The hours passed, the first ever spent away from home, away from the ritual of farm work. Ellen saw how mealtimes were varied to suit the whim of Mrs. Quimby, how Garland was blind to the management of his house. He was gone for many hours in a day, often returning after she was in bed. He had little time for her. She would wander through the house to sit in the sun-bright bay window in the dining room, to tune in the cumbersome radio set on the marble table in the other large, shaded room. Her plight and its urgent solution lay untamed, twisting in the back of her mind. She went upstairs, past the closed doors of the hallway to the blue and white statuette she had placed on the highboy beside the bed. "Deliver me," she prayed. On her third day in the house, she came to the kitchen, seeking companionship, and pushed the door. Sarah Quimby stared from where she sat reading a paper booklet. In her hands was a steaming mug that she set on the galvanized tabletop with a sharp click. Behind the dour-faced woman was a double-doored wood icebox trimmed in bronze, and above it swung 3 or 4 canary cages. The pale yellow birds were silent, heads cocked, alert. On the sink was a disarray of food and newspapers, and opened cans. The hardwood floor was littered with crumbs and dust. "There's many a fine secret Sarah Quimby knows, miss." The housekeeper's voice was high-pitched and her finger wagged. Ellen let the door swing shut. "I know goings-on," the woman was shrilling behind it. Confused, Ellen went to sit in the bay window. "Old witch," she murmured, laying her hand on her cheek. Frown lines were drawing across her forehead. "Don't place your affections on the green sycamore tree, for the leaves they will welter, and the balls they will fall if you can't love arightly. Don't love none at all." In the round mirror in her room, Ellen was deliberately examining her figure clad in a flannel chemise. It was evening, the wall lamp burned. She placed the strip of cloth about her waist, making it firm. Then she put on the dark dress she had made for this visit. To the figure in the glass she breathed, "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. I." The hurt eyes looked back from the white oval face. The breasts even now were swelling, so in 5 months' time they would grow hard and full. The pink nipples brown. She touched her girdled waist, bitter. "I'll bind it tighter and maybe it'll strangle." There was a knock and Garland appeared in the doorway, remote in a severe black suit and bow tie. "You put me in mind of my mother there." He looked at her heavily and turned, drawing the door shut with a dull sound. She stood a moment, then moved to the windows, pulling up a shade exposing the windy lean night. Yellow street lamps bloomed stark and shorn tree boughs swayed. She was weeping after a while, darkly. Later she glided down the long staircase where the echoes lived, and into the big room. A score of people were milling in the blue mist of tobacco smoke and the vague, sensuous odors of perfume. In their hands were stemmed glasses and morsels of food. The air stayed hot and unreal, the voices an undulating drone above the clicking and chinking of dishes. Garland came across the room, ruddy-faced, waving a glass at her, his breath strong. "This is my niece, the one I told you about, the little goat girl from the Kentucky hills of home." He took her arm. He was like somebody else. Fine wrinkles were etched about his soft, skinned jaw and across his brow. He spoke loudly to a white-haired tall man. "This is Ellen." "Mester," she whispered, and she said, "Lady," when it was a woman as he took her around the room. Her head throbbed, she wished the night done. Garland left her and she stood apart, waiting. Then he found her again, urging her to sing. "This niece of mine can do the old-time songs up so prettily. Go ahead, puss, any tune." Her voice was high and steady, while the women's gems glistened, and the men turned murmuring to each other, puffing long black cigars. "Ere a night when the sun goes in, I hang down my head, and mournful cry true love. Don't weep nor mourn for me, I'm going away to Marble Town." "Say, that's good. You know any faster ones like Bam, Bam, Bamy Shore, Miss Gaddy?" cried a modish, blonde young woman. "We could dance to that." "No," Ellen's voice was small. "Reckon not, lady." "Well, how about Alabamy Bound?" called another female voice. "That's from the South." "I don't know it," Ellen said. "It's got rhythm." The blonde girl tapped her feet. "Come on, Nadine, let's dance." "Vo-do dio, whoopee." They raised their hands as though to pat a cake, swayed and juggled their feet, short skirts exposing slim legs. 5 feet 2, eyes of blue, can she hug and can she woo? Garland was setting his glass down. He began to wail too. He shuffled, linked arm in arm with one of the bejeweled women. "She says that she's my little baby, my little jazz-time baby." There was dancing, noise, laughter, squeals. Ellen, afraid of the strange faces, the clever women, conscious of her unfashionable attire, had retreated to a chair in a dim-lit corner. Mrs. Quimby opened the dining room door. The woman was austere in a white, starched apron, a ruffled cap askew on her hair. "The dinner is served, sir." When the last guest had gone, Ellen turned to the broad staircase and put her hand on the balustrade. Her skin was transparent, a blue vein beat in the temple. She was holding herself tense. Garland looked at her a moment, his little eyes flickering. "I should have made you rest, Hahn." "No," she shook her head. "You sang so pretty." "No, uncle, it's no song for city folk." She flushed near tears. It sounded queer for a fact. He glanced, curious, at her. "Where did you pick up those songs?" "Well, Talithy Gentry of the grammar school used to sing to us, but I learned the most from Penny Doherty. Pa hired her 2 summers back when Ma took sick." She sighed, aware of her plainness. Garland was laughing. Did you like the party? Pa still calls Penny that roaring woman. He couldn't abide her. Thought I'd die when she first went. It was so lonely. And she added, I remember Ari tale Penny sung. Not homesick, are you? She went up a stair, avoiding his sharp look. No, it's the late hour makes me gossipy. Home, we're ne'er up this late. Oh yes, wanna ask you about church tomorrow. Guess you'd say I'm a pretty bad Catholic. Managed to make Christmas Mass and send a big check to the cathedral, and that's about it. He wagged his head, looking up at her. But I know Anton brought you girls up strict. Bet he used a switch like our folks taught us. He did. Want to go to Mass? I'd liefer not. She rubbed her forehead, reflecting. If you think it's not wrong to cross his will. You mean Anton's will? Chris' sake, I'm all for it. I wouldn't tell him. Now, sleep in the morning, get a good rest. I've got some business, so I'll likely be gone. I ne'er knew you to be such a rich man, uncle, when you came to the farm. Good night. As she entered her room, she heard the rasp of the doorbell and a woman's voice that cut off when the door shut between the vestibule and the living room. The next day, large flakes were floating soundless beyond the cold bay window. Ellen heard a crash in the kitchen, knew another dish had slipped. Over the trill of the canaries came a loud grumbling. The swinging door was opening. I can tell you a secret, miss. I've ne'er a wish to hear it. Ellen stood up from her chair. Don't put on airs, miss. Your family's not much account. I reckon. I don't know what you mean. Mr. Gaddy's the one amounted to something in your family. You're a poor relation. Mrs. Quimby smiled slyly. You know Mr. Gaddy keeps a woman, a bad woman, on the east side. You know what they are, miss. He keeps her for his pleasure. You're a liar. Ain't you the fool? Where you think he goes nights, looking like Douglas Fairbanks. Think that's on business. It's proper to have a lady friend. And not make her his missus. Keep rooms for her. Pay her to wait for him. Give her gold. All these years he's kept one. Different ones. I tell you he's lucky to find a respectable woman like me to run his house. I won't listen. I won't listen. Ellen was repeating to herself, running through the house over the green carpet, away from the voice. She turned the key in her door, threw herself on the magenta coverlet, her hands over her ears. He doesn't want me or need me any more than Pa. I'm like some contrary varmint that no one'll have any truck with. Her self-pity was like wind to a fire. She got up, sat in one of the stiff-backed chairs, trembling in wrath. I put a curse on Christian I who did this to me. Forever, take away his joy, Mary Virgin, for what's been wreaked on me. Make him suffer. Suddenly she was rising. She had seen it in an instant. It just came o'er me, I'll go there. She was lifting down the traveling bag, opening it on the bed. She packed her few possessions. I lay a curse on him, Virgin my witness. She counted her money, folded it in the handkerchief. The feverish tenor of the past days was sliding away and she was cooled again. She rested, and in the night as she was going out, she stood a letter on the highboy. Uncle, I'm beholden for all your kindness. I am going to St. Louis to see someone. If Pa asks after me, will you tell him I will try to be home in summer? Please don't try to find me. Niece Ellen. At the station, she purchased a ticket, sat for a few tired hours on a bench, her shoes and satin hat wet from the falling snow. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Her hand rested on the valise. She boarded the train and found a seat. Through the window, she watched the red coal of sun lift itself. The landscape was evolving into farmlands, far-stretched and sleeping villages. The snow began to melt as they rumbled southward into Illinois. She was dozing. Out of memory sprang an incident involving Anton. It stirred no warring of anger in her, only the same wonderment she had experienced at the time. The way of women had come on Frankie, catching her unaware one night when she was 11, frightening her, so she whimpered to Ellen, "I'm dying. Ellie, don't let me die." Maria had kept a pristine silence on all matters pertaining to the body, as her own ma'am had done with her. It was a secret, never articulated. Ellen had whispered to Frankie, and they planned. All the while in their whispers lay a thrill of dread, for it was a field of unknowns. The morning was Sunday, and the girls were dressing for Mass. Anton opened the loft door upon them. "What's going on here? We'll be late again. Now move, you two." Frankie was nude and gazed naive at him. Ellen plucked a garment from the bed and laid it before her sister. The man ripped it from Frankie's hands, threw it at her feet. He turned on Ellen, not so froward girl, and stalked out while the two stared. They had dressed swiftly, mute. But nightly, for many years, Frankie would have an urgent compulsion to look under her bed before she went to sleep. And Ellen developed a fear of something skulking and concealed when she was sent to the cellar on an errand. She was unburying this, mulling it, half asleep. By noon she became wakeful and light-headed, bought a sandwich from a vendor who came shouting through the stuffy car. The train was halting before a gray clapboard station house bearing the flecked inscription Weems Crossroads. Bag in hand, she walked the deserted streets. The air was less chill, the sky a high blue. She was questioning a storekeeper, then turning down a muddy road leading into the country. She passed farms and came to woods where black trees dripped. Brash crows were cawing somewhere out of sight, and neglected clouds floated in fresh winds. By a fenced-in burial ground, melting snow outlined gravestones. A mason jar full of sticks tipped on its side, and a withered wreath lay on a plot enclosed with a black iron paling. Gray granite markers were graven with dead names and dates. A cow leaned over the cemetery fence in the distance to crop grass inside. It was bearing heavily with its soft neck on the sagging wire. Ellen came to a dilapidated mailbox set on a stake under a bare-branched catalpa. She read, Luke Doherty. She went up the mire of the lane. A flock of speckled guineas were trotting in the wet meadow. She knocked at the door to a narrow, weather-washed house set beside a shed where bearded goats were lolling. A hen began to cry in the way they have when they have just laid an egg, and somewhere back of Ellen the guineas screamed. A small, pretty-featured woman with clear eyes was there in the doorway. "I came to you, Penny. Will you have me in?" In a few minutes Ellen was seated in a wood armchair, a blanket about her, a heated soapstone under her feet. A pot of beans on the range was giving off a warm, strong odor. There were 2 rooms in the tiny house. Into this one were crowded the cook stove, a table, a wood box, 2 scratch chairs, a stool, a cupboard, a low cabinet. Washing of dishes, clothes, and baby was done in a dark blue enameled basin, the water thrown out the door. From under the table a child was peering. In his teeth he gripped a piece of bacon rind. In his hand was a marrow-mixing spoon which he beat on the floor. "This is Clayt," said Penny. "He's a real noisy one." As Penny bent to take the rind from him and lift him, Ellen saw she was great with another child. The little boy squealed, laughing as he was swung high, and his mother held him for Ellen to see how well-formed he was and how red his cheeks were. "He's fair, Penny," Ellen said quietly, "but I'm afraid I'm too young for bearing one. I had to help my goat with hers." "Ellie, you hush, it's a long ways off. I'll be here, birthing's nothing. It's too short to remember, and look what you've got." "I hate it. I hate what's in me. I ne'er want to see it." "I'll make coffee. Luke'll be home. He'll be glad you came, Ellie. He knows how I'm one for company. There, I'll have a new baby in March. You know, Penny, I studied all this time. On a sudden I said, why, there's one." Ellen was made helpless by her gratitude. "You're so good." "We got 10 acres here," Penny laughed. "Luke's pa signed this place o'er to us last fall. The soil's right clayey, but it's rich enough. We're getting by. I look for spring to come. I'm going to eat boiled greens every day." She planned, "There's an attic where you can sleep. I aim to put Clayt up there when he grows a bit. It's hot in summer." "I missed you at home, Penny, when you went. We had times, didn't we? How about when we gathered those sponge mushrooms in the woods and spread them to dry on your pa's hog barn roof? You were singing Charlie's Suite, and we ne'er saw Pa there. We had the times, though, Ellie. All on a sudden it came to me there in the city." Ellen was earnest. Penny was holding Clayt while he drank milk from a mug. She wiped what he spilled and sat him in the training chair, handing him a piece of corn pone. "He's waiting till I lift him out. Then he'll go pee on the rug. Such a small man." They drank coffee adulterated with chicory. Penny got up to mix cornbread, stirring in a handful of crumbly cracklings. Ellen felt how the woman listened and waited while she talked, gathering herself. At last dusk assembled and a bird began to call. A step was heard outside and he came. "Look here, Luke, Ellie Gaddy, she's come to bide a while with us." And love lay in the corners of the house. Penny, her apron high over her unborn child, moved more gracefully than before. Her face softened, and all the while she hummed and sang. "Now, Luke, you visit with Ellie and I'll catch the milking." She threw on a shawl, ran out light-footed, a lard pail in her hand. "Be glad to see this thaw come," the man said. "I'm that eager to lay out our garden." Luke was mindful of Penny's signal with her finger on her lips, and so he made as though Ellen had been somewhat expected. He put logs in the stove and lit candles, telling of the farm where he was employed. "They name it Webster's Stock Farm. He's got a dozen of us hands to help all winter. He's a rich man, got a big white house. He owns these Shorethorn cattle, and he's got little old Jersey cows that he shows at all the state fairs. He brings home ribbons and silver cups and sets them in a fancied-up room. Sometime I aim to go along to one of those fairs." Tall, black-haired, round-faced, his virility charged the room. He sat in his mild way on the stool, holding his son, who played with the shiny suspender clasps on the overalls, and then made water on his father's leg. Then they were eating cornbread and beans and thick chunks of fatback and soft onion. Penny would feed Clayt from her plate. The smell of tallow candles burning was sweetly pungent, and they made a ruddy glow over the faces. Afterwards, Penny held a light while Luke went up to the attic by the ladder in the bedroom. He was carrying gunny sacks of hay, stooped over for the roof was low. Penny handed quilts up to him. Then Ellen took her clothes from the valise and hung them on pegs in the bemis. She put her statue of the Virgin beside the pallet and slept well. Below in the bedroom, Penny lay in Luke's arms. "I'm proud she came to us, Luke. So good you are, and then my bright-eyed little wife," he murmured, drowsing. But Penny was wide awake. All the world and she thought of us. By mid-February they were making a garden. They cut potato eyes, planting them in deep rows, mulching them with litter and leaves against frost. Luke strode up whistling, bearing onion sets and seeds in brown paper bags marked in pencil with the name of the plant that would come up. They spaded, put in lettuce and onion beds, rows of radishes, turnips, parsnips, peas, and Swiss chard. Penny came to Luke where he knelt. "This one's new. Tender green mustard. How come you got it?" "I saw it was a new kind. Only 45 days to mature. I knew how fixed you were on an early garden." They gazed at the grains of seed. "I sure am honing for greens." The woman sighed. The next week thunder was rolling, thumping across the gray sky. They waited for the downpour. In a month it'll come on twister weather, said Penny. There was one here last fall. Lady down the road had just boiled up water for her tea. The wind pulled off the roof and sucked the kettle up. Her and the least Yunjin got scalded. Friend of mine, Luke said, was in the barn. Tore the door off and him holding on, flying through the air. Was he hurt? Asked Ellen. Not as I know. He lived. A thunderbolt pealed directly over the house. Ellen said, Thunder in February prophesies frost in May. That's what I've heard Ma say. I'm afraid, said Luke. We'll lose our garden. This one's a gully drencher. Rain was falling day on day. The sprouting seeds washed up, water collected undrained on the clay of the garden bed. Pairs of rubber boots were always standing muddy at the door, for the privy was set far back from the house. The dirt-floored cellar, reached by a trap door in the kitchen, was flooded. The jars of preserves that stood on slat shelves were immersed. Their lids rusted and the labels soaked off. If I hold it up to the light, I can see some what it is, Penny said cheerfully. But you're liable to get blueberry jelly, Luke, when you ask for blackcap. In time the clouds spent themselves. The water seeped away, the sun was brilliant and refreshed, the earth warmed. The people went out to make a new garden. Luke was walking up the lane one night leading a gray donkey by a rope. Mr. Webster gave it to me. It was for his daughter, Star. She tired of it, and so she's got a pony instead. How come he let you have it? Penny was pleased. You mind that cow I told you of a while back that had milk fever? Well, I nursed her. He claims it was my hands that pulled her udder around. This morning he says, you can have this beast if you've a mind. Thought I might rig a plowshare and maybe work him. That would be a sight, said Ellen. Luke tied the beast in the shed to a ring in the wall. Ellen was petting one of Penny's 7 goats. Hey there, Tiny. She wondered how her does Rhodey and Penny were making out, if Frankie was good to them, or whether they blatted in the woodshed pen. Frankie was ever apt to be careless. In the stable, fastened apart from the does, was a shaggy buck goat with a long beard. His rank odor dominated the air. He bawed affectionately at Luke, who was scratching his back with a stick. Good old Brownie. The animal turned to lick the urine he excreted in the habit of the rutting male goat. I'll be glad when it gets nice so Brownie can live outside again, Penny said. I'm always afraid that smell will make the milk taste. That smells healthy, cried Luke. Penny, how come your goats are muley? Ellen was asking. My 2 have got horns. Well, most of them were born that way. But Luke knows how to stop the buds if they start to push through. You rub a stick of this strong acid stuff on, Ellie. I learned it at Webster's. It hurts them a bit. You have to do it careful, Penny said. Seems like the horns are so pretty, though. Ellen sighed, remembering. Days were going by. Ellen felt her waistbands tighten. She found it hard to grasp that a living child would come from her, believed it would die. One day she was in the shed where a dozen hens ran loose, their nests known, a few porcelain doorknobs kept in them to lure them back. Poor things, giving them a mock egg. Ellen pitied the innocent fowl, and she would turn rocks over for them in the yard so they gathered to peck the crawling life beneath. When she was bending to collect the eggs from a nest under a hay manger, she felt the child kick. She arose, leaning against the side of the stall, frightened. She knelt again to take the eggs, walked to the house slowly. In the evening, she said, I felt it move. That's nothing. Penny was turning to Luke. Why don't you see if you can get a good rooster from Mr. Webster for me? I could raise a flock this summer off those old hens. He's got white rocks, Luke said. That what I'd like, a blooded rooster of a heavy breed. Then I could trade eggs, too. I was in the shed, Ellen said, when it happened. Just wait, Ellie. Penny was jogging Clayt on her lap, serene, till it starts getting knobby and takes to rolling o'er all the while. Wait till it gets a little bigger. I'll wait. Ellen was bitter. At breakfast, Penny asked Luke to buy chicory and soda at the store. And get me a piece from that bolt of blue-check flannel, Luke, for Clayt's outgrown his nightdress. I don't get paid till the 15th. Luke put on his straw hat. Now I doubt the store will credit us any more. Ellen got up hastily. Wait, Luke. She climbed the ladder to the attic, came back to put nearly $20 on the table. My uncle gave me this. She was eager. You'll know how to use it, it's yours. Penny picked up the bills and turned them over, her eyes downcast, her lower lip in her teeth. She laughed. Get shed of that store bill first, Luke. Then buy that length of cloth for Farmer Clayt. And if you see some, get pink muslin too. The new one could be a girl. I'll look if there's a little share at the store to make a turning plow, said Luke, like I wanted to get for that little ass to pull. So they thanked her. For the first time, Ellen sang when she milked Penny's goats. Mist was rolling heavy in the hollows between hills one morning. March gusts had blown in the night, seeking cracks, but Luke had banked the foundation well with straw and manure so the family was snug within. Ellen came carefully down the ladder. She smelled hidden odors, saw Penny asleep in the bed, and from the crook of her arm came a mewling sound. There was a black-haired child wrapped in flannel, born while Ellen slept. She turned quickly to the kitchen, where she heard Luke talking to Clayt, who babbled in reply. Luke looked over at Ellen as she came in. That bugger's going to feel awful silly in pink muslin, Ellie. It's a boy, then. She was fearful. Sure is. Clayt's pleased with his little brother. Luke gave the boy a drink of water from a tin cup and then handed him a piece of corn pone. Clayt crumbled the food in a moist hand and threw it on the floor, shouting. Luke was sheepish. Can you take him, Ellie? I've got to get to work. He hurried from the house, his whistling ebbing. Ellen wiped Clayt's hands. Wish things would hold still while I study to understand. Little by little, she was taking upon herself the care of Clayt. She would bring him to the shed and sit him in a pile of hay while she milked. Swap ends, Tiny. She turned the goat about. Let's give some supper down for Farmer Clayt. The child crowed in glee, kissed her with his wet, soft mouth, pulling at her braids. In the house, he crawled from under the table to trail her. She had to tread carefully, watching out for him. But Ance, the newborn one, she avoided. Penny would lay the naked red body on the bed to change and dress it while it clamored thinly in an indifferent way, fists clutching in protest. Why doesn't he hush, that ugly brat? She whispered to herself. Clayt she took to see the garden coming up, sang to, confided in. When I tell the song, I see the picture of what happens. Like Red River Valley, that's where the river's muddy with red clay and always there's summertide. Clayt was gripping Ellen's apron. He staggered beside her. Hold on to me now. You should have seen me once in Chicago when all the fine gentlemen and ladies listened to me sing. She came to feel her safety here, gradually putting aside the old terror. She packed the figure of the Virgin into her valise when she made order once in the attic. Waiting the months out, she left it there. She witnessed the ways of birth around her. When Ance was born, Luke brought home a white rock rooster as a present from Mr. Webster. It strutted like a lord before the flock of hens, scratched after fake food to bring them scurrying. Its sickle-shaped tail feathers were silken, and the crimson comb trembled and folded over with its weight. Ellen picked him up to stroke the long wattles that dangled below his handsome head. He breathed coarsely through open beak. When she put him down, he made staccato noises, and scuttled after a hen, fanning his wing until it squatted and submitted to the embrace. In the crab-apple tree, a pair of robins had fashioned a nest. Each day she held Clayt up while he peered in at the 4 miniature blue-green eggs. The time came when he shouted to see bare nestlings just hatched, all gaping beaks. "Don't touch them, or the mother'll smell you and not come back to feed them." In the barn, the does dropped their kids. Ellen ministered, impersonal, put them to the teats to nurse the first thick yellow milk. It would alter in a few days to become the familiar white fluid. Then she would milk a share out for the family. The white cat ran from her one day, and she saw a strange tom in a tree branch nearby. That night she heard them shrieking in the yard. The next morning the white cat lay sly in the haymow, licked a scratch on her paw, cleaned herself and purred. She witnessed the ways of procreation and birth, the willing and unwilling, the casual and violent. It's ugly. All those ways are ugly. At night she lay unwieldy, turning restless to find an easy way to lie now that her body was so increased. The child rolled within and she sighed. "I'd as lief you came before your course and perished. I'm too weary to fret about it any more." Penny was asking her to watch ants while he slept. "I want to put in a row of those flat white bean seeds, Ellie. They say Good Friday's the day to put in beans and it's way past." When Penny returned, the baby was wailing in his basket hoarsely, small face wet with sweat and crying. Ellen was at the kitchen table, her head on her arms, Clayt playing at her feet. Penny comforted the infant, cleaned him and laid him against her shoulder where he moistly hiccuped. She came in the kitchen to sit in a chair and put him to her breast. She asked mildly, "What's wrong, Ellie?" "I can't seem to touch him, Penny. I looked and it seemed I wanted him to cry." The woman said sharply, "You're not the first girl with a trouble, Ellie, nor the last. You've got to take hold and plan. You're not a child anymore and you've got to act past your years and study on the ways of your turning." From her quilt that night, Ellen was listening to Luke and Penny. "SHH, is Ellie asleep?" The sharp notes of love fell in the room below. When ants whimpered, they brought him to their bed. Their gentle voices came and went. "Poor thing, and it all ahead, Luke. That father, strict and always preaching the Old Testament. I got no use for him. He'll like to kill her if she goes home." Luke's voice rasped faintly and Penny said, "No, her mother that should be standing by is like a child herself. No marvel Ellie got taken in by some straying man." Their voices made Ellen weep. In June they were whitewashing the narrow house. Penny was climbing the ladder, Clayt upset a bucket on himself, and Ellen, moving heavily, misshapen, was painting low spots. Ants was asleep in a blanket under the crab-apple tree. When he cried, Penny would put him to a hard-filled breast while from the other, milk wet her dress as it flowed. "Let it go. There's plenty more, I reckon." Luke came home for supper and shouted out, "Say, look at that there rich man's house. Who's the master of this house?" A pink June rose was crawling heavy-blossomed over the door where it had been trained. Bright flowers were flocking by the path, and the yard grass was green. The scene was framed and they stood about to admire it. Then a shower was washing the whiteness into gray streaks, and soon the house boards were drab as before. But Penny was satisfied. It was a sight if only for a week. "I'll remember it clear till next spring, Luke." In the 1st of July, Luke was saying, "Webster's in a hustle to get the buckwheat in. Says 4th of July, wet or dry. Why doesn't he wait till the light of the moon when it starts waning?" Penny was dressed in her best. The babies were clean, their pinafores starched. One of Luke's fellow employees was driving by in his car to take the little family to the stock farm near Hidden Creek. Penny looked forward to the outing. "Hey, Farmer Clayt, come set on your potty before we go." She turned to Ellen, anxious. "You going to be all right? How do you feel?" "I don't feel a thing. I might pick some berries for supper if I can haul myself down the lane." "Well, don't tire yourself here." Penny paused. "Maybe I oughtn't to go, Luke. Ellie might get taken." The two turned in protest. "Now, you know yourself it doesn't happen that quick. Ellie wants you to go, and Clayt and me too. Even Ance is saying, 'Mama, show me those little jerseys that give all cream.'" So the woman was persuaded and the party left, waving from the car window, disappearing down the dusty road. Ellen sighed in the fresh morning that moved on toward the hot noon sun. Partridge repetitively whistled in the woods down the road. Bob White. Ah, Bob White? A small warm wind stirred and settled. Puffs of cloud drifted very slowly, and the sky was vivid blue, like a fall aster. Wish it was over. She was going down the warm dirt of the lane in the late morning for blackberries. She dropped the first heated ones into the tin pail. They made whining thumps until they covered the bottom. Juice was staining her fingers. When the pail was filled, she toiled back up the path. At the pump, she washed the dust from the berries and hung them in the well to cool. She threw water on her flushed face and arms, pumping more over her bare feet. Refreshed, she was seated in the open doorway, leaning her head against the frame. The child under the blue apron turned itself. She drew shallow, labored breaths, closed her eyes. "I'm nigh to smother. Will I e'er take a full breath again?" At noon she was restless about the kitchen. She brought fresh water in from the well, ate a square of corn pone, listless, while a bluebottle fly churned at the glass of the window. She walked to the field, carrying a bucket of water to the goats and donkey staked there. The goats drank slowly, raised mournful yellow eyes while their beards dripped. The little ass sucked noisily, slobbering, jerking his overlarge head. He took a button of her dress gently in his teeth. The girl laid her hand on his woolly shoulder and looked away to the languishing farmlands where hot air shimmered. A flock of guineas had not come in to feed the night before. Ellen knew some of the pairs had been hiding out, setting their clutches of small, strong-shelled eggs. "Some of the chicks could have hatched," she told the donkey, "and are keeping the hens and cocks from feeding. A skunk or snake might get them." So she took grain in her apron pocket and went past the orchard, seeking in the farthest places, calling, "Wee, wee, wee, wee. Come, wee, wee, wee." It was by a lone, scraggled locust tree in an open field that a great pain smote her. She leaned upon the tree while it was subsiding. She attempted to reach the orchard and, stumbling, fell. The onrush of spasms was far past her imaginings. In the intervals of withdrawal she crawled, pulled her racked body through the field. "I will not lie out here." A pair of guineas, followed by a stream of peeping spotted keats, flushed from a covert as she neared the orchard. She but dimly gave them heed. She was grunting, face fired red, wet from the sharp throes that came in the scorched air. In the sweet, crushed grass and the round-shaped white clover bloomis she cried out hoarsely, biting her lips, detached from her sore body, where the child sought its way out of darkness. Her mind was apart in a red torment, where she strove unbelieving to endure. When a seizure would lapse, she lay a moment supine, freed, while above in the sultry blue, a cluster of twittering goldfinches were bobbing in the seckel pear branches. The hand was laid remorseless again upon her. Muffled at first, it was graduating into cruel wrenching. Then she evoked the Holy Virgin, swore in agony many bonds, until distracted she knew not of her body as it was arching itself. In time, from her laden womb, the child had its way and was brought out upon the meadow grass. Thin wails fell on the stifled afternoon air, and overhead the finches chirruped brightly. After long, Ellen heard the faint piping and lifted herself to see the limp, warm child. She wrapped it in her blue apron and laid it at the base of the old tree. Resting weary on the grass, she waited. When the evening star showed itself hovering above the horizon as the sun began to set, her joy caught in her throat. I came through. I'm unfettered once more. The Dohertys found her as the evening birds were beginning their songs. Ellen's pallet was brought from the attic to a corner of the room below. She ate milk and berries and bread. In the early part of the night, Penny put the child by her. You got to nurse him, Ellie. He's hungry. Ellen suffered the feeble, seeking mouth. Say, another setting hatched off, Penny. I saw them in the field back of the orchard. You want to go get them in. Now I think you care more for those chicks than your own newborn son. In a short while Ellen was about the house again. Penny had Luke bring home a few yards of pink and white striped material, and Ellen was holding her needle light. Oh, but I'm a slim one. Look at me, she demanded. She told them she must go, trying to say the other thing that was in her mind. I've been studying. I can't come home dragging it. Pod turned me off. Could you all find it in you to take it for your own? I'd send money for its needs. It's true what Ellie says, for I know Mester Gaddy. Penny looked up at her husband. It'd be a twin to Aunt's, he said. We'll love your baby, Ellie. But you mark me, he's not our blood. The day'll come you'll rue you didn't make a way to keep your firstborn. You can have him then. But Ellen was turning away. Not me, though I'm beholden. She would walk in the morning down to the Weems Crossroads station. While they had breakfast, Clayt sat on her lap, kissing her endearingly with his small mouth. Luke, I reckon it's the hardest for Ellie to leave our Clayt. Oh, I love him that much. Ellen sighed to the brown-haired child. We named your boy last night, Ellie, Luke said. Simon. And we'll call him Simon Gaddy, said Penny. We'll tell him you're his ma, so we decided in the night. I love him that much, Ellen was saying to the child she held. Jaybird up an acorn tree, shaking acorns down little Clayt, and a sugar tree shaking sugar down. Part 2. Take it up in your arms, I said, let it lie where it must at your side on your breast. Let it rest, love has life, not of love. But of us, I said, let it lie where it must. A flicker was piping a thread of shrill notes as it flashed in flight before her. She looked back to where Penny waved from the lane end, a child on her arm. Then Ellen turned and strode down the road, carrying the valise. The heat of the July day was still far off. The morning was new made. The stiff skirt of the striped dress brushed her legs. She had combed her hair from her high forehead in the old way, tying it loosely with a ribbon. A hot morning wind rippled along the dust of the road, interrupting for a stitch the stilled, cool air. Wild morning glories were twining on ditch banks, and in a distant field a boy drove a diminutive span of black horses through verdant corn rows. It came over Ellen how comely she was, and she made her feet light. I'm thankful for this day and for all that lie ahead. Her life ran out before her harmonious, like a shining thread. All about there was a singing and a beating of wings, and the sun glowed whitely. She was young, and there was no ending ever. Clear through the whole enduring ages, I'll be. My true love up on the mountain, bowing up and down. If I had my broadaxe here, I'd hew that mountain down. Oh, get around, Jenny. Get around all on the summer's day. On the train, she saw the countryside flowing past the window. The milk from her breasts was dampening her dress, and in her discomfort, she thought of the child once more. She turned her mind from him easily. She got off at New Hope and hitched a ride with a farmer from 7 Mile Run. Those are fine mules, Mester, she offered. They're Norman mules. They'll ne'er balk without cause. I got a brother can start a balky mule. One time him and me came on 2 niggers with a load of straw and a cold-shouldered mule. Well, they were plumb desperate. Built a fire under it, but it only moved up the road a piece. Far enough so's the wagon began to burn. They had to unhitch the mule and back the wagon off to put the fire out. They were sitting there when we came on them. Brother went up to the mule, took hold of its ear and whispered in it. Well, that mule walked right off. The niggers hitched up and went down the road. Told everyone brother talked witchcraft. Wonder how he did start it. Said he twisted its ear and blew in it. Said that dazzles a beast. Brother can do it just so. He lapsed into silence. His head drooped in the heat of the afternoon. The mules switched their tails and shimmied their skin to fight flies. Unguided, they were following the road. When they reached Love's store, Ellen thanked the farmer, climbed down from the wagon seat to the pike where the clay baked in the molten sun. Stacy was in the screened doorway. "Ellen, I thought you'd left these parts." "Grady," she called. "Looky here, how be you now? Sam Offutt's taken o'er the trading for your ma. They had a time when first you ne'er came home. Where you been?" Ellen was smiling and nodding. Grady came around the corner of the frame house. She saw his kindly, tight-skinned face. "Hey, Mester Love." "Hey there, Ellen. I swear. Come have a glass of my ginger beer. The yeast's working good now. 2 bottles exploded all o'er the place yesterday." She followed him, and Stacy came after. Ellen was eager. "I visited my uncle for a spell, said howdy to you both." "That so?" Stacy asked. "He kept you long?" "Then I went to stay with Mrs. Doherty, while she had a baby. Thought she had hers last year." "You remember Penny Doherty?" Ellen urged. "This is her second. It's a boy, too, a likely one." Ellen felt Stacy's eyes searching her for the truth. "I came home to help Pa with the summer work." "He'll be glad to see you," Grady said. "Penny wanted to be remembered to you both, Mrs. Love." "That's kindly of her," Grady said. "Well," said Stacy, "you're looking right pert again, Ellen." She was fanning herself with Grady's hat. Ellen sipped the ginger beer while the woman talked. "Mester Gaddy and that Sam Nair would say where you were." Ellen was afraid of Stacy's tongue, conscious of the milk dried on her dress, and she wondered if Stacy could tell it was there. "I reckoned," said Stacy, "you met up with a rich Yankee man who made you his wife." "Oh, Mrs. Love." "Now, Stacy," Grady cried, "stop greening Ellen. I'm beholden for the drink." Ellen went to the door. "I was parched." "Your daddy know you're home?" asked Stacy. "Yes." She was hurrying out and down Sweeting Creek Road, unconscious of the weight of her bag. Then her gait slowed. A small verging of anxiety had begun, and she pushed it back with her will. She changed hands with the valise, passed over the wood bridge where the Sweeting Creek flowed, and on the other side in the swampy earth was plucking a green-white flower. "I know this one. It's the lily of the valleys." She breathed the perfume, studying the stony, well-worn road. "Reckon he'll beat me." She turned into the familiar lane, which seemed shrunken now. She heard farm noises. A cow mooing softly in a far place, pigs grunting just off the path, a duck squawking somewhere in sudden protest. The house seemed smaller and the yellow paint was peeled. It was ugly. Hesitant, she went up the sagged steps. The towels on the porch line were mudded. The tin tub was turned carelessly over. The egg basket was torn. She was opening the screen door. There was no one, no sound there in the kitchen. Beyond in the bedroom, she saw her mother in a chair under one of the little windows, bent over some work. Ellen looked at her a moment as though she were a stranger. From the parlor came Frankie's stripling voice in sing-song. "I do, I did, I have done. I draw, I drew, I have drawn. I eat, I ate." The small voice sighed audibly as Ellen entered. "Sounds right brave, Frankie." "Ellie, you just came. I missed you. Was it fun in Chicago?" As they were embracing, Ellen saw Frankie's eyes were dark-shadowed, but her skin was smooth and her hair glistened. She was asking about Garland. "Is he kind, Ellie, in his own house?" "Of course. I heard Pa say you ran off and left Uncle. Did you, Ellie? I wanted to brave Pa to ask, but he gets riled when we name you. Reckon he doubted you were coming home." "I was visiting someone." Where'd you stay?" "Is he on the outs with me?" "Pa, I reckon. You went to St. Louis, didn't you, Ellie? I heard him say it to Ma." "You learning grammar again, Frankie." "Tell you true, I hate it. Whate'er I speak, teacher stops me and changes it." She shrugged, resentful. "He's daft." "You let Pa know it." "No, I'm in thick enough with Pa now. He's air raising sand. I got to practice all morning now, and I'm only to help with housework, not to milk or hoe the garden." She looked away. "Wish I was little again." Ellen frowned. "You've got to study ahead and watch the ways of turning. That's a thing I learned." The two were silent. Looking back to the freedom of childhood, they chafed at the fretful boundaries, the responsibility that seemed to mark maturity. They went forward because there was no other way. Frankie was looking up, doleful. "Missed your songs, Ellie." "Say, how are the goats?" "The old one dropped 2 kids. Reckon it was in April. Sam found them in the morning. One died, the other was a buck, a black one. Pa had Sam cut it, said they'd butcher it in fall." "What about the little doe, Rhodey? She dropped one too." "I don't know, I can't keep it in my head. I think Sam said he took her to a billy. You ask him. Tell you true, Sam's been doing for them." "Oh, Frankie, and me pining for them all this tormented time." "I'm sorry, Ellie, I'm a poor thing." Frankie laughed, pleading. "It's hot. I'll go unpack." In the attic room, Ellen made her bed up for the night, put away her clothes. All the while a thing was waxing heavy in her, leaden, as she thought on her father. "One thing, I'll ne'er cry. Wish I could make out not to fear him." She took the statuette of the Virgin to its old place on the round table in the parlor. She could hear Maria and Frankie in the kitchen preparing supper. Loneliness swept Ellen like an empty cloud as she stood, uneasy. Anton came upon her there. Looking at his face, she recalled when Blueberry had balked starting a wagon, and Anton lashed him coldly about the head with leather lines. Ellen had watched secretly from a barn window, heart pumping, waiting until the rearing horse lunged and moved the load. She was going up the stairs without a word. He climbed gently after, his breathing becoming strident on the way. He held the belt, his voice shuddered hoarse, his lips were trembling with their weight. "You were froward, girl." He was hitting her again, holding the strap with a relentless hand, feeling the easing of his own sharp flesh. "I'll teach you yet. Get on your knees. You were walking and mincing in that seat of whoredom, weren't you? Did you know my brother Mark died rutting there in St. Louis? And that's what killed my ma." She was enduring the hot bite of the striking leather. She fought within herself as since a child, to hold silence, pinning her will on it. "How do you reckon Sam favored doing your trading? How do you reckon your chores were done up these months, you plagued dummy?" His voice was a heavy, cold whisper, and his gray eyes were half closed. "And you stole the virgin image." Ellen was breathless in the sting of tears. "It's his way. It's for love he does it. He's trying to teach me what's right. He must. Now you'll not go off this farm again." He was warning in the doorway. "Lest I marry you to someone proper." He paused. "I allow I'll kill you before you'll stand against my will." He was rolling the belt up around the home-forged brass buckle as he went out. Ellen followed down to the evening meal. She went to Maria eagerly, kissing her, forgetting in her need her mother's preoccupied ways. "How have you been, Ma?" Tormented Ellie. He knows. Maria looked upward with vague eyes. "I'll be here to do for you now, Ma. You glad I'm back?" She pleaded swiftly. "I took count," Maria said. "Hit's been 6 months July 15. Mester Gaddy's been fretted." "Quit jarring, Ooman," Anton said. "Set and eat." After the meal, though the air was close, Anton directed the family to go to the parlor, bade Ellen, "Fetch my Bible." He took the book from her, leafed the pages. He looked at Frankie, sitting by Maria on the sofa. "Even as these oomen fared, so will hit be with you, Poppet, if you don't pay me heed." They watched him take the silver-banded reading glass, peering through it at the page. "Down on your knees," he told Ellen, and she obeyed. "Because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet, therefore the Lord will smite them, and the Lord will discover their secret parts." Ellen was tired. She was kneeling by the doweled rocker, her head on the arm of the chair. She closed her eyes and thought about the man who could start balky mules by blowing in their long ears, twisting them so they forgot their orneriness. In that day the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet, and their cauls and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets. Anton cherished the syllables, and the hoods and the veils. "And it shall come to pass that instead of a sweet smell there shall be a stink, and instead of a girdle a rent, and instead of well-set hair, baldness, and instead of a stomacher, a girding of sackcloth." Under the attic window she was lying sleepless, the uncertain moonlight washing over her bed. The cockerels in the chicken shed were crowing intermittently, confused by the unseemly moon's glare. Her body ached from the beat of the strap. Her breasts were swollen because she had tolerated the child to nurse her over the past days, and the milk had not as yet subsided. She would wait, and in a week the discomfort would be gone. Then she would be done with him. Her mind circled on Penny and Clayt, on the Dougherty beasts, the donkey and Brownie and the doe Tiny. She was overcome by devotion to them all. She went further back to the autumn of despair, and to the summer preceding that was fading now as the separate incidents blurred and blended. The night stretched brilliant as she rose and leaned at the window sill. The quavering of the young cock's chorus was heard again. She slipped into her dress and went down. Jack met her at the door, hurling himself upon her. She sat on the steps to pluck burrs that were tangled in his hair. She was listening to the sounds the wind made that sometimes has a business in the high branches, spurning the ground. In the warty-barked hackberry there was a rustle as the leaves resisted the wind, and in the spruce by the road fence an indistinct whisper came and went as many tiny needles rasped gently one on another. The wind sounds were all different in the varied trees. In the black willows by the Sweeting Creek there would be a swishing and a swaying, and in the stiff leaves of the catalpa nearly no noise at all. The mockernut was so tall and straight that the sowing was disguised and far away. I might know the particular tree just from the voice of the wind through it. The cockerels were piping again in the moonlight, foretelling the dawn just coming. In the early morning she hurried out to find none of her goats at the woodshed, nor any trace they had been stabled recently there. A setting goose was peering from under the cobwebbed manger. It hissed a warning, hovering over warmed eggs in musty straw. For a moment Ellen stood in the doorway, then she went to the barnyard. Sam was pouring foaming milk into tall cans. "Your nanas are at the field." Sam looked her over quietly. "Your pa says leave them there." I'm taking them up to the woodshed right now. There's a silly old goose setting in there. Better ask your pa if you can, Ellie. Well, I'll help you all milk first. In the barn, she drew the first streams onto the ground to clean the udder. Then she was milking steadily, her hands efficient. She pressed her head into the joint of the young cow's back leg. That sow's a real kicker, offered Sam. Watch you don't lose her milk, Anton said, coming in. Oh, sucky. Ellen would know if the nervous heifer were about to strike out. She stripped the front teats and began to milk the tight back ones. Oh, Sal. Anton gave her leave to take her goats in from the field when she brought the cows. And you help with the milking hereafter, girl. Ellen discovered Penny was thin and her udder flabby, for she ran loose with a black yeanling. Rhodey was slick-haired, rounded with a kid Sam said she would drop next month. They were skittish and Ellen coaxed them to her. She sat in the grass with corn in her apron until they could not hold their greed and curiosity. Penny licked her ear, bleated softly on her neck, remembering her all at once. The black wether was timid and handsome, but he came under her hand too. She resented his castration, though she knew it was necessary. They were munching the corn grains, pushing against her. Go through my window, my sugar lump, and buy molasses candy, blue bird, blue bird. Go through my window and buy molasses candy. The fiery sun of August labored in the sky across the languid procession of days. In the evenings, by the light of kerosene lamps, the women still were finishing canning of peaches, tomatoes, berries. They clamped glass lids on by wire bales and stood filled jars on a rack of laths in the wash boiler. Pits and peelings were heaped in pails in the yard where flies gathered, and gnats and yellow jackets. They put up sultan sugar beans, selecting green-tinted jars to protect the color. They dried peppers and sweet corn. They made brine for gherkins and green tomatoes, packed a 10-gallon crock in the pantry with cucumbers and branches of dill. Ellen added horseradish roots to the salty brew, and mustard seeds. On top, she placed grape and cherry leaves. To get a good brine, you got to add salt just right, she said, till it gets the power in it to hoist a fresh egg from the bottom of the crock and float hit. Ellen was making jelly. She strained the cooked fruit through flannel bags and then added sugar or sorghum and boiled the juice. She tested the hot purple syrup. It doesn't want to sheet off and tear proper, she told Amanda York, who came to keep her company. I'll just wait on it. She wiped her forehead with a perspiring hand. Sometimes Lily Garrett, in a shapeless, flowered dress, walked up the road to sit in the kitchen heat and visit a while. You make such pretty jam, Lily said. Why don't you take some to the county fair at 7 Mile Run? Mama does. She got a prize last year and hers was clouded. Ellen held the jar to the sunlight. The jelly glowed. I do favor redcap jelly. Well, you should go, Ellie. What color's the first prize? A blue. You going to, Ellie? Asked Frankie. There's no harm talking. Get it out of your head, girl. Maria was speaking. I begged Mester Gaddy 10 years ago. He said it was foolishness. I know. Lily was showing Frankie how to make a special kind of cherry preserve. The receipt named this barrier cherries, Frankie. Takes apple vinegar and strained honey. Maria's face was sweated and reddened in the heat of the stove fire. She reached back into the dimness of her memory, to when she had run in crying to a great old woman. Ma'am, there's a booger scratching my eye. The woman had licked the eye with her soft tongue to remove the foreign substance, then set Maria on a 3-legged stool outside the door to work the dasher of the churn up and down. Stone churn ain't good enough for you, girl, she said to Ellen, suddenly. What did you say, Ma? Ellen was startled. Old-timey days we had a stone churn. And when Pap was home, sometimes he'd bring us a runty possum or maybe a coon. Summers now, we ate good. Did you store up like we do against winter? Asked Frankie. I like to lay up when there's plenty, Maria admitted. But the most Mam did was to dry corn and herbs. Folks didn't figure to eat then like now. Once or twice a day was all we sat to table. She reflected a moment. I allow I didn't miss hit, and my folks thought a heap of me till Mester Gaddy came along. Tell, Ma, did you pine for love of him when you saw Pa? Frankie cried. Mester Gaddy gave me a fine snuff box. It was mother pearl, and a deal fair to hold in the sun. I ne'er saw that box, Ma, said Ellen. Show us. Frankie was eager. No. Mester Gaddy was forced to sell hit once when he was short cash. I always regretted that. When did you start honing after Pa? Persisted Frankie, slim and frail beside Lily, stirring the kettle at the stove. For love. He rode a big gray mare, and there was nothing so tall as he. See, I was a tedious, plain girl, and my folks were old already when I was born. They hadn't looked for me, so they fretted on what was to come. Mester Gaddy rode o'er to 7 Mile Run and talked to Pap. And then Mester Gaddy courted you. Lily inquired. Go on, Frankie pressed. Pap had scrimped for a dowry that was to come with me. Pap was bound to care for me proper. You'd ne'er have thought it the way we lived so poor-like while he was putting by. I ne'er thought about Pa being young once, said Ellen. Was he different from now? No, except his hair was red and thick. I came with him to this farm. Here I been since. He hitched that gray mare to a 2-wheel cart, and I sat up beside him and figured I was a lady. Her dull eyes sparked. Ere do as Mester Gaddy says, girls. There was Pa on a horse, Frankie said. I'd just as lief have seen that. Oh, all the folks rode horses those days, said Ellen. That's right, Lily assented. Don't go talking to Mester Gaddy about those days, Maria was warning. He's disremembered them. Watch your cherries don't burn there, girls. They're doing right, Mrs. Gaddy, Lily said. You were gone a powerful time in spring, weren't you, Ellie? Curious, Lily was sniffing after gossip to brighten her wishful youth. Ellen took up the basket, leaving the table where she had been stoning cherries. I'm getting in some corn for supper, she called as she was going down the porch steps. Ellie's so contrary. Lily watched Ellen stride down the field. She won't talk with me proper like. That's her for you, Frankie said. I reckon she doesn't like me. Oh, she does, Lily. And no, Ellie's just bossy that way. The two girls embraced abruptly. The pot boiled. The sugary odor was filling the kitchen, seeking darkened rafters where smoke from years long past dwelled. Would you be best friends with me, Frankie? The big girl was effusive. I will. Ellie doesn't tell things to me ever. They clung, whispering, comforted, sharing their trepidations. They returned to their stirring of the barrier cherries. Ellen had made the land to her since she returned, and the creatures and birds spawned upon it. In hot night, she would hear hoot owls ululating in the oaks, and sometimes a mocker bird would hang on the stones of the garden fence, quavering through marbled moonlight. I came through. The fear is past, and I'm home. She stood by while Rhodey was yeaning a kid. The doe stamped her little hoofs nervously, pawed the straw, and crouched, straining. With a worried blat, she expelled a spotted kid. Ellen was tearing the caul lining to free it in a flood of water. She cleaned the mucus from its gasping mouth, gazed on the odd-looking animal with ears like a hound. "Where'd you find the buck?" she asked Sam. "Well," I says to myself in March when she commenced to wag her tail, Ellie'd want her caught. So I took her over to a pied Billy the other side of Millville. I ne'er saw a skewbald goat, Sam, and those drooping ears. Penny's maternal instincts were aroused at the sight and smell of a newborn one. She vied with Rhodey in cleaning it. Rhodey was stretching her head and yawning as animals will do in discomfort. The kid staggered up to nurse the tiny nipples. "I'll call it Pie," Ellie decided. There, Pie. In the mornings when she left her goats at the pasture, she took the path around the farm pond. Tiny green frogs were camouflaged in the reeds and grasses, and black snakes lived among haw and alder roots along the marshy bank. One would slip into the shadowed water, head crooked like a twig held upright as it moved across the unbroken glass. When the speckled thrush was buzzing and flapping by the path, she ran to find a snake twined around a sapling cottonwood. Its head was in the nest, and the mother bird was darting at it, crying shrill. A single fledgling remained, beak gaped for food. Ellen seized a stick, striking the reptile until it twisted, dying from the tree. She crushed its head, slit the body with her pocket knife to see if there was life in the swallowed birds. They were limp, and she dropped them in an open field while the bird continued the alarm clatter. "You'd as well feed the one you got left if you can find your way to go back to that serpent-smelling nest." Afterwards, buzzards wheeled. Ellen knew they were scenting the dried, rotted nestlings. One huge bird descended and sat hunchbacked on a rail, glassy eyes fixed on her. Stinking brat. Jack stalked it until it made grunting low sounds and flapped away. Only once since that day in late July when she had come home did a sharp edge touch the smooth progression of Ellen's hours. She awoke in the night to hear Anton speaking to Maria in the hall below. "What's amiss with your daughter? There's no young men coming to the door." Maria whispered to him and they were gone. Ellen lay awake a long time. But in the morning, when it came to her mind, she thrust it from her. "It's not my fault if they don't come." Anton stepped aside on Sunday to speak with Craig Hedrick and his widowed mother about a boar he wanted to buy. On the way home, he looked over his shoulder at Ellen. "That Hedrick boy's got a motor car." He was shouting above the cart's rumble, "and he's done proud with that farm since his old man was killed. He says Ellie's a comely thing." She felt all her being grow still, watching the dusty road glide from under the wagon. Craig had been one of the bigger boys in the grammar school, a few years older than she. His father, Moses Hedrick, had had a cleft palate, and though the boy had no actual reason for a speech impediment, he would talk in nearly the same tongue-tied manner that had characterized his father. Craig had been good-natured. His dog followed him to school. He was big enough to force the smaller boys from their torturing of turtles and frogs and insects that fell into their hands. But while Ellen's pity made her kind, her nature had been revolted by the boy's way of speech, his dirt-ingrained fingernails and pocked face, the sour odor that arose from his unwashed winter clothing. She did not reply to Anton now. The blood rose hot in her face, and her pulse beat heavily when he said, "You're 17, Ellie. Where's all those young men? You'd best take hold." Maria wagged her head while the wagon jolted. "Lest you be caught an old maid. Get your man while you're still blooming, for you'll be a rag soon enough." "Young Hedrick's a Catholic as well," said Anton. Their words rang with finality. She closed her ears to them. Her hands were folded in her lap on last summer's dress of blue-dotted Swiss. She clenched them tightly. The steel-rimmed wheels turned in rhythm, hate and hate. "Wish I was dead like old man Moses Hedrick with a pitchfork tucked between my shoulder blades." There came, early on a sultry afternoon, the yellow-billed cuckoo's moan. Cow, cow, cow. Ellen lifted her head from her churning, spoke to Frankie going by with a pail of hog slop. "Rain crows. Hear them cry. Reckon it'll come on a storm. I ain't scared." Frankie laughed high. "Teacher Peyton's coming, and I got my lesson ready." An hour later, the sky began to darkle. Ellen walked down the lane to look toward the pasture. She could see her goats, hoofs upon the gate bars. The cows lay in their usual spot, chewed their cuds, complacent. Almost imperceptibly, the air was taking on a greenish cast. A fresh-smelling wind yawed and swept the field of rye grass. Green beyond green under the sky mass, the grass was weaving, bending to it. Over all heaved the blooming sunglow, golden and omnipresent. A rumble was sounding faint. A flash of light flicked in the west. The wind was subsiding. The heat smoldered oppressive, and in the gloom of the sky the sun withdrew. Darkness ruled. Sam appeared at the lane head, waving like a tiny, distracted spider, his face grimaced. "Afore God, get the cows, Ellie," could rile up a twister. She was running to the field. The dog rounded up the cattle, drove them in at a lope, milk sacks swinging about their skinny legs so the white fluid spurted. Ellen took Pie in her armis, the others bounded after as she ran to the woodshed. Rhodey snorted and jumped sidewise stiff-legged, her bearded chin tucked in. The girl laughed. "You daft one." She shut them in the pen. Lightning streaked, a thunderclap crashed upon the ground. If you were out in a storm, you'd be safe beneath a cedar or a white birch. So Sam says, "Beware the ash and the oak, for it's their nature to tempt lightning." She was wending up the path to the house, searching cloud drifts for a down-sucked tail that could betoken the birth of a tornado. Thunder drummed, light cracked the horizon. The sweeping wind had ridden off the burdening heat. The topmost branches of the hackberry lurched and swayed, and she felt her heart catch. It's so fair, so enduring fair a storm be. Tears drew into her eyes from the gladness. The wind reeled upon her so the flimsy gingham clung flattened along her young hips and the hard nipples of her breasts. She sensed her strength quicken, fathoming for an instant how she, eternal, would through the ages walk the long green soul of man. Standing there, she heard Frankie's scream. She turned to the porch steps. "It can't storm. I got my grammar lesson." The voice was protesting. "I'm afraid, Pa." Anton mocked her soothing. "Haw, Frankie, now you ne'er seen a twister." "I'm afraid, afraid." The wind shrieked, the loft door slammed. In the kitchen, a pot of scented geraniums on the window sill was spun across the floor. The noise crackled. Anton, from the parlor door, was roaring at Ellen and Maria. "Get the windows shut, you oomen, and draw those shades. Open windows are what sucks the bolts." He was lighting a lamp in the parlor, pulling the shades. He looked at Frankie in the subdued light, drawn up rigid and white in her chair. "It's just an old-timey commotion out there now." There came the splintering noise of a falling tree. In the instant, Frankie sprang up, shook her fists helplessly, shut her eyes, and clenched her teeth. "Everyone's against me. Hit's coming to get me." Under the storm's tension, her inhibitions mounted to the surface. She was sobbing in her reedy voice. "I'm going to die. Really, I hate you, Pa. I hate you. I don't want to go off to Chicago." Maria and Ellen had come in. Frankie turned her tear-drenched face to them. "Everything's Pa's fault. What'll I do, Ellie?" "All I can say," Ellen told her, "is I'd as lief it would rain and get it o'er. This thunder's souring all the milk." Lightning sizzled, then cracked, a flare skirting the window shades. Behind came the bolt, reverberating through the hollows of the house. The young girl lamented in desperation, her breath spasmodic. "I don't want to get those lessons. You're hateful, Pa, you're for pushing me." The voice was a pale shriek. "I'm afraid." "Here, girl, hold your sass. Those are baneful words." Anton's eyes were slits. Want I should set you on your knees and whip you? I'll do it. And no. He turned to a chair, taking up a journal. I mind. He drawled and settled into the low seat when there was a storm like this 2-3 years ago. Twister came flailing through Bethel killing 4. Ellen stayed by the door. Not for long had she seen him so wrought up. Maria had taken up her sewing, pursed her mouth over it in the lamplit room. Anton was directing his words to his younger child, who cried now in abject penitence. The convulsive sound came sadly into the still of the room as the noisy gale tottered and staggered upon the vegetation of the earth. 3 old Chester brothers were batching with their 90-year-old ma. Folks say it was because they were terrified of the storm, but all 3 went off their heads and murdered one another. The old lady, too. Anton smoothed his palm over his balding hair. Dry tobacco juice marked the edges of his mouth, his long jaw thrust upward. The plumber man came to fix the pump next day. Found them lying about in a mess of blood. Old Ooman's throat ripped with a razor. One batch was gored. The other 2 were filled with shotgun holes. Heavy drops slammed on the window pane, and Ellen spoke in timid relief. There's the rain, Pa. Still fixing to die, Frankie, prodded the man. Hit was the dread, Pa, she pleaded, and in time was drawn to sit shrived on his knee. Now tell, would her pa let harm come to her, that's my pretty poppet. The rain was beating strongly, steadily, washing down banks along the road, mingling with dust, and traveling through stones and suckling earth until it gained the water pan far below. Over the pond, a silver sheet was draping until the water rose over the sides to flood the meadows. The swaggering wind was in full strength. Moisture softened the earth about the roots of a giant basswood that had matured before the father of Jules, Gaddy, built his lean-to and set up a rail fence for his mules and hogs. A sudden blast slammed into the aged trunk. It fell sluggish, reluctant, upon its side with a wounded noise, gashed roots exposed. Tree branches grappled and fought the gale and were broken, some borne by the wind and slung against the house roof, making staccato sounds. When you were just a mite, Frankie, I told you thunder was a potato wagon going across a bridge. Wasn't any fear in you then. Will Mester Peyton come at all, Pa? Roads are so bad he'll likely be hindered. Do what I tell you, Frankie, for that's what's right. The orgasm of the tempest was done. In the clearing sky, white fluffs were drifting in remote wind tides. The man went to survey the destruction left in the wake. His daughters were sent with hatchets and string to gather fallen branches for kindling and to faggot the twigs. My sir used to recount, Anton said before he walked out, how in the forests of the old country they were given leave to break off all the boughs to the height a standing man could reach. For firewood. There wasn't any rotted trash like in this new country, and it was soft as carpeting underfoot. He took his axe and wedges and went to join Sam, who was bringing the team up the lane, hitched to a whiffle tree. Sam was balancing on his shoulder a bucksaw and a 2-man crosscut. They headed toward a yellow locust, spraddled across the road past the farm entrance. A locust does right smart for fence posts, Mester Gaddy. I'm glad that tree came down. I was minded to cut it anyway, Sam. By the pond frogs were shrilling. In the field near the orchard, a buzzard sat hunched on a stump, the black dampened wings held motionless, outspread to dry, the naked head tucked into the wrinkles of its bare neck. I ne'er meant what I said. Frankie was telling Ellen, for I love my pa and he's good. You carried on like you were taken with a fit, admitted Ellen. Makes me puke to see you that way. Thinking of me always, he is. Frankie tied a bundle of twigs and threw it to a pile they were making at the field's edge. Poor Pa. Ellen heaved a rock at the buzzard and watched it soar effortless. The winds flattened that cornfield. There's a mort of damage been done. The leaves had been touched by the first frost, and nearly overnight strident colors were emerging on the countryside. Ellen and Frankie were cleaning the musty litter from nest boxes, stuffing in fresh oat straw. "Wonder how come we ne'er tried a doorknob in the nests, Frankie? A porcelain one might coax them to lay. I've heard of it." She harked back to little Clate hanging to her dress hem. The cows were restless, feeling the new season, the sluggish summer shaken off. On dark mornings, Ellen would wear her rough brown sweater, torn in the sleeve against the chill. The cows heaved themselves to their knees, then to all fours. She put her bare feet in the warmed straw where they had lain. A heifer plopped her hoof in the fresh foam and held it there, stubborn head low, flanks whitened with the splash. The lantern light blinked and Sam was shuffling in. He gazed at the white spattered wall, belched gently. Ellen caught the whiskey scent. "Don't ill at her, Ellie," he advised, "or she'll fore'er mistrust you." "Who's illing?" She carried the pail to the pump to clean it. He was following, garrulous. "My old man always said, 'Don't ill at a creature which does your work.' He nodded, sanctimonious, and fills your belly. There's the milking to do, Sam. You're late. Pa's waiting on you." Old, sort of a byword with us Offuts. When Pa was getting on in years, I sassed him once. He'd started in to say I shouldn't talk back at my old man. He commenced to say old and he couldn't stop. Sam cleared his throat, spit phlegm into the cold bushes. I told it on him after that. Old, we Offuts always say. Ellen sighed. Sam's milking would wait on his tongue. The car was puttering up the lane, a trailer hitched behind. It was a day in early October. Ellen drew back from sight, hearing Craig Hedrick's high-pitched halloa. Anton was coming from the barnyard where, with Sam, he had been forking manure onto the wagon for broadcasting over the fields. Ellen fled along the fence line, down to the pond and the tranquil woods beyond. "I aim to get a mess of shaggy manes to stew for supper," she was promising herself. Most of the afternoon she stayed in the woods, finding few of the big mushrooms she hunted, although there were some overripe ones. These she kicked to see the soot-like powder billow as they split. Jack ran a rabbit and barked at squirrels and woodchucks. Ellen was leaning idly on a fence rail, looking over the tawny sedge grass of a neighboring field. A red-shouldered hawk circled in flight, uttered its squeal like escaping steam. She mocked him. "Key you! Get you a passel of crawdads, you old hen thief." She put her chin in her hands. A mass of midges vibrated in the sunshine, minute wings whirring swifter than eye could follow. You take a flower now. When it goes to raise out of its leaves, it stirs everlasting, slow, unfolding. It's a case of time, it would seem, and man's caught between. How quick we must appear to the trees, and how draggy to the midges. Back she walked in the late day up the fallow hill field, new plowed for autumn wheat. Wish I was an earth clod, nary a care. She stubbed her shoes against turned furrows. In the wagon bed that was rumbling in from the field her father swayed, standing spraddle-legged. His face was shadowed with a beard, his sateen shirt was open, baring his chest. The dun horse shook its mane, and the mare nickered to its yearling colt trotting in the pasture beside the lane. "Wah!" Anton was shouting. The chomping of bits and movement of harness on the sweating animals made tinny bright noises. "You're a great one for roaming, girl. Where you been?" "I took a notion to gather shaggy manes for supper, Pa. I hunted, but there weren't any. It's a sight too dry for mushroomists, I could have told you." He looked down from his vantage on the wagon. The muscles swelled on his freckled forearms, and he was holding the reins careless. "You just missed young Hedrick. He came to visit and trade off our old boar for a thoroughbred one I wanted. It's more than twice the size of the old one." "I'll take a look at it, Pa," she told him. "He asked after you, that young man." He shrugged with satisfaction. "Whup!" The wagon was rolling by her. She replaced the pole barriers. "There, that hammer-tongue Craig." The next afternoon she was gathering herbs and seed pods for drying. It was warm while she worked, for the garish sun heated the withering earth. Craig Hedrick's Model T was turning into the yard. He came up, throwing himself forward as though there were many miles to go before the end of the day. His sandy hair curled woolly and his small nose turned up. His upper lip protruded slightly, which gave him a hounded expression. "Hey, Ellen." He stood ungainly as she nodded. He was hitching the belt to his blue serge slacks, adjusting the knot of his purple rayon tie. "Good-looking hog you traded to Pa, Craig. What do you call those spotty ones?" "He's a Poland China," he said in his tongue-twisted way. "They're bred for lard, not what you call a bacon pig." She laid aside her seed harvest and came to sit on the porch steps with him. Anton walked out. "Hey, Hedrick." His presence eased the younger man. "Bought me a manure spreader, Mr. Gaddy. You own one. Chops straw and dung up and sifts it like my old lady straining wheat flour on her breadboard." There was a long pause. All three watched the progress of a flicker hammering up one side of the hackberry trunk. Craig was lifting his arms slowly as though he held a gun. He sighted the woodpecker on the red band across the back of its head. "Pow!" Anton grunted, appreciative. He lit his pipe with a match he struck on his overall pants, drew the smoke into his lungs and exhaled. "There! I allow you got that high hole." Craig was adjusting his position on the step, uncomfortable. "Well," Anton asked, "heard the comical one about the hen that laid the oversized egg. How's it go?" It wasn't comical to the hen. The young people were still uncommunicative. "Come on, see my Ford, Ellen." Craig was going in his springy stride to the black two-passenger automobile. He held his gait down to match Ellen's. She was conscious of the smell of the man, could scarce speak for her contempt, yet there were the pleading eyes and the wounded way of a beast about him. "You know where I live, Ellen, just a piece from Tompkins Ditch." He fought with his flaw of speech. There was a rich section, he was confiding, adjoining his, that he hoped to buy and add to his own. He had many plans. Ellen knew it was because of the way he looked upon her that he was pushing out his chest and leaning awkward against his polished automobile. He was tall in his shining shoes and Sunday wear. Her dress was torn. All the while, though, she felt he was the pitiful one. She stood apart from her own body and watched this Ellen Gaddy, her forbearance, her dignity. She was gentle. "I got chores to do now." "Well then." He started the motor, drove hastily off. In days to follow, Craig would stop to talk with her. Ellen, aloof, would listen as he rambled. Her mind would stray on whether Pa would remember to get the sorghum syrup, or whether Sam had mended the split butter paddle as he promised. The fields were being prepared for winter wheat, the horses and plow working over the land. The disking and harrowing were now in progress, and the blended figures of man and team moved over the horizon to disappear and return again. Ellen could see them from the potato patch. She was digging in the rows with a fork, and she stuffed the tubers into tow sacks. The dust rose, her nostrils were clogged with it. A bluebird, lingering before it flew south, was beating its sad autumn cry, "Far away, far away." It was then that the days of a summer came upon her, and she thought of the man on whom she had laid a curse. She wondered if she could remember his looks and ways, if meeting him she would know him. It's past and done. He can't ever hurt me more. Down the row slowly she worked. It's past. She was testing it. But then it was as if Christian I emerged from the shadows and stood by her in the row. She ceased digging, there in the ragged dress, her hair bound by a bit of twine, her feet dirty, black outlining the toenails. The north wind of late October was blowing and the shadow fell across her. It seemed he was broad and strong. He laughed greatly, and she loved him in a way that her being ached. She was trembling, water flowing down her face. She stood a while in her surprise, frightened by the issuance from what she had thought a safe memory. Its pain stirred her. In that night the wind was changing. She heard it, felt its veering. And the whippoorwills came up, calling in the cool caves of morning. The next day Craig hunted until he found her in the orchard, where her goats were grazing on crisp fallen leaves. She was leaning against an apple tree, listless. "Hey, Ellen, it's Indian summer." She made no reply. He stood restive before her. A yellow insect hovered whining about his tight-curled hair. "There's a news bee, Ellen." He reached out to catch it and it flew off. Wonder what it came to tell, Ellen? The fragrance of the girl's blown hair as she leaned on the armor of the old tree brought him yet again to speech, his face on fire. "I'd get 2-3 nanny goats if you'd a mind for them. You could have honey bees too, and by the door's side I'd set out petunia flowers." She turned to him, absent, her face wan, her gray eyes sorrowful. "Think I'd have a poor rake such as you." After a time she looked up from where she bent her head to see he still was standing there. He wore a bruised look and his underlip sucked in. "I ne'er meant to say that. It's because I've no notion for marrying, Craig. It's nothing against you. E'er seen my farm, Ellen? Out by Tompkins Ditch. You'd only to see hit to change your mind. I was fixing to paint the house, too." His dreams left her unmoved. She was watching 2 winging birds come to settle in a tree. "There's a pair of doves. I might even build on a porch and put up screening. If one dies, its mate'll mourn till it dies too. E'er find a dove lying dead, no mark on it. I'd set out young shade trees, Ellen, to put a chair under. I came on a dove in the path one time. It ne'er had a sign nor wound on its body and was still warm." They returned to the house. Anton was under the hackberry pulling on his pipe. "Set to dinner along with us, Hedrick." He was poking the young man with his elbow. "Ellie made a wild plum pie this morning. She's one for kitchen chores." After their first hunger was spent, Anton was talkative. "A sight of my corn ruined in that summer storm. Might have to buy a load come spring. You lose any crops. I reckon I'll make out. I've got a herd of steers. I'm going to take them to the auctions in Louisville. You fattening steers? Well." Anton pushed his food with a knife onto the fork he held in his left hand. "I call to mind Miser gave me 2 matched bull calves when I was a youngin'. I set store by them, made them a little yoke and learned them to drag a stone boat and mind hop and gee. Miser waited till they were 2-year-olds to cut their balls. That was to allow them to get a good crest." "What did you name them, Pa?" asked Frankie. "I mind the off one was Brown. I disremember the near one's name. I was proud of them for a shirt-tail brat." "What happened, Pa?" "My ma sold them under me. She needed cash for my brother Mark, who was getting his learning. I hunted the barns and meadows, came in squalling someone stole them. What do you mean, your ox steam, Ma says? Cash is cash." Anton pursed his thick lips. "Now they were so slick you could hunt for a loose hair. I used to file the horns and grease them." "Your ma give you a cut on what they sold for, Mester Gaddy." "I ne'er seen hit." He asked Craig, "Have you worked oxen?" "You couldn't law them on me. I'm one for mules, steady and easy keepers. But to tell you true, what I mostly hanker for is a tractor. I aim to get one someday. And where'll your manure come from then? Anton gloated. They were pushing back their chairs. The two men went out on the steps while the women cleared. Frankie was drying plates and laying them upside down, ready for the evening meal. Ellen took the butter and milk jars out to the dry well near the porch. "Go to Mass in my auto tomorrow, Ellen?" Craig asked when she passed on the step. Anton answered, "She'll go, be pleasured to." Ellen would give them no glance, though Craig murmured, "Ellen?" As she was going by up the stairs and into the kitchen, she heard them. "I aim to take a drive later, Mr. Gaddy, if it makes no never mind to you. Ellen's not seen my farm, and my Maud be proud to meet her." "That suits. How's that seed boar I traded you?" "He's a crapping, mean sonophobich, Hedrick. Set on rutting up his fence all the time. I noticed he liked to do that, always breaking through, but I wouldn't say he was mean. That's hog nature." "Maybe so. I call him Luther." "That's a foreign name. Spot would fit him more." "After Martin Luther. A crapping bastard Dutchman Brinker worships. Heathen. Say, bet that's the first hog heir to go by that name in this county." "Ellie, how come Craig's pa got killed?" Frankie was asking as they lay in their beds in the muddled dark of their room. "Oh, it was in hay time. Craig and him were working with a watch-eye hand. Craig and that man were in the loft stacking hay back. His pa was down on the wagon. Well, that watch-eye man was fixing to jump down and pitched his fork ahead of him. It stabbed Moses Hedrick in the back between his shoulders. There he was, holding to the hay frame and the handle sticking out of his back. They said the prongs came out in front. Said he died standing there before he fell down. Oh my, I'd think a one-eye man would guard against such a happenstance. I reckon he couldn't gauge distances so good." They lay a while in silence. Then Ellen was speaking in the dark. "Craig took on the farm then. You can say that for him, and he was still going to the grammar school." Ellen wore the blue crushed satin hat that Garland had brought her last Christmas. In Craig's Model T, she was heading for the Catholic Church. She kept her eyes straight ahead on the little ivory crucifix fastened on the dashboard. Under her feet the carpeting was torn, the car smelled of dust. The young man was voiceless, his tension exhibited in his handling of the machine. His collar was starched, the ill-fitted suit constricted him. "Here it is." They were walking in stiffly. When his arm touched her, she moved away. At Mass, when the bell rang, Ellen knelt by him. But while heads around her bowed in the incensed air, she was staring about. Anton was with Maria and Frankie in a back pew. Pa's trying to trap me with Craig. She held her head rebellious among the bent ones. "What's all the begging and praying about? I don't care for this way of loving him. I'll get my piece out on the fatness of the earth that is his footstool, and the dew, and the smell of the fields." "Stand up, Ellen," whispered Craig. Father Tompert was reading out to the people in the clapboard church the beginning of the Gospel of John. Ellen listened, brooding. "They can't make me marry him." "Thanks be to God," said the priest, and the people moved to go. Craig was driving a mile or two along a car-trutted road on the other side of Millville, unfamiliar to Ellen. "There's Tompkins' ditch." He nodded to a joint post office and general store by the deserted roadside. "And here's that section of land I'm fixing to buy. I aim to rent it the first 2 years to make the payments." He halted the car, gazed upon an overgrown field. "It's all virgin, a virgin piece. Ne'er a plowshare been put to it. Corn'll grow 10 feet tall with not a handful of fertilizer." He moved the hand throttle, and the car was lurching forward. He steered down a winding approach to a weather-beaten red house set barren of trees before a barn of the same color. "Let me point out the sights. Then you can meet Ma." Ellen left her blue hat on the car seat. She came to where Craig leaned on the lot fence. Steers, deep in muddy manure, idled around troughs of corn. A yellow hound wagged up to her, sniffed her dress. She patted its smooth head. It wriggled, threw itself with a grunt on its side in the rutted road, waving its feet, ingratiating. That's Sooner. Hey, Sooner. She was stroking it. Sooner stay as come. An elm grew by the fence. Craig cut a twig from it and offered it to Ellen. She shook her head. It's a slippery elm. He was picking his teeth with the little stick. Keeps off throat trouble. He hung his coat on the fence, rolling his sleeves, uncovering blonde hair that grew long on his armis. He walked with caution around the mire of the lot and climbed into the shed loft. The steers licked at the dry stalks he was forking down. They gazed at Ellen with deep-lidded eyes. Craig shouted, "Nothing to do but eat, hey, Ellen." He was strutting over to her. "Rather watch them eat than feed my own face. You know." "Well," he spat out the twig. "I took on a man's ways when I was yet a stripling. I dragged this farm up from a poor bit, starting the day Pa was killed. It'll make some folks set up. Your ma take to it out here. Don't you study on her, Ellen. Ma says the day I bring home a wife to do my cooking, she'll go to live with my sister up Indiana way." "Craig," Ellen warned, "I'm not marrying, I told you. If you will talk so, you can take me home." "But I figured on it, Ellen. I'm not beholden to your figuring." A thrill of fright ran through her, seeing he had raised up tall and pulled in his lip. He was looking upon her as though she were changed. He leaned over, gripping her upper arm, swathed in the winter coat. "I told you no, Craig. I heard a girl was taught to say no to lead her sweetie on hotter. You playing games?" His hand was tightening. "Craig, Pa'd kill you if he saw how you're acting. Mester Gaddy's thirsting to foist you off on me. But I got ne'er a liking for you, Craig. You have to give me time. If she could but stave him off until she was safe at home. Home was distant and dear. Don't you e'er get hot, Ellen." He was thrusting his hand within her coat, roughly hunting her breast. She pulled from him. "Maybe I would if you were good and waited." She tried to soothe him. "Let's go meet your ma now." He was dragging her to his pock-marred face with an arm that was a band of steel. "You virgin, Ellen." The scent was there, an odd mingling of moth-balls and urine and hair oil. His lips were striving upon hers while she struggled. His hand was pressing her back, holding her against his body that was a rock. She felt the hard prod of him, and a streak of flame ran through her, overlaid with disgust. "I mustn't go wild. It's like with a mean boar like Luther. You have to deal easy with him." She forced her body to slacken and felt him relax. She drew her mouth stiffly aside. "Give me a chance to breathe." She smiled, forcing it. "There, Ellen, you do like me see." She twisted like a snake, darting free. Upon her heels she heard him, his breath an angry roar. The 5-tined pitchfork was leaning against the fence bars where he had placed it after throwing hay to the cattle. She grasped it, flailing with the prongs turned backward. It smote him across the face, leaving white streaks. He stumbled, gasping, amazed. She swung again. "Bitch," he hissed, "I'll prick you yet." He grappled for the tool. She tore it loose, driving at him strongly. He was staggering backward, tripping in a road rut, falling. He threw up a protecting arm, blood oozing from a tine mark on his forehead. Mud covered his Sunday vest and pants and striped shirt. She turned, speeding across the stubble field toward woods beyond. The hound, Sooner, was pattering alongside. She clawed her way through underbrush, aware after a time of a hurt in her throat where the breath was sobbing. She looked about. The hound had disappeared. She took the direction that seemed true, cutting across country, skirting the few houses. She climbed a rail fence and her dress caught, ripping. She shook her head. I'll have to mend that. The afternoon was wearing on. A chill breeze was born. A faintness enveloped her. She startled when a twig cracked. She stopped to consider, speaking into the stillness. It's the fright makes me light-headed. I must have got my bearings turned. I should have come on the pike by now. She was going at a slower gait, she remembered. Now my hat's in his car. She was following a stony path bordered by thimbleberry bushes. It led onto the Millville Road, which she recognized at once. A mud hen ran stammering before her. But. It vanished in a field. The railbirds were seldom seen. Sam Offutt claimed that in winter they changed into frogs and hid in the marshes until spring. Ellen walked swiftly, head down, as automobiles and later a buggy came from behind and past. Then she was at the house steps and slowing her pace. Anton was in the kitchen with Frankie, who sprang from a chair. "Hey, Ellie, is your bow with you?" "I've got no bow," Ellen said stonily. She stood a moment plucking beggar's lice from her coat while her fingers shook. She turned to her father. "That was a Horman you set on me, Pa." She began to weep freely as anger overcame her. "You greening me, speak up. You were bound and determined to sick that Hedrick on me, weren't you?" Ellen whimpered. "Speak up," shouted Anton. "He wanted to show me his farm. Then he came after me. I said, let's go meet your ma, but he wouldn't." "Tell what he did." Anton threatened, fear glowing in the gray pupils of his eyes. "I grabbed a dung fork and hit him. Then I ran. You seem to be safe enough, girl. The Lord God takes care of you." Anger caught her up again. "It's not that. With you it's always root hog or die for me, and you know it." The words fell biting as her tears washed. "It's not because of God's help I be home again." She was running to her room. Later she appeared, pale and sullen, to do her chores and help with supper. When Anton came to the kitchen, she whispered, cold, "I ne'er meant those words, Pa. I was unsettled, I reckon, by all that walking." "Were you out walking then, Ellie?" asked Maria. "I thought you were with that young man." "I don't take trifling from a youngin'," said Anton, contemptuous. "Got worries enough hanging from my neck without you laying more on." "I ask you to overlook it." She strove against the alienation. "Root hog or die, such talk after all that's done for you. And taking God's name. Whoso curses his father, it said, his lamp shall be put out." "I ne'er cursed," she breathed. "I saw you holding your head haughty in church this morning at the canon of the Mass when all good souls were waiting on God. Now bend your head proper, girl, and don't disgrace me. Mind." Before they blew the candles in the bedroom that evening, the sisters were sitting in their shifts on the beds. Ellen looked out the window where the curved horn of the waning moon bobbed in scuds, and the wind coursed high upon it. "It's wild out there tonight. The Indian summer's on the decline." "Ellie, what did Craig do to you?" "Nothing. I'd ne'er let a man touch me. I'd hide like Ma in the wardrobe closet first. I'll see that come the time." "Well, tell, did he kiss you?" "And no. Tell about girls, Ellie. Why are there girls and then men? Go to sleep. Why can't you let it be? You're always going on. I want to know if a man's secrets are more like a ram or a stallion. Wish I knew. You say more, and I'm going to tell Pa you're asking such stuff. He'll whip those notions from you all at once." Frankie lay restless, drawing the quilts up to her chin. She sighed. The candles by the bedside flickered, and upon the slanted roof beams shadows were wavering like wings of pinned moths. Ellen slept. She was dreaming of Christian I, and in the dream he had knowledge of her. It seemed this time she was willing. She came awake wondering at the vividness, sheltering its guilt. Maybe it all befell in another world as Miss Gentry, the school teacher, had claimed. Once Ellen had related a childish nightmare to her, and she had replied, "Some say the soul is freed while you're asleep, Ellen, and that's when evil's got its chance, and there's some can prophesy from a dream." Now others go against those old ways, holding modern notions such as dreams showing up your real wishes, and you having a hidden mind with its own thoughts. I don't hold by any of that. I maintain those fancy notions are much the same as prophesying. It was another strangeness to dwell on. Then she recalled the child she had borne in the Dougherty orchard. She put the memory away with distaste, separating its being from the love she had held for Christian I as if there were no connection. She closed her eyes again, weary from the long day. The spotted boar that Anton had obtained from Craig Hedrick rooted up his fence in the night, wandering into the lot where the cows were penned for the winter months. He weighed over 1/2 ton, had an untrusty temper, an insatiable appetite. Anton and Sam would view him in his pen when he fed. "Haw, Luther! Old bastard stinks, doesn't he, Sam?" Luther. "He's ugly, Mester Gaddy. I want to see the pigs he sires to fatten for market. Say." The brute's jowls below his dish face were touching the ground. His ears flapped over tiny vacant eyes. His back was arched high and powerful. His larded sides shook when he trod on his small cleft hoofs. His screw tail was twitching with excitement. He roamed, investigating the new territory, growling. He nibbled at the corn he rooted from cow droppings, at hay fallen under the racks, but he was seeking a tastier morsel. The heavy milker, Macy, had been due to drop a calf, the men examining her judiciously every evening for signs, because Anton wanted to raise it. Now she was down in straw at the corner of the shed, groaning, pushing forth a heifer calf. As Luther rounded the shed side, he smelled it, half-born. He fed his hunger, ripping at the moist, caul-swathed fetus, his eyes glittering. In the morning, Anton had to shoot his mutilated cow. The men strung it up to skin it and dress out what meat could be salvaged. Anton was scooping the foul-smelling entrails into a washtub. "When we finish trimming this carcass, before God, Sam, we're going to drive locust posts 4 feet deep. Build that murdering bastard a barricade that'll hold him." Near the last of November, there was a circle around the moon foretelling the wet weather. The downpour held for 10 days, the pregnant sky slate-colored, the deluge continuous. Muck and soggy manure were deep now in stables and yards and paths. When Ellen went out to her chores, she would wear Anton's discarded rubber boots. Maria and Frankie had sickened when the rain first began. They were lying together in the big bed in the downstairs room, Anton sleeping nights in the guest bed. Though the fever of the invalids was abating, their harsh coughs were hanging on. Anton soaked inner bark of black cherry and elm, boiling it down to a thick brown brew for them to sip when the seizures came on. Ellen's eyes were on him as he was moving about the kitchen, preparing the medicine. His loose lips drooped in concentration. "Feed a cold and starve a fever. Here, girl. Maybe we ought to get a doctor, Pa." She whispered it, confiding. "Nary a satchel doctor has set foot in this house, even when your ma bore you yungeons." His voice surged. "I don't work with charms and tie papers on the sick, the way heathen folk do. I use herbs and healing trees, like my folks before me and theirs before that. A doctor might know of something new." She was persistent. "Now what do you reckon a doctor be? He uses the same herbs as me. He puts them in fancy bottles and gives them new names. The word tells, 'Remove not the ancient landmark which thy fathers have set.' That goes for all old-timey ways. I know, Pa. The sharp-scented steam was filling the kitchen. Ellen took a bowl of spongy warm dough, overturning it into a bed of soft flour on the breadboard. Anton set the jar of warm liquid on the table by her. Now that's ready for those two. He pulled on his heavy jacket and fur cap, departing into the drizzle. Ellen worked the dough down and covered it with a towel. She would prepare flannel bags of heated earth when the chills came on Maria and Frankie, heaping blankets high. Then their fever would be reborn and take possession again. "Ma'am," Maria whispered hoarsely to Ellen once, "tell Pap he better make up another sweater tea if the back of this fever don't break soon." Red-faced, Maria threw back the covers. Pity moved in Ellen. When she came from the barn, she would leave her muddy boots on the porch and wash herself. She wore a fresh apron into the bedroom. She would bring the invalids a bowl of pudding and a plate of toasted fresh bread, walking softly. "There's a bit for you to try and eat, Frankie. You got to have food, Pa says, now the fever's waning." "Wish I had ice," complained the girl. "Go get the chamber pot for me, Ellie." No action, no word or roughness disturbed the tranquil edge of Ellen's spirit. She was gentle-spoken. "It'll be clearing off soon. The red cock crowed on the fence this morning. First time he's flown off the ground." Frankie was sighing. "Christmas is less than a month away, and I'm missing all my lessons. I might ne'er get to go with Uncle Garland to the city." "Sure you will now." Ellen took them warm water to bathe their faces. She scrubbed bed linen in a tub on the kitchen floor, wrung the clothes out, pinned them on the lines she strung through parlor and kitchen. All the while she bore herself proudly and carefully, feeling her necessity and how they were all leaning on her. Surely her father saw she was keeping his house alone now, cooking for Sam and the sick ones, besides her work out of doors. At length a fragment of moon reappeared in the daytime sky, and the sun was there too, embryonic, feeble. Maria came out of the bedroom to grind beans for breakfast coffee, a long maroon sweater draped over her flannel nightdress. Anton wrapped Frankie in a quilt and sat her in a chair at the table. He was filling her plate. "Now you got to eat." The slender girl laughed, her skin pallid, her red hair seeming to prosper unnaturally under the illness lying abundant. "Do tell it her," said Maria, "and my hair's falling out. When I was a youngin' I lost hit all in the epidemic, pure bald. Had to wear a string-knit cap for nigh on a year, he knows." Her lips continued to move. "I was thinking, Pa," said Ellen, striving to keep her newly won role. "I'll start cleaning the candlesticks outside after this to get away from that mess in the sink." "This little old thing." Anton touched Frankie's hair, beaming. "Just look at her, you all." The tears stood in Ellen's eyes, and days that she had made full became empty once more. She felt her pride and her beauty fall away. She was cutting down a few of the hard cheeses from the rafters in the smokehouse. Grady Love would take them in trade for the staples they needed. There was little to carry in the basket these days. In the unseasonable weather the hens had nearly stopped laying. She used water-glass eggs to cook with, put down in a crock during the summer. There was no cream or butter, the dairy taking all the milk that was produced. It was late in the day before she got started. She put on her heavy coat and boots. "I'll be back in time to fix supper, Ma, so don't fret if it gets dark. Days are so short now." "Can't you wait till tomorrow?" Frankie was asking. "Don't go." "Tomorrow's Sunday, Frankie. I'm strapped for salt and soda. Pa's out of tobacco. You tried a nap." When she finished her trading and was on the way home, Ellen took the short cut by Bailey's Woods to visit Amanda York and to warm herself. She knocked at the door of the double cabin. Amanda was wearing a bright red dress, her hair made into a gleaming braid down her back. She drew Ellen to the fire that hissed and sparked. "You know I got a beau, Ellie." "And no, who is he?" "Jerome Hatfield. Smithy Hatfield's son. He'll be coming by soon. Stay to meet him, Ellie. He's real nice." "You going to marry him?" "He's asked me." A car was heard approaching. Then doors were slamming outside and male voices shouting. "Mandy, ask your ma, can we come in? We got a present for you all." "That'll be Jerome," laughed Amanda. "They've been drinking, this being Saturday night. This one's a heavy basket," called a twisted voice that Ellen knew. "Rome beauties are right solid apples." 3 young men came in. Craig Hedrick was carrying one handle of a basket. He hesitated, seeing Ellen, his face frozen. They set the basket down. She saw a dark scar across his forehead lit by the dancing fire. "Oh, you boys been tasting bootleg," cried Mrs. York. "Come have some soft cider to cool you off." Amanda was running to fetch glasses. Ellen followed, whispering, "I've got to go, Mandy. Ma and Frankie are sick in bed and it's dark by now." "Oh, Ellie, I wish you could stay. Craig." She was crying. "Take Ellie Gaddy home in your auto." "No," Ellen breathed. Amanda whispered, "I'll make a match for you, Ellie. He's a nice fellow. Got an 80-acre farm all his own, but he's afraid of girls." "Hurry up with the glasses, Mandy," called Jerome. Ellen saw him pushing Craig's ribs with an elbow. "Take her home, Craig." Amanda brought the tray and Ellen hung behind her. "Ellie, you know Craig here, and Jacob Hawes and Jerome Hatfield." She was pointing them out with a nod. "The last is the meanest. Pleased to meet you." The silence was awkward. The 3 men leaned on their legs abashed, their faces heated by the fire and the liquor they had drunk. "Ah, here we are." Mrs. York was pouring the cider. Ellen shook her head, turning away. "Well, Craig," persisted Amanda. "Cat got your tongue. Thought you told me you knew Ellie and went to school with her." "Craig took her for a drive once." "I heard about that," crowed young Hawes. "Did you, Craig?" cried Amanda. "When?" "Come on, let's hear. When?" "I'll walk," whispered Ellen. "I'd rather." The young men were shuffling near the fire. Someone spilled cider on the stone hearth and Amanda was bringing a mop. Ellen found her basket and boots by the doorway. Outside in the dog trot, the adjoining cabin was dark, unused in winter. She was buttoning her coat. The night was chill. As she reached Sweeting Creek Road, the wind gathered itself and whirled strongly about her, up the sleeves of her coat. There was just light enough to follow the road. She drew her coat to her, fought the wind. The way was endless. The few dried leaves still cringing in the trees rattled, and the wind had its way with them. In a darkened corn field, an animal was slipping along rows of shocks. She heard a distant car engine. It became louder. Lights were shining faintly behind her. She was turning into the ditch at the roadside, stumbling down the incline to crouch there. Headlights beamed close at hand. The car stopped by the ditch. A voice was calling thickly, "Ellen, I'll drive you home." "I want no help from you, Craig. I'll walk." She climbed out and started up the road. The car was following. "Get in, Ellen, I'm not going to hurt you." He swung the door open. She stepped up and into the seat. There was the tart whiskey trace. With a jerk, the car started. He drove fast down the road, the thin tires bumping over hardened ruts. "Thought you were a new field of daisies, you whore," Craig was saying. "You're nothing but a brush field where a plowshare drove through. I found that out." She held a frightened silence. "Ere a man in the county has slept in that field. So I hear. He's blind drunk." She stared ahead where the road crouched dark before the car lights. "Why won't you sleep with me too, Ellen? Why did you hit me with that dung fork?" He began to sniffle. "You're stark crazy." She put her fingers on the door latch. "You ran off with a rich fellow, I heard, and got knocked up, had a brat-off summers." He was making gruff crying noises. "You're just simple crazy." He was swerving the Ford into the lane of her home. He braked so that she threw her hands against the dashboard, bruised her fingers on the tiny crucifix screwed there. Her basket slid across the floor carpet, making a rough sound. "I'm just drunk, worthless drunk. I'm sorry for what I said, Ellen." He was leaning to her, and she remembered his hairy armis. "Get away from me." The handle turned. She ran to the house, the basket swinging wildly. His car remained where it was. She glanced back from the porch. She was pushing the door open. The kitchen was warm and smelled of security. She went to the bedroom door, taking off her coat. "You were gone so long, Ellie," Frankie whined. "I had to put the potatoes on," Maria said. Ellen tugged at her boots. "I tarried a while at Mandy's." She was busying herself with supper, making a clatter with the dishes. She hummed, and when she sliced the ham she closed her eyes, blinking tears. "He called me a whore." "I thought I heard a car drive up," Maria said. "Someone out on the road, I reckon." She heard the motor start then. Craig would drive back to the York cabin. He and the others would sit around the fire, eating apples and popping corn in an iron basket. They would laugh about that queer Ellen Gaddy. Anton came in, his long-jawed face ruddy from the harsh wind. "I brought your twists of tobacco, Pa. I set them on the shelf o'er there. I hate them all. Men are a pack of tormented hogs." Christmas 1926 was approaching. Preparations were underway for Garland's annual visit. Frankie told Ellen with enthusiasm, "I'm just going to sit and study grammar, so don't look for help in the kitchen from me." "Oh, Frankie, stop worrying about it." In the evening, the younger girl was arranging dried everlasting in the parlor vase, the thistle-like blooms shaking palely in her hands. She turned to Ellen, blithe. "I'm that eager to see Chicago, you know. Pa says I can get dresses from the catalog. You help me." Ellen brought it out and they selected. "You're like a wild one, Frankie, setting such store on the times you'll have. Just do as Uncle says and it'll come out well." Frankie had suppressed her misgivings. By her lively chatter and protestations, she covered the small voice of panic beneath. Anton came into where they sat. "Order stout here, not cheap. I declare this is the day. Get her new boots too, girl. She'll more need pretty slippers, Pa. And get chills and fever. She can be warm and comely too, I say. Just spend it." "I got it," he said recklessly, and went to paint the black sink in the kitchen in honor of Garland's coming. Ellen enjoyed the readying for the holidays. "Where are the straws I pulled from the new broom you got, Ma? I'm bent I'll find them to judge if my cakes are done right." "Frankie," she cried, "stop studying. Come beat this icing for me." "I don't know, Ellie." Frankie entered the room, reluctant. "How do I sound when I talk?" "Why, you sound like a lady. Whip this up, will you?" "All right." Frankie poised the spoon, reciting, "The deluge drowned the earth around." "That's real clear, Frankie." Ellen took pride in her cakes, liked to start the batter with her hands, feeling the fresh lard blend to the sugar. "I despise to waste making a cake with fat drippings. They should be delicate and light." She was washing her hands, beating the eggs to a froth with her mother's wire whisk. Her health and goodwill surged strong from some inner store. After Mass on Sunday, Anton left his women folk to speak with Joe Butterwell, who pressed him. "Borrow my new fence stretcher, Gaddy. Hit beats a crowbar and pliers to a fare thee well. I'll try it one time. All my fences are rotting on me. Hell, I'd rather set up rails any day than stretch wire." Joe Butterwell's son Dyke was approaching the sisters and Maria on the church porch. "Hey, hey, Dyke," Frankie cried. The boy was 19 or 20, fleshy and large. He was smiling weakly at the girls in anguish. Frankie blushed. Ellen looked down, scowling. Anton was calling them to the waiting wagon. "He's cute," Frankie whispered and looked back. "You can have him. I heard he does dishes and washes and scrubs for his ma." "I wouldn't mind. He's tall, but how come he does her housework?" "She's a one-leg. She hitched a horse up without the blinders, and it scared off and ran the spring wagon o'er her. They had to cut her leg clean off above the knee. Say, she wore out 3 wood legs till she took to pushing a chair before her. Had a baby, too," Ellen concluded luridly. "Couple of years after. Well, all the same he's tall. I'm not so particular." In the cold clear weather the cows would seek sunny spots in the barnyard, at night crowding into steaming groups. The goats found a plank leaning against the chicken house. Ellen came on the younger ones bounding madly on the corrugated tin roof, their hoofs rattling. The daring skewbald pie snorted and leaped skittishly from the high slanted roof to the ground. She was galloping back to the plank, short tail erect, up on the roof again, sure-footed. They seemed like wild animals Ellen had come on in the woods, unable to contain their spirits. Penny, who was heavier and not inclined to frolic, stood on the ground, ears flattened in worry. Ellen patted her and she tossed her beard, fretful. The girls were gathering walnuts and butternuts. They shucked them and threw the hulls in the kitchen stove. Dyke Butterwell drove up in a buggy with his father. Ellen saw them through the window. Dyke sat helpless, holding the reins, while the men met and walked to the barns. Joe Butterwell turned his head, bellowing, "Hitch Blackie to the post, you dang fool, and get in where it's warm. You got a corn cob for a head." At the kitchen door, Dyke was rapping, timid. Ellen opened it, her hands stained with walnut juice. She was blocking the entrance. "Well," he cast his eyes to his hobnail shoes. She saw the 2 men disappear in the distance. "We're busy baking." Cruelly, she closed the door on him. "Ellie Gaddy." Frankie was running quick-footed after the stout, ungainly boy. She led him to the parlor where she gave him black and white beans to string clumsily for decoration. Ellen heard her vivacious voice, and later the piano tinkling and Frankie's falsetto. "When I was a lady, a lady, a lady when I was a lady. A lady was I, and this way, and that way, and this way, and that way, and when I was a lady was I." "That makes 2 geese in there," Ellen told Maria briefly. On the evening Garland was to arrive, the Gaddies were waiting in vain. Anton took out the letter that had come from Chicago, studied it again, squinting through his reading glass. "It's today for sure. That's what it says here. Lay down that red carpet on the 22nd. That's his way of saying it." "You know, Mester Gaddy," Maria said, "today the sun entered Capricornus. First day of winter." Anton reflected and went for the almanac. "Hit says unsettled here. I've noticed these folks will often hit it right. Could be he's run up against a storm." The roast was kept on the back of the stove, reheated until the juices dried. The chores were finished. The family had dressed for company. Late dusk set in and Anton grumbled, "Put it out and we'll eat. I'll say grace." They picked at the food by lamplight. The man spoke suddenly. "This meat's not fit for hogs." He pushed his plate and got up, began to pack his pipe. Frankie made sniffing sounds. "He's not coming, that's what. I can't bear waiting and not knowing." She ran up the stairs, her footsteps fading. The loft door slammed mildly from afar. The next forenoon Garland was wheeling a yellow Rio into the lane. He pressed the horn. Aruga. Frankie flew out to greet him. Ellen was hesitating at the door, her hand shielding her eyes from the winter sun. She saw the familiar derby and Garland's arm about Frankie as Anton came from the barnyard. "Broke down at Minetta, and had to stay overnight. Why the hell don't you have a telephone installed like everyone else?" Garland was waving at his car. "How do you like it? Brand new touring style, the latest." He clapped his brother on the shoulder. "Had her up to 40 miles on Route 66. Anton preceded them into the kitchen. Garland was looking at Ellen as he came to the steps. "Well, puss." He pinched her thigh, his small blue eyes gay. "How's the wandering little wench?" He wagged his finger. "Reckon I was a poor niece to you last winter after your kindness." She gazed at him, candid. "I ne'er meant it so." "Put on weight, haven't you, hon? You look good, pretty." The color rose in her face, relieved that he would let the past rest. "Got a boyfriend yet?" "No," she was smiling. He met her eyes. At the sight of the clipped mustache in the squared, smooth face, a part of her loneliness had drawn away. They walked into the house, his arm on her shoulder. Maria was in the bedroom doorway, twisting a toe-suck towel in her hands. "Who be you?" "Zoomin," roared Anton. "It's my brother then." "Not peddler." "Zoomin, you're plaguing me." "Shut up, En. She hasn't seen me for a year." "Hello, Maria, I brought you a present, too. It's in my car. A pressure cooker to save you work. Now I forgot it was you coming today." Maria was suddenly complacent. Tinny Bilberry's got a bread-mixing outfit. Hits made to save work, too. The handle turns like a churn and the dough comes out ready for the pans. "Does Hit shape the loaves, too?" asked Anton grimly. "I allow men are turning from the Lord God's ways with these contraptions." "Next year I'm going to bring you a sewing machine, Maria. I saw a treadle one you could use, seeing as your husband won't put in electricity till doomsday. You got to look to the future, Anton. Rural electrification. Let machines do it. Next you'll say get a newfangled automobile," Anton predicted. Ellen and Maria laid out the noon dinner. Ellen was warmed in her uncle's love. In the evening she sat by him on the sofa, or if he was standing, she linked her arm in his. When he laughed and said Frankie's way of speech wasn't a whit altered from last year, and that Anton had got a reaming on the grammar teacher, her jealousy was assuaged. But Anton angered. "That fellow's been coming for a year, and there was one we had before him that quit on me." "Hold on," Garland was crying easily. "Chris' sake, Frankie'll be all right. You did what you could." He nodded kindly to the girl's stricken face. "Let's hear you play something sweet." The next morning Ellen was in late from her barn work. She stopped in the hall at the parlor door, hearing Garland's emphatic voice within. "She's not well, I tell you, and you're so used to her you don't notice. But she acts downright queer." "Shaw." "She needs psychiatric care. Mental aid. Look, I'm worried about her. Your attitude doesn't help, God knows. You're as enlightened as a bushman." Anton laughed. "You modern city folk, such know-alls." "I'm not sure if I should have brought that pressure cooker, either." "Well, that's a fact. I wouldn't have any truck with it. What's it got or a good fire for cooking? You tell me." Ellen wandered into the kitchen to look at Maria with new eyes. She saw the two men going to the barn, her uncle clad in one of the country costumes he affected, jodhpurs and boots, a dark red turtleneck sweater, and Anton wearing stiff new overalls and a fresh-made black shirt. When the time had arrived for midnight mass, Ellen was taking her place at the communion rail with the others. She waited while the priest stopped at Garland and then Anton and Maria. Then Father Tompert spoke in Latin above her, and in the cold church all became quiet. The fleeting fear washed over Ellen. Am I lost? Pa thinks I'm a pure maid, but his God knows I'm not. When she was going back to the bench, she fortified herself. They that stumbled are girded with strength. She had read it when she searched in her father's worn Bible. I've done no wrong. I have my God. And she rebuilt her peace. They were driving back to the farm in the Rio. The girls tucked their feet in the narrow floor space, sniffed the new interior. They savored the luxury of the shallow seat. Frankie was giggling. We're like soft city ladies. Ellen laughed into the dark. Anton was pulling at his pipe, the fragrant smoke mingling with the fresh, biting wind that whipped from the open windows into the back seat. Garland inquired, "Where's your fancy blue hat, Han? With the rose on it that I brought you last year. I see you're still wearing that old cap." "It's cold tonight." Ellen was evasive, "so I wore this warm wool one." At home, they ate from the laden table. Then the women came into the parlor, leaving the kitchen in disarray. They sat by the fire that was cracking as the dry wood caught. "I'm going to help you girls do those dishes in the morning," Garland cried. "You've got to keep me company. I used to be in demand as a dishwasher in the old days at some of the best hotels. Now I insist." Such foolishness. Anton mocked, lighting one of the fresh cigars and settling in a chair. Ellen brought a bowl of wrinkled, sweet winter apples. "Have a russet, Uncle." "Ellie, I'll play if you'll sing." Frankie was at the upright piano. "Go ahead, pusses." Garland had produced a bottle of bootleg rum. He poured 2 glasses. He waved his hand until they finished the tune. "I don't want no more of your weevily wheat. I don't want none of your barley. But I want some more of your pretty white flour to bake a cake for Charlie. I vote for Christmas." Garland's face heated. Ellen was remembering the party in Chicago where he had seemed a stranger. Here he was his old self once again. When he came yearly to the farm, the tenor of the home would be transformed, and Ellen esteemed by him above her sister. She wondered if Anton ever noticed. "I'm strong like their mother, that Nell they talk of, and Frankie's not." Anton finished his glass, set it down. "If you all want to hear about it, we saw a crowd of doves once so thick they blacked the sky." "Turtle doves?" Frankie asked. "Passenger pigeons," said Garland. "I remember them too, extinct now. That was when we were boys." "They sounded like a twister when a flock came o'er," said Anton. "Our sir took us 3 yungeons to see them. That was in 1880. "Not that far back." Garland was yawning. "Yes, it was, for Ma named it time and again. 1880. Anton was animated by the memory. "Well, if you say. You and me were still wearing shirt tails, Gar. Mark was in pants. He'd have been about 10. It was down where Maria's folks lived." He nodded. "At 7 Mile Run. They shot them down and left the squabs to die. They shipped them in barrels till the market was so glutted they had to feed them out to the hogs." "How many you reckon were in that skyful of doves, Pa?" Ellen was asking. "Well, when they settled, the flock stretched 40 miles long and 10 deep. Then one day they all flew off at once. We went to look at the giant trees stripped and ruined." "I'd fain have seen them," Ellen said, darkening the sky. "I noticed they caught some rum runners," Garland said, "sneaking it in from Canada in a carload of hog carcasses." He mourned, no more booze. Prohibition's nothing to me, said Anton. I make what wine I need. I'll give you some to take back if you want. Dandelion's the best, I'd say. I'll take you up on that. So they don't catch me, I'll label it perfume for the ladies. Frankie was tittering, Garland stretching, and the family found their beds. Ellen remained awake. Life, it seemed, was a long quest for love. The wind was whistling low around a corner of the house. Her mind went on what Garland had said about Maria being ill. The wind sound was bringing to memory a fall evening when Ellen was a child and a whippoorwill began to call near the porch steps, first in low-pitched chucks, then shredding the night with its cry. Maria had shrieked, "Get him off the porch, girl!" Ellen ran to open the door. The song ceased as the bird winged away. But Maria had wept. When the whippoorwill sings on your doorstep, it brings bad luck. Hit sung on the night I lost my betimes baby. It was a little boy. Ellen had vowed then, it'll not be so with me. Life won't break me whatever comes. The wind was growling, hunting. She remembered that in Illinois there was a small child of hers. She had a vague wish to see what he was like. And then, nostalgia like a memory of the dead drove through her, constricting her throat for what dwelled between Luke Doherty and his wife. On Christmas, Anton was baffled to find his brother had given him a battery radio. It's a contraption, all right. He was tuning the stations. Static clattered in, a rasping voice and a sudden blare of music. Anton was hunching himself over the instrument on the table. Don't help me, Gar. Leave me run hit myself. The girls opened black velvet boxes. Ellen was turning a gold chain over in her hand. She laid it cold about her throat. There were matched pearls for Frankie, who wore her new yellow dress and flitted between Anton and Garland. Now, gather ye rosebuds, Garland was quoting, while ye may, old times still a-flying. The same flower that blooms today tomorrow'll be dying. He thumped the round table with his palm. Tell more about Chicago, Uncle. What'll it be like for me? Oh, Anton thinks you've got such a talent. He was chucking Frankie's chin. He can't cheat the world of it. You'll like it, sweet. I'll let you take it slow. Afraid I gave your sister too big a dose. He looked at Ellen, who gravely returned his gaze. Remember how busy I was, Hon? Now that's what I like about Christmas down here. Takes my mind off my problems. Give me that old-timey religion. The radio pealed. Listen at that, Anton shouted. No telling where those barbarians are singing from. The holiday week wore on. Frankie, in high excitement, was easily given to laughter, as easily wept. On the 2nd of January, it was planned she would drive in the Rio to Chicago. The sisters were washing milk buckets in the kitchen when Ellen said, "Be good for you to part from Pa for a spell." "Oh, you just want him for yourself," Frankie wailed. "He'll ne'er romp with you like me." Ellen tightened her lips, threw back her head, marched to her goats in the woodshed. "Scroungy brat," she sniffed. "That's not so." They were all seated before the fire in the parlor at night. A knock came at the kitchen door and Ellen went to answer it. "Why, Lily Garrett, I don't know when we saw you last. Want to come in?" The fat girl was encased in a bulky coat, the figure of a youth rearing behind her. "We want you to come with us, Ellie. Frankie, too. We got a wagon of hay and there's a moon to see by. Come on, Ellie, ask if you can." "No, Pa wouldn't let us. Who all is there?" She leaned forward from the security of the house. "A whole wagon load of us. Papa let me go. Said I'd be whipped anyway, so I'd as well. It's a deal of fun." Lily was bouncing with energy. "This is Jacob Hawes." "Hello," he said. "Reckon we can't go, but I sure thank you for asking. And Mester Hawes, too." She nodded to the dark figure. She came back into the parlor and Garland said, "That was your fellow, wasn't it sweet?" His blue eyes were admiring her. She stepped lightly across the oak floor, containing her gestures. "Oh, it was only Lily, uncle." "She's my best friend," Frankie said. "She told me when Sophie had those twins." "Yes, and those brats came 5 months after the girl married Buck Lemon," Anton said. "A loose crowd." "They're young, Anton," cried Garland. "Rakes and loose girls. Defiling the unwedded has no excuse. I'll keep these two chaste." On New Year's Eve, Ellen was putting peas to soak in the iron kettle. Garland came looking for her. "What are you doing, Puss?" "Don't you know it's good luck to eat black-eye peas, and so belly the first day of the year?" "What really happened last spring in St. Louis, hon? It was a man, wasn't it? I knew something was going on with you." She looked to her work, her fingers trembling. She felt mature, controlled. "Nothing. I ne'er reached St. Louis. What I can't figure out is how you managed to get away so quietly. I searched the stations in the morning for you, kept it from Anton as long as I could. Wish I was like you, uncle. You got all you want." She said it unexpectedly. "Purely I'd admire to be you. Seems you could have told me your problem is you're growing up so fast. Maybe I could have helped. Why did you run away like that? I wouldn't be Pa, but I'd be you if I were a man." She said it passionately, won to him by his approval of her, by his broad opinions, awed with his worldliness. "There's no one like you, Ellen." He was smiling, shaking his head. Anton called from the parlor door, "Go out and take a look at that Gladys heifer, girl." "I'll go with her," Garland shouted back. He took Ellen's coat from the hook and held it for her. He was lighting the lantern awkwardly. He wore a fur-trimmed jacket and was pulling on kid gloves. His esteem seeped over Ellen, making her movements supple, her youth a fine thing. The path to the barn was a river of canescent moonlight drowning the lantern glow. They walked silent until Garland said, "You know how much like my mother you are." He reflected. There was a way she had, though, that came out sometimes, like she really hated me. He was speaking softer. "I'd try to make her notice the way I could work quicker and do things better than Mark. He was older. She always doted so on him." Ellen's quiescence encouraged him in the cover of the night. I remember her sitting with her head up stiff in the seat of her little rig, driving her pony. Beg her to let me harness it for her, or curry it. He murmured, "You know, you're just the spit of her sometimes, Puss. Except for your hair. Hers was more the color of Frankie's." He took her arm. Ellen felt him shivering. It's me, causing him to do that. "Venus and Mars and Jupiter are the evening stars now," she told him. "Jupiter's still up. He doesn't set till about 8 these days." In the barn, by fragile lantern light, the pregnant young cow seemed quiet. They were turning to go. Ellen noticed Sam had stuffed a burlap sack in the broken window to keep the wind out. Garland spoke again. "You know I've always had a thought about Mark that I never told anyone." Ellen was listening in the near dark, amid the pungent animal odors. He had brown, straight hair, and his face was different somehow. Handsome. He wasn't like any of us. He lit a cigarette, leisurely. "You in any hurry, sweet?" He put his arm about her, and she waited to hear the secret about her dead uncle, Mark. "I don't think he was Pa's son at all. I think my mother married Jules Gaddy because she got caught and needed a father for her child." "Reckon your sir knew of it," whispered Ellen. "No telling. He thought the world of my mother, that I'm sure of. She got her way on everything." He was blowing the smoke, stamping the cigarette into the musty bedding. He breathed broken, "Oh, darling." And his dry mouth was on hers, his old mouth in desire. He was pulling at her skirt, fumbling on her thigh with his soft fingers. She tore her mouth swiftly away, turning her head. "And Lot went up out of Zor," he whispered, holding her to him. "He dwelt in the mountains and his daughters with him. Didn't know I could quote from the Bible, did you, Han? The firstborn went in and lay with her father. Book of Genesis." Hotly he held her, but gently with Al. She was pushing him from her with violent hands. "Come to the house, Uncle, now." Wordless, he followed her up the path where moonlight bloomed cold. In the kitchen, she hung her coat on its hook. She went upstairs to lie in the chill air while the dying candle made a puddle of tallow on the table top. Ellen's loneliness was an ache, for his kindness had garbed her. He was aged and knowledgeable. Despair had laid her bare. "It's not for love of me. He's got no enduring need of me." His imperfection, his weakness, had come to stand between them. In the morning, Garland was jovial in a bright yellow shirt piped in red and a belt with a European clasp fashioned like a horse and rider. Ellen dawdled over her barn chores, came tardily to the breakfast table. She didn't wear a fresh apron. She ate stolid, uncommunicative. Anton was wrapped in the radio, the nasal twang. "She's pure as the rose. Like the lamb she is meek, and she's never been known to use paint on her cheek." Ellen went from the room unnoticed. She decided to clean in the parlor first. She lifted a heavy chair, viciously dropped it thudding into its accustomed place. "Can't those old fools leave things in order? It's clean and red up, mop and scrub, and then they mess it all up. Hogs." She was piling rag rugs in her arms and striding to the porch. The door slammed after her. She stood on the steps and shook the rugs, snapping them with loud whacks. The dirt whirled in the cold air. "Dust and more," she was muttering. Garland opened the door. He was holding a cigarette and traced his mustache with the small finger of his hand. Behind him, she could hear Frankie's high, inquiring whines and the radio. "Well, Puss." She continued her work, her soft mouth set in a line. He came over to her. "You know what you mean to me. Joie de la vie. Now that's right. I'm past 50, Han. If I'd have met someone like you earlier, things might have been different in my life." She let a rug drop and, in a deliberate movement, took up another with a sigh. "I got a tormented lot of work to get through today, Uncle. Just wanted you to know that." He was tossing his cigarette away. He lit another and went inside. She heard him in a few minutes. "It's beefsteak, when I'm hungry, rye whiskey. When I'm dry, greenbacks, when I'm hard up, in heaven, when I die." The Rio was packed, and it waited to carry Garland and Frankie away the next day. Ellen was instructed to wake the travelers early in the morning before going to the barn. The household sought their beds not long after supper. Frankie was protesting in their room. "The particular thing I'm afraid of is meeting folks, Ellie. Wish you were going to be there. I'm out of patience with you. You've not done a lick all day, flitting about like a twittering chick. All the same, talk to me. Hush and leave me be. I'm asleep." Before dawn, Ellen went into Garland's partitioned chamber to rouse him. The light of the candle wavered across his face. For the instant she was confused. Thinking it wasn't her uncle with mouth pulled in withered upon the gumus, she drew her breath sharply, and he was opening his eyes. "Eln," he quavered, reaching for his false teeth in a water cup on the stone-topped bed table. "Are you awake? I have to run." When she returned from the barn, Frankie had dressed. Her new pearls were at her neck, her lips pale, her eyes blue-shadowed. "Must I really go, Pa?" "It's what we planned, and it's for you to do. You know it be my nearest wish." He warned her, "Don't start up." "I won't, Pa." He took the girl on his lap. "Look here, pop it." The battery set was clanging to the beat of a banjo. "Off with your coat and wet your throat with that real old Mountain Dew." "Shut it off for Chris' sake," Garland demanded, and the women started. "We're going in a few minutes and then you can listen to your heart's content. By God, Anne." The man switched off the radio, and they sat to breakfast. "Gladys isn't letting her milk down so good, Pa." Ellen leaned toward him. "Tell Sam to let her calf bump it some. It can stay with the old one a while. I aim to veal hit anyway. Did you e'er tell Uncle about old Full Pail, Pa?" Frankie was preparing to prolong the mealtime. "That dyke told of." "Listen at this, Garland. Joe Butterwell went to look at a milk cow. The farmer hadn't but let it out when his old ooman came squalling, 'Don't sell old Full Pail.' Pray don't sell Full Pail, Mester." Joe's ears pricked up. The old lady kept hollering, so first thing Joe knows, he's shelling out $30 cold cash and hauling the cow home. That evening he couldn't milk a teacup. Joe was fit to be tied. Went back and the farmer said to him, ne'er said how big the pail was. "That's good," Garland approved. Before the sun rose much higher, the bags had been put in the car. Garland returned to the porch for the pasteboard suitcases of Frankie's things. "Away we go," he cried. Frankie was clinging to Ellen. "Reckon I won't see you all till next Christmas." "You'll be too grand for us then, Frankie," Ellen said. Garland was getting behind the wheel. "These Rios are demons. Did I tell you I had her right at 50 on Route 66? You take care of that girl, Gar. Don't drive so reckless. Statistics prove a car's lot safer than a buggy. You know that." He was looking at Ellen. "Goodbye, Han." "Goodbye, Uncle." She waited for them to be gone, for routines to be re-established and the ways of peace to come over the farm. She yearned toward spring, sick of winters hanging on. "So long, Maria." Garland was calling. Maria waved, walking back to the house. "Bye now, Ma." And the small figure promised, "I'll write once a week, Pa." The yellow car was going down the lane and turning onto the road. Stillness descended until it rang like wounded thunder. Anton went toward the porch where Maria, in her dark red sweater and a discarded broad-brimmed hat of his, waited to follow Anton into the house. Ellen walked over to the well, putting her coat collar up. She sat on the damp covering board and shivered. From her pocket, she was taking the gold-linked necklace Garland had given her. She dangled it where the sun collected to glint and catch the luster. She held it over the well before letting it drop. Song sparrows were murmuring. Deep in burrows, woodchucks blinked and closed their eyes again. Brave white-carved flowers unfolded wearily, and narrow spires of pokeweed started from the debris of winter. A green-striped butterfly emerged misshapen from a chrysalis and pumped wet wings. Cows bawled, feeling the season, and rutting male hogs screamed. Jack carried traces of skunk musk. On Ash Wednesday, Father Tompert marked the foreheads of Ellen and her parents with a cross of ashes, saying, "Remember, man, thou art dust, and to dust thou shalt return." From cover of the woods, Ellen was watching a dog fox in a fallow field. It was hunting white-footed mice, repeatedly leaped stiff-legged above the weeds, brush high. She rested her hands on the thick winter coats of the 3 goats at her side. She put her mind on Frankie, who wrote abrupt letters from Chicago. They brought lines to her father's face until Ellen would feel the compassion heating her. She climbed a stile in the rail fence, and her does were clambering after, the spotted kid leaping, shaking its long ears. Her thoughts had turned to Garland and the secret about Mark. Wish I was wise. There were him and Pa both, grieving as Yunjins after the love of that mother of theirs, that Nell Gaddy, and her honing all the while for Mark's true daddy that had left her. None of them satisfied, and Pa'd never study out that secret the way Uncle did. Pa would never think Nell could get caught with a brat the same as me. Her mind touched on the money she had sent last week again to the Dohertys. I put the child to a good mother. I never wanted him. poor thing. The goats followed as she went up through the budding, winter-bare woods. And 3 years would pass, years of time merged and woven in a pattern on an endless loom of chores. The color in Ellen's life would break in snatches on the cloth of the drab days. By summer, the radio garland had brought was growing dim. Anton laid his ear to it in the evenings to catch the feeble sound. "It's that far off," he whispered, intent. Then the batteries were exhausted, and the instrument was stored away in the wagon shed to gather cobwebs and mold. Maria's pressure cooker would blow up, rending a gash on the rafter Bemis Maria hid in the clothes press, staying there until Ellen had picked up the torn metal parts and thrown them out. She wore the same clothes day on day, her light-colored dresses hanging unused on the ridgepole in her room. Mud daubers constructed a nest over them, soaring in summer with damp balls dangling from their legs, in and out the 2 small windows. At first, Ellen missed her sister, her shrill voice and dependent ways. She told Lily Garrett, "Frankie would always be after me to stir up a cake or mend for her. She'd lean on me in her way. Hey, my fudge party was the most fun," Lily was giggling. "Looks like you being 19 now, Ellie, your papa'd let you come. And we shelled corn too. Craig Hedrick found a red car there. He kissed me." Is that all he did? Ellen was picking through a pile of corn husks, looking for flat strips to splice and braid into mats. He talk about petunia flowers. Lily's carefully arranged curls shook. "I ne'er been kissed so. Reckon I could catch him, Ellie. Think of me with a baby and a man calling me wife." Changes would take place within Ellen over these 3 years. Going to church, following her parents in, she came to feel that those whom she had seen as pure in the time of her transgression were not so. They hid their sins, she dared to think, and dressed themselves a poppet god. When Anton stepped into the confession cubicle and she heard him mumbling ever too loud as he pled the venial sins, she allowed herself to think he made his shrift complacently. When he dipped the holy water, she pitied his narrow habits, and more than before devoted herself to his will that he might see she knew her duty. The God that was hers was not enclosed where the crowd gathered. She set her mind on it. Hers stood above when she was on the land and alone. His feet were the hills, his hand the wind that quivered, his eyes those of the meekest birds. "This one's my lord," she said, solaced. She was stirred to confide in Anton once. They were standing on the porch on a summer's night while a storm was breeding in the south. Lightning flicked and the hot earth panted for the coming water. "You can feel the hands of God now, all the unknowing. You feel it, Pa, how we're just not." She was leaning toward him. "If you'd take the time, girl," he said heavily, "to read his word, you'd know that he formed man of the dust of the ground, and you'd know of the day of judgment and the opening of the graves. The sun shall be turned to darkness, and the moon to blood." He left her sitting on the stair. Large drops began to fall, and the wind swept in a deep sweetness. Sometimes a young man would look on Ellen as she was standing with Maria in the churchyard, or when bartering at Love's. Or one would offer her a lift in his wagon and would look at the gold-flecked pupils and the ripe figure. Then she cast her eyes down, surly, or stared at him, bold, until he turned aside. She was guarding herself against a hurt. Dyke Butterwell came to call, waited on the divan in the parlor while she slipped away to watch the winging bees, honey-dripped and golden, working the hives. Anton ferreted after her and bade her keep the young man company. "But I've no mind for him, Pa," she protested. He roared, "What's awry with you and you won't be courted? I'll not put up with your fool-delay ways." He was thrusting his chin. "You do as bid, girl." So she sat sullen with Dyke. But she baited him slyly, and he went away and came no more. At Love's grocery one time, while she was debating on thread and needles and picking out salt and coffee, a thing happened. Carl Brinker's hired man was bartering with Grady. Ellen had seen the new green pickup outside. He was a dark fellow with a heavy face and fists. "You see, I was my boss's hired hand before me, Mr. Love," the man droned. "Now, haven't you got a bigger Clevis pin? What size you want?" So his baby died. Stacy's bird-like eyes were on Ellen. "You feeling ill?" Ellen sensed a danger as she felt the flush rise. She laughed sharply. "No, I allow I've got all Ma needed, excepting yeast. You got some fresh sponge. I'll see if mine's still working good." Stacy disappeared. Ellen's heart thudded, hearing the laborious speech of Brinker's man. That Eyes had a tedious run of bad luck. First his daddy passed on, then his sister ran off. Rose Eye. "So," said Grady, "tell your boss I got new bridal rosettes in, white and blue." That Eye's sister was comely, biggity but comely. I wasn't much. "No, I ne'er knew him well. We used his store some. I'll tell Mester Brinker about those gaudies. He'll buy some for that stallion. You e'er seen that horse?" The man was slowly scratching his head. "Now what about the Lord taking that little child?" "He gives and he takes away," sighed Grady. "That's so." Ellen put the warm jar of yeast in her basket, hurried past the two men. Grady was nodding. "Here's someone seen an old beau of yours in Louisville." "I ne'er had a beau." "Took you to the circus in New Hope, a bird told me." Grady's eyes flickered while he grinned. "Morning, miss." Brinker's man touched his cap doleful. "You know Mester I'll be getting along now." That had happened in the first of the 3 years. Ellen would ponder on it. Christian was gone out of her days forever and all of eternity. She faced it. He had taken some woman to wife, his sweetheart, his May, for the rest of their enduring lives. She twisted it, and the sharp hurt was dead. In that first year, too, Garland and Frankie had driven down for the Christmas holiday in a factory-fresh 5-passenger Oakland. Ellen saw at once that the year in Chicago had altered Frankie. Her old gaiety was shed. She wore a modish yellow cloche pulled over her brow, her jacket was long, belted at the hips. Her bright hair was bobbed. Anton was beside himself, fascinated at Frankie's apparel and her new manner. "I declare she's a little swell, Gar." He scratched his head. "How do you like city life, Poppet?" "Very well, Pa." "How's your learning coming on? Are folks setting up? I vow, "Very well. I'll unpack now if you don't mind." She was going coolly up the stairs and he watched, silent. "What happened to that radio I gave you?" Garland asked. "Hell, I've got 6 in my house now." Ellen had dressed the house with holly and bought red candles for the table. She was making her sister's favorite desserts. "I threw together a blackberry cake, Frankie. We haven't had one since you've been gone." "I never noticed Ma was so simple, Ellie." "Should I top it with boiled white icing or jam?" "Was Mrs. Quimby at Uncle's when you were there?" "How come you ask?" "I hate that know-all." "Does Uncle treat you good, Frankie?" "He's different there." "I mean, does he make you a lot?" "No, he's not much for romping like Pa was, Ellie. He thinks me a little child." And Ellen was satisfied about Garland. "Reckon I'll use icing and jam both, Frankie." Ellen was constrained if Garland came upon her alone, but in the family group he would seem her familiar uncle. When she thought of his incestuous overture of the last winter, she would shove the episode into a cupboard of her mind. Around the fire in the evening, Anton had poured his tales, overweening, on the younger girl. Used to be the only tools a man needed were made of wood, poppet. A plow and a harrow and a wagon. Your grandseer used a peg-tooth harrow with a hickory wood frame. When a tooth broke off, he fitted a new one from the woods. No running to the Bethel hardware for a broken piece of this or that, just like the old country. Speaking of the old country, said Garland, you girls know about truffle hunters. What's a truffle, uncle? Grows on roots of oaks. There was an old woman hunted them in this village in France where your ancestors lived. She'd take a basket and spade and a pig on a leash. A slut. No, puss, this wasn't a trained pig. Truffles have a strong odor that any pig can scent. He roots under a tree and then she drives him off and digs them up. Such uses for hogs, Maria was saying, as you've heard of. Sometimes they use dogs, but this woman used a pig. She chained him at night or he'd slip out and get the truffles. Christmas makes you remember, doesn't it, uncle? Said Frankie suddenly. Why don't you tell stories at home? This here's your home, grumbled Anton. Garland was filling glasses with the imported scotch he had brought. Now, Frankie, he cautioned. Want to hear more about hogs? Asked Anton. All right. When our grandseer came homesteading, all he had was a few razorbacks. He fattened them on oak and buckmast, said it beat corn any day. I don't see how a pig could be fatter than that spotted boar you've got, said Garland. Luther, he's ornery, spoiled my best milker and her heifer calf. Say, Frankie's practiced a Christmas song for you, Anne, Garland said. Play it, Poppet. I don't feel like singing now. I ask you to, Anton glowered. She's got a new singing teacher, Garland was saying as the girl went reluctant to the piano. Makes the third one now. She had 2 grammar mesters before she went with you, said Anton. One walked out on me and Peyton tried to quit when I fired him. How come they do that? The girl played accurately, accompanying herself in a reedy tone. I heard the bells on Christmas Day. Their old familiar carols play and wild, and sweet the words repeat of peace, on earth goodwill to men. Ellen was bringing in a split-oak basket of persimmons. I ran onto them yesterday, Pa. I don't know why the possums let them be. Anton took one of the soft orange fruit. Used to be they made Simon beer in this county. It wasn't sharp like city beer, Gar. We used to roast Simon seeds, too, when coffee was scarce. Garland bit into the mellow, sweet fruit. They're good. The pucker's gone out. The frost seasons them, Ellen said. I know. Used to hunt them when I was a kid. A Simon tree's got a black heartwood in its center, Anton said, with layers of yellow sapwood outside it. It's the only tree I know like that. Those rings now, said Ellen. You can count the rings to tell the age of a tree. Is that black heartwood in the young tree? Asked Frankie. And if there's a drought, Ellen went on, the ring's scarce to be read, it's so narrow. I want to know about that heartwood, Pa. Well, you don't find hit in a sapling, Poppet. It comes of itself as the tree takes on age. I think it's there in the young tree, Frankie said. How come you to worry on that, Poppet? It's no consequence. But I want to know. Now there, said Garland. It's getting on bedtime, I can tell Frankie's sleepy. Ellie never sang a song yet, said Frankie. I'll sing in the morning. We're wasting coal oil, come on. The girls climbed from the fire-warmed parlor to the loft where winter rain reeled on the roof. Under dank blankets, they were waiting for the warmth of their bodies to overtake them. Anton's disputing voice came up the stairs. Why she act so, like a high-born one? What are you doing to her there in that city? Garland's voice was heard in murmur. And again Anton's rude shout, be she e'er seeing men. And in a moment, well, that don't mean a thing. N.J. says all his sister e'er did was set on a fellow's lap one winter. Said his pa watched them courting by the range and thought no harm. They hardly spoke, but only sat there hugging. Now before God, she came by a child and his pa had to get them married. In the melancholy dark from her bed, over the sound of the sleet whipping the shingles, Ellen whispered, "You like a fellow." "No, I'm a poor country girl there. I hear them laugh. I came on my singing teacher's snickering with Uncle. It was about me. When do you think you'll start playing in public like Pa wants?" "I'm the most alone person. It's because I'm queer, I think. Maybe Pa made me so, or else I get it from Ma. The way I talk and act." Anton's voice was audible through the doorway as they came into the hall downstairs. "And then I heard Ma saying, 'I'd fain have been a lady, but I married you, little-faced.' We dragged her down, Gar. We gommed her desires. Hell, and you're drunk. Forget Ma, like I did long ago. Let's get back to the subject. As I see it, Frankie's doing the best she can. She's not got much gumption, and she's plenty like you when she gets stubborn, but I think she's beginning to adjust. This is the first vacation she's had, what with lessons. I hope I can keep her present teacher. Says he's got his hands full. Costs a mint, you know. If there's anything I can do for you. You're my brother." Garland's familiar slap on Anton's back was carried up the staircase. "Covers a multitude of sins. We've got to stick together." Ellen thought Frankie was asleep until she heard the voice threading the dark. "Seems I got a black heartwood core same as that simmon tree." The girl's voice was sated with self-pity. People can tell it's there. The next day Garland came to the barn where Ellen was cleaning the goat's stable, heaping the soiled litter outside the shed with a heavy fork. An acrid stench hung in the air, and the flock of 5 moved about her. "Keep you company a while, Hon." "If you like. You have quite a bunch of your own here. I set store by them." She was forking fresh bedding in the pen, and the animals crowded in to lie down, nosing and chewing the straw. She fastened the gate and leaned to watch them. "Long time ago," Garland was saying, "Old man Alden used to keep a pair of nannies in his shack with him. Wonder if he's still alive. Ne'er heard of him. Lived a few miles up the road. Us boys would sneak over to peek in his windows, watch him suck the milk from the udders." "Is that a fact?" Garland watched her intently. "You're wonderful, Puss." "That's a silly thing to say." "Well, you make me feel like a boy again. I always said it." Ellen laughed at him. "Reckon I best get to the kitchen. I'll race you to see if you're still a boy." "Now there's a cruel wench." He trailed after her. At the steps she waited. As they started up, they became aware suddenly of a commotion within the house, of cries and Anton's growls. Ellen was running up the stairs. "I'm afraid it's Ma." But the shrill cry of Frankie pierced. "I won't go back, I won't. I hate you. You can't make me." And a sound was heard so that Ellen turned to Garland. "He's beating her. He'll not be gainsaid. What'll we do?" "I'll show you what. He's always got to lord it over someone." Garland sharpened his wrath, ran into the hall, flinging open the parlor door. Anton was red-faced, and Frankie, in a despair of tears, was shaking in a corner of the sofa, her knitted skirt pulled above her knees, her bobbed hair tangled. She hid her face. "I don't care about nothing. I don't care." Garland caught Anton's arm, and while they shouted, Ellen bade her sister come into the kitchen. Frankie laid her head on the table and wept. Ellen walked about the room at her work, finally coaxing. "Now these fruits have to be cut up for the cake. You always were good at it, Frankie. Here's the knife and bowl." Frankie pushed them from her. Ellie, I do hate Pa. She fled up the stairs. The angered voices in the parlor rose and fell until the milking hour came. Then Anton, black-faced, strode to the barn. Garland watched him from the porch stoop and then followed. There, said Ellen to Maria, who came in from the bedroom, things are in a state. Pa ought to let Frankie stay here where she belongs. Don't beard Mr. Gaddy, Maria advised. Let him be. That night by the fireside it was as if a ghostly thing stood amid them. Ellen sighed. Maria, feeling the trouble, gestured to herself. Garland smoked one cigarette after another, and Frankie was white, holding her head erect. Reckon I'll go to bed, she said at length. Good night all. Anton bent his scorn-washed face over a farm journal. Well, I see here it tells about them foreigners in the old country using artificial insemination. Now I reckon that's a sin against a beast. It's sodomy. He pulled furiously on his dead pipe. Chris' sake, Anne. But in the morning Ellen caught sight at the stairhead of Frankie and Anton. The thin words came, Forgive my willfulness, Pa. Frankie's face was hard. She had purchased her piece before leaving her father again, kneeling in the short skirt she now wore. On the second Christmas of these 3 years, Frankie brought her contradictory ways again into focus, so that Anton stalked about in dudgeon, lying in wait for her open rebellion. She would turn him, though, in a new cunning way she had learned. Beg your pardon, Pa. The holiday evenings were drawn short and quiet by the hickory and oak-fed fires. After midnight mass, all but Garland ate sparely at the table, disheartened. The sliced meats and cheese, the sweet cakes and peppered blood pudding were spread forth. Have some barrier cherries, Uncle, Ellen pressed him. Frankie and Lily Garrett made them once. Ellen, who knew her father and sister so well, felt the sadness of it. She knew the man was like a willful child, and here was his only beloved set against him. Frankie went back to Chicago then. Before they drove away in Garland's Oakland sedan with the high squared top and the yellow leather seats, Garland announced, Frankie's been engaged for her first recital. March the 16th, 1929. Frankie Gaddy enters the lists of the immortals. Shut up, Uncle, Frankie sighed. You greening me, Garland. Anton was suspicious. You going to play before those folks? Yes, I am, Pa. Hell, and she's booked, Garland shouted. In one of my theaters. I vow. My, Ellen said. I ne'er thought Frankie'd be so bold. And time moved, weaving a tapestry. On radiant summer nights moonlight laved the meadows and frogs dripped shrill tones. Ellen would slip down the stairs to wander where flowering honeysuckle presaged the passing of time. Longings waxed in her. She lay in the honeyed grass and wept easily. The moon shone and she bared her white body, wondered at the restlessness clutching her. She dwelled on the summer she had met Christian I, for at that one time the even chord of her life had risen to such a gleaming line that she doubted on it ever after. I'm bound, enthralled. The pleasure and the sadness are too close together. She went back to her attic room to wait for dawn.